The warehouse sat at the edge of the industrial district where the Willamette River curved through northeast Portland, a sprawling complex of corrugated metal and concrete that held pharmaceutical supplies destined for hospitals across the Pacific Northwest. Danny Reeves had worked overnight security there for 7 years, long enough that he could navigate every corridor in complete darkness, long enough that the hum of the refrigeration units had become white noise he barely registered anymore. He was 42 years old with a bad knee from his 20s when he'd tried construction work, a profession that had taught him how to read building layouts and spot structural weaknesses before he'd blown out his ACL and switched to security. His ex-wife had left him 3 years ago, taking their son to Beaverton, and the overnight shift meant he saw the boy every other weekend when his schedule aligned with normal human hours. Tonight felt like any other Tuesday in late October. Danny arrived at 9:30, parked his 15-year-old Honda in the employee lot where sodium lights cast everything in sickly orange, and walked across wet asphalt that reflected the clouds rolling in from the coast. Portland autumn meant rain, meant darkness that came early and lasted late, meant the warehouse took on a different character after the day shift left and the building settled into its nocturnal routine. He swiped his badge at the employee entrance, felt the familiar click of the lock disengaging, and stepped into the fluorescent brightness of the security office near the loading docks. Dale was already there, sitting at the desk with his feet up, watching 3 monitors that cycled through camera feeds from throughout the facility. Dale was 56, a former truck driver who'd developed sleep apnea and lost his commercial license, now working security like Danny because it was steady work with health insurance. He was drinking coffee from a thermos, the smell sharp and bitter in the small room, and he looked up when Danny entered. "Quiet so far," Dale said. His voice was rough, perpetually hoarse from decades of smoking that he'd quit 5 years back. Day shift had some issue with a delivery. Wrong invoice numbers. Got it sorted, but they were pissy about it. Danny hung his jacket on the hook by the door, checked the logbook where they documented rounds and incidents. The night stretched ahead with its familiar rhythm, hourly patrols through the warehouse sectors, checking doors and loading bays, monitoring the cameras, responding to the occasional motion sensor that was usually a bird or rat. They had a break room with a microwave and a vending machine. They had batons clipped to their belts, pepper spray, and radios. No guns. Company policy was non-lethal force only. Danny had done the training courses, knew pressure points and restraint techniques, but in 7 years, the most violent thing he'd dealt with was a homeless guy who'd gotten into the loading area looking for a place to sleep. He settled into the chair beside Dale, pulled up the security protocol on the computer. The warehouse was divided into 4 sectors: refrigerated storage where they kept temperature-sensitive medications, dry storage for everything else, the loading docks, and the administrative offices upstairs. Each sector had cameras, motion sensors, and emergency exits that would trigger alarms if opened without authorization. Danny knew every blind spot in the coverage, knew which cameras had slight delays, knew that Sector C had a water leak in the northeast corner that maintenance kept promising to fix. "Your boy doing okay?" Dale asked, the question casual but carrying weight, because Dale remembered when Danny's marriage had imploded, had worked those early shifts when Danny was raw and angry. "He's good. Got a science project due. Building a volcano." Danny smiled despite himself, thinking of his son's face over video chat the night before, excited about baking soda and vinegar. The kid was 9 years old, growing fast, developing interests that Danny tried to stay connected to across the distance. "Supposed to see him this weekend if I can switch shifts with Carlos?" Dale nodded, understanding the juggling act of divorced fatherhood and irregular hours. The radio on Danny's belt crackled. Security channel, routine check from the guard at the front gate. Danny responded, confirmed all clear, settled back to watch the monitors. Sector B camera showed rows of industrial shelving stacked with boxes. Sector C showed the same. Loading docks were empty, the big rolling doors shut for the night. Nothing moved except the timestamp in the corner of each feed. They fell into the comfortable silence of co-workers who'd shared thousands of hours in close quarters, who knew each other's routines and habits. Dale scrolled through news on his phone. Danny reviewed the delivery schedule for tomorrow, 3 trucks coming in before noon. The warehouse was a way station, supplies arriving from distributors and getting redistributed to hospitals, clinics, urgent care centers across Oregon and Washington. Danny had never thought much about the supply chain before this job, but 7 years had taught him how fragile it all was, how everything depended on timing and coordination. One missed delivery could cascade into shortages. One wrong invoice could shut down operations for hours. At 10:15, Danny stood and grabbed his flashlight from the charger. "First round," he said, and Dale waved acknowledgement without looking up from his phone. The warehouse at night was a landscape of shadows and distant humming. Danny walked through Sector A first, his footsteps echoing on concrete, his flashlight beam cutting across the space. Emergency lighting provided enough ambient glow that he didn't need the flashlight except to check dark corners. But he liked the weight of it in his hand, the solid presence. His knee ached slightly as he climbed the stairs to the administrative offices, an old injury that predicted weather changes with annoying accuracy. The offices were dark, desks covered with monitors and keyboards, coffee mugs from the day shift. Danny checked the windows overlooking the river, saw the distant lights of downtown Portland across the water, the Morrison Bridge strung with traffic even at this hour. He completed the circuit back to the security office at 10:40. Dale was still on his phone, but his expression had changed, a frown creasing his face. "Something up?" Danny asked. "News alert. Says there's some kind of terrorist attack at OHSU. Dale turned his phone to show the screen. Oregon Health and Science University sat on Marquam Hill overlooking the city, a massive medical complex and research facility. The alert was sparse on details, reports of an explosion at one of the research buildings, emergency responders on scene, no information about casualties. Danny felt a cold twist in his stomach. Terrorism wasn't something that happened in Portland. The city had its problems, sure, homelessness, property crime, traffic that got worse every year, but it was fundamentally safe, fundamentally boring. An explosion at a research facility felt wrong, felt like news from somewhere else. Says they're evacuating the hospital, Dale continued scrolling. All elective procedures canceled. They're moving patients to other facilities. They watched the news on Dale's phone for another few minutes, but the information didn't expand. The alert kept repeating the same sparse facts: explosion, research building, emergency response. No details about what kind of research, what might have been destroyed, whether anyone was hurt. The city's local news websites were updating in real time, but adding nothing substantial. Social media was filling with speculation and panic, people claiming they'd heard gunshots, seen smoke, knew someone who worked there. Probably nothing, Danny said, not believing it but needing to say something. Some lab accident? Chemical fire or something? Dale nodded, but his expression stayed troubled. He put his phone down and stood, stretched his back. "I'll take the next round. Need to walk." Danny watched him go, then pulled out his own phone. He scrolled through news sites, finding the same information repeated across different outlets. OHSU was one of the major employers in Portland, a sprawling complex that handled everything from basic healthcare to cutting-edge research. An explosion there meant something serious. He thought about his son in Beaverton, 15 miles west, far from the hospital. He thought about his ex-wife, who worked as a paralegal downtown, who would be home by now, hopefully oblivious to whatever was happening. He texted her, "You and the kid okay?" The response came quickly, "Fine. Why?" "News about OHSU. Just checking. We're good. He's doing homework." Danny set his phone down, felt the tension in his shoulders ease slightly. Whatever was happening at the hospital, it was contained. It was across the city. It had nothing to do with him or his family or this warehouse full of medical supplies that suddenly felt more important than it had an hour ago. Dale came back at 11:20, and his expression was worse. "Saw something weird on the cameras," he said. "Loading dock. Thought I saw somebody moving around, but when I got there, nothing. Motion sensor? Didn't trigger. Might have been reflection off the windows." But Dale didn't sound convinced. They checked the camera feeds together, scrolling back through the recording. At 11:14, there was a flicker of movement near the loading dock's north door. Something low to the ground, too quick to identify. Danny froze the frame, but the image was blurred. Could have been anything. Could have been a rat or a trick of the light. "Probably nothing," Danny said again, the phrase becoming a mantra. At 11:45, the radio crackled with a call from the front gate. The guard there, a younger guy named Trevor, who'd only been with the company 6 months, sounded stressed. "We've got a situation. Police scanners going crazy. Multiple emergency calls across the city. Fires, attacks, something about people going crazy." Danny and Dale exchanged looks. Dale grabbed his phone, pulling up police scanner apps, news sites, anything with real-time information. What they found was chaos. A wall of alerts and updates that contradicted each other, that spoke of violence spreading across Portland like wildfire. Reports of assaults downtown, near Powell's bookstore, reports of car accidents on the interstate, reports of something happening at Providence Hospital, at Emmanuel, at clinics in southeast Portland. The information was fragmented, panicked, impossible to parse into coherent narrative. "Chemical attack?" Dale suggested. "Something in the water? Or mass hysteria?" Danny didn't believe that either, but the alternative was worse. Terrorism implied coordination, implied intent, implied the city was under attack in ways that made no sense. The warehouse felt suddenly more isolated, more vulnerable. Danny checked the doors again on the monitors, verified all the locks. The perimeter was secure. The fence around the property was 8 feet of chain link topped with razor wire. The employee parking lot was empty except for their vehicles. The street beyond the gate was quiet. No traffic at this hour, just the distant sound of sirens that seemed to be multiplying. At 12:15, Trevor called again. "I'm seeing smoke." Downtown. "Big fire, looks like." His voice was tight with barely controlled fear. Danny climbed the stairs to the administrative offices again, looked out the windows toward the city center. Trevor was right. Smoke was rising from somewhere near the river, thick columns backlit by orange flames. More smoke to the south. The sirens were constant now, a wailing backdrop that made it impossible to think clearly. His phone buzzed. Text from his ex. "Something's happening. News says stay inside. Lock doors." He called her instead of texting back, needed to hear her voice. She answered on the second ring. "Danny, what's going on?" She sounded scared, unusual for her. She'd always been the calm one, the planner, the person who handled crisis with methodical efficiency. "I don't know, I'm at work. Are you guys okay? Doors locked?" "Yes, I've got all the windows closed, doors locked. The TV news is... It's saying to shelter in place. They're not explaining what's happening." "Have you heard from your parents?" Her parents lived in Hillsborough, further west, deeper into the suburbs. "Mom's not answering. Dad either. I'm trying not to panic, but..." Her voice broke slightly. "You're okay? You're safe." Danny tried to sound confident, tried to push away the fear crawling up his spine. "Just stay inside. I'll come over as soon as my shift ends. 6 a.m. I'll be there by 7. Okay. She was breathing deliberately, calming herself. "Be careful." "Always am." He ended the call, stood at the window watching the smoke spread across the Portland skyline. The city looked wounded, burning. Whatever was happening at OHSU had metastasized into something larger, something that touched every neighborhood. His son was 15 miles away through streets that might be impassable. 6 hours until his shift ended felt like an eternity. When he got back downstairs, Dale was watching the monitors with rigid intensity. Loading dock camera. Watch. Danny leaned over, focused on the screen. For a moment he saw nothing unusual, just the empty loading bay, the closed doors, the security lights casting harsh shadows. Then movement. A figure stumbled into frame from the left, moving with strange, jerky motions. They wore what looked like a hospital gown, pale fabric stained dark. They collided with a support column, didn't seem to register the impact, kept moving. What the hell? Danny grabbed the radio. Trevor, we've got someone in the loading area. Did you see anyone come through the gate? Static, then Trevor's voice tight and high. Negative. Gate's been locked all night. Nobody in or out. Then how? Danny stopped because on the monitor the figure had turned toward the camera. The distance and angle made it hard to see clearly, but something was wrong with their face. Dark streaks, wrong posture. They moved like someone with severe neurological damage, limbs not quite coordinated. Could have come over the fence, Dale said. Injured, looking for help. In a hospital gown? But Danny was already moving, grabbing his flashlight and baton. Stay here. Keep watching. Call 911. Already tried. Lines are busy. Dale's voice followed him as Danny headed for the loading docks. Be careful. The warehouse at night was different when you knew someone didn't belong. Every shadow became potential threat. Every sound, the hum of refrigeration, the distant groan of the building settling, took on sinister weight. Danny moved quickly but carefully, his knee protesting, his hand tight on the baton. He'd done defensive training, knew how to use the weapon, but actually striking someone felt theoretical, impossible. The loading dock was cold, temperature controlled to protect the supplies. Danny came through the interior door and swept his flashlight across the space. The figure was near the far wall now, still moving with that unnatural gait. They'd left a trail, dark smears on the concrete that looked black in the harsh lighting. Hey! Danny called out. This is private property. You need to leave. The figure stopped, turned toward his voice. Danny's flashlight beam caught their face and his stomach dropped. It was a woman, middle-aged, and her face was covered in blood. Not just covered, destroyed. Her lower jaw hung wrong, torn tissue visible. Her eyes were wrong too, unfocused but somehow locked on him with terrible intensity. She made a sound, a wet gurgling that raised every hair on Danny's neck. Jesus, he breathed. Okay, you need medical help. Just stay there. Don't move. She moved, lurched forward with sudden speed that didn't match her earlier stumbling. Danny backed up, raising the baton defensively. Stop! I'm warning you! She didn't stop. She came at him with arms outstretched, fingers grasping, that awful gurgling sound continuous now. Danny saw her hospital gown was shredded, saw deep wounds on her arms and chest, saw that she should be unconscious from blood loss, but instead she was running at him with mindless aggression. He swung the baton. Instinct, not decision. The impact caught her shoulder, should have stopped her, should have at least made her pause. She barely registered it. Her hands caught his uniform shirt, pulled him toward her ruined mouth. Danny smelled rot, smelled copper blood and something worse, something chemical and wrong. He shoved her hard, broke her grip, swung the baton again. This time he aimed for her head, a blow that connected with her temple with a crack that echoed through the loading dock. She went down, collapsed like her strings had been cut. Danny stood there gasping, looking down at what he'd done. The woman's chest was still moving. Shallow breaths. She was alive, just unconscious. Danny's hands shook as he grabbed his radio. Dale, I need you to call... He stopped because what did he need? An ambulance? Police? This woman had attacked him, but she was clearly severely injured, clearly needed help. The radio crackled. Dale's voice came through distorted. Danny, we've got more. Cameras showing people at the perimeter fence, lots of them, and there's... Static drowned whatever he said next. Say again? Sector C, motion sensors, multiple triggers. Danny looked down at the unconscious woman, at the blood spreading around her head where he'd struck her. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He needed to get back to the security office, needed to understand what was happening, but leaving her here felt wrong. She twitched, her fingers spasmed. Then she sat up. Danny stumbled backward, nearly fell. The woman's head wound was visible, a depression in her skull where the baton had connected, but she didn't seem to feel it. She turned those unfocused eyes toward him again and started crawling forward. No, you can't. Danny was babbling now, his mind refusing to process what he was seeing. People didn't move with head trauma like that. People didn't come back from unconsciousness in seconds. This violated every understanding he had of how bodies worked. The loading dock had emergency exits, doors that would trigger alarms, but right now, Danny didn't care. He ran for the nearest one, slammed the push bar, burst out into the parking lot. Cold October air hit his face. The alarm shrieked behind him. Somewhere in the distance he heard more sirens, heard screaming, heard sounds that his brain couldn't categorize. He ran back toward the employee entrance, toward the security office, his knee screaming protest. Behind him, the loading dock door stood open, light spilling out. He didn't look back to see if the woman followed. Dale met him at the security office door, his face pale. What happened? I heard the alarm. Someone's in there. Hospital patient. Something's wrong with her. She attacked me and I hit her and she didn't stop. The words tumbled out incoherent. We need to call... I've been calling. 911's not answering. Just recordings saying all circuits are busy. Dale grabbed Danny's shoulders, forced eye contact. Listen to me. The cameras. There are people climbing the fence, more than a dozen, and the ones getting over, they're not acting right. They're moving like the person you described. Danny pulled up the camera feeds. Dale was right. The perimeter cameras showed figures scaling the 8-foot fence, pulling themselves over the razor wire with no apparent concern for the injuries. Some were dressed normally, jeans, jackets, work clothes. Others wore hospital gowns, scrubs, uniforms torn and blood-stained. They moved toward the warehouse with unified purpose, not running, but not stopping for anything. We need to leave, Danny said. Now, get to the cars. Look at the parking lot. Danny switched to that camera. More figures were in the lot already, moving between the vehicles. His Honda had someone leaning against it, someone who looked like they'd been in a car accident, their face a mass of lacerations. Another figure was trying the doors on Dale's truck. Back gate? Dale suggested, but his voice held no hope. The warehouse had a rear service entrance that opened onto a side street. Danny pulled up that camera and saw it was already overrun. Dozens of figures crowded the street, more appearing from every direction. What is this? Danny's voice was barely a whisper. What's happening? Dale pulled up news on his phone, but the websites were loading slowly, crashing. Social media was chaos, videos of attacks, of people screaming, of violence spreading through Portland like a wave. The videos were shaky, brief, horrible. They showed people being pulled down by attackers who bit and tore. They showed crowds surging through streets. They showed police trying to establish barriers while being overwhelmed. One video showed downtown Portland near Pioneer Square. The timestamp was from 20 minutes ago. The square was packed with people, but wrong. Masses of figures moving with that same jerky gait Danny had seen in the loading dock, converging on a group of people trying to reach a Max Light rail station. The screaming was audible even over the phone's tinny speaker. "Terrorist attack," Dale said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Chemicals." Something from OHSU spread through the city. Danny thought about the woman in the loading dock, about the blow to her head that should have killed her, about how she'd kept moving. Whatever it is, we're trapped. Buildings surrounded. They stared at the monitors, watching their sanctuary become a prison. The figures outside weren't trying to break in yet, just circling, gathering. More appeared every minute. The radio crackled with Trevor's voice. "I'm in the guard shack." They're everywhere. Oh God, they're trying to get in. The doors. The transmission cut off with a crash and screaming that stopped abruptly. "Trevor!" Danny shouted into the radio. No response. The front gate camera showed the guard shack's door hanging open, darkness inside. Dale was breathing hard, his face gray. "We can't stay here. We'll starve, or they'll find a way in." "We're in a warehouse full of supplies," Danny countered, his mind racing. "Food, water, medical equipment. We can survive. We just need to secure the building, lock down every access point, wait for help." What if help isn't coming? Dale's voice was flat, stating the truth they were both avoiding. The city outside was dying. Whatever was happening, it was too big, too widespread for any kind of coordinated response. Danny looked at the monitors again, counting the figures visible on camera. At least 30 that he could see, probably more in blind spots. They weren't just sick people. They were something else, something that moved wrong and attacked without hesitation and didn't stop when hurt. The word that kept trying to surface in his mind was impossible, ridiculous, belonged to movies and video games. But the evidence was right there on the screens. "Zombies," he said quietly. Dale laughed, a harsh bark with no humor. "That's insane." "Is it?" Danny pointed at the monitor showing the loading dock. The woman he'd left there had made it to her feet. She was walking into the interior of the warehouse, following the path he'd taken. She had a head wound that should have killed her. She didn't bleed out. She just kept coming. They watched her on the cameras, tracking her progress through Sector A. She moved past shelves of supplies without interest, heading deeper into the building. Hunting. That was the word that fit. She was hunting. "We need weapons," Dale said. "Better than batons." "Company policy." "Fuck company policy. You see what's out there?" Dale's voice cracked. "We need to survive. That means weapons. That means fortifying this place. That means—" He stopped, his expression shifting from fear to determination. "The maintenance shop, Sector D. They've got tools, materials, welding equipment. We can reinforce doors, build barriers." Danny nodded slowly. The warehouse employed his construction knowledge in ways he'd never anticipated. He knew how to read load-bearing walls, how to assess structural integrity. He knew which doors were solid steel and which were hollow core. He knew where the fire axes were stored, where maintenance kept their tools. "First we deal with her," Danny said, gesturing at the monitor showing the woman making her way through Sector A. "We can't have her loose inside, then we secure the building." They armed themselves with what they had, batons, flashlights, pepper spray that probably wouldn't do anything, but they took it anyway. Danny grabbed a fire axe from its mounting near the office door. The weight of it in his hands felt wrong, felt like acknowledging that violence was no longer theoretical. Dale took a crowbar from the maintenance supplies in a storage closet. "She's in Sector B now," Dale said, watching the monitors, moving toward dry storage. They approached carefully, moving through the warehouse with flashlights cutting through darkness. The overhead lights were on, but they created as many shadows as illumination, turning the familiar corridors of shelving into alien landscape. Every sound made Danny's heart hammer. The woman was somewhere ahead, and he'd learned that the injured, dying person he'd thought he'd seen was actually something far more dangerous. They found her near the pharmaceutical shelves, pawing at boxes with no clear purpose. This close, Danny could see the damage more clearly. Her hospital gown was soaked with blood from wounds that still wept, but didn't seem to hinder her movement. Her lower jaw hung at a wrong angle, exposing teeth and tongue. One arm had deep bite marks, the flesh torn away in chunks. She sensed them, turned with that terrible speed. Dale swung the crowbar first, a wide arc that caught her in the ribs. The impact should have broken bones, should have put her down. She staggered, regained her balance, lunged at Dale with fingers hooked into claws. Danny brought the fire axe down on her skull. The blade bit deep with a wet crunch. She collapsed immediately, truly dead this time. Danny pulled the axe free, fighting nausea, and they stood there looking at what they'd done. "Jesus Christ," Dale whispered. "Check the cameras," Danny said, his voice mechanical. "See if there are others inside." They left the body where it fell and returned to the security office. The monitors showed the perimeter situation deteriorating. More figures crowded against the fence, which was starting to bend under their collective weight. The loading dock door Danny had left open was now blocked by a mass of bodies trying to force their way through. They pushed and climbed over each other without coordination, a tide of flesh driven by single-minded hunger. "They're going to get in," Dale said. "Fence won't hold. Doors won't hold. Then we make them hold." Danny was thinking like a construction worker now, assessing the building's defenses. Refrigerated section. Sector A. It's completely sealed. Separate climate control. If we can secure the access doors, we can hold there. It's got its own power system, its own ventilation. We could last weeks. They spent the next hour in frantic preparation. Danny's 7 years of security rounds meant he knew every detail of the warehouse layout. Sector A was essentially a vault within the larger building designed to maintain precise temperature for sensitive medications. It had 2 access points, a main door from the central corridor and a smaller emergency exit to the exterior. Both were heavy steel reinforced for insulation. They barricaded the emergency exit first, using shelving units and pallets of supplies, welding metal bars across the doorframe using equipment from the maintenance shop. Dale had worked construction too, years ago, and between them they understood load distribution, structural reinforcement. The work was loud, sparks flying, the smell of hot metal filling the air. On the cameras they watched the figures outside react to the noise, pressing harder against the perimeter. The fence collapsed at 1:47 a.m. The first section to give way was on the north side, near the loading docks. Figures poured through the gap like water, immediately spreading across the grounds. Some headed for the main building, others wandered aimlessly. One fell into the decorative pond near the front entrance and thrashed there, unable to figure out how to climb out. "They're not smart," Danny observed, watching the cameras. "They're just driven, attracted to noise and movement, but no problem solving." "That's good for us," Dale said. "Means they can't open doors." "Unless doors are already open." Danny's stomach dropped. "Loading dock. I left it open, and the woman came in from somewhere, probably a door left ajar during day shift." They checked the monitors. The loading dock entrance was indeed compromised, figures streaming through into the warehouse interior. They'd be in Sector B within minutes, spreading through the building. "We need to move now," Danny said. "Get to Sector A. Lock it down." They grabbed everything essential: weapons, first aid supplies, bottled water, anything portable. The security monitors would be lost, but Danny had the layout memorized. Sector A had its own interior cameras, smaller security station. They could watch from there. The run to Sector A took 3 minutes that felt like hours. They encountered 2 of them in the corridor, a man in a business suit, tie hanging loose, and a teenage girl in a fast food uniform. Danny killed the man with the fire axe. Dale smashed the girl's skull with the crowbar. Neither of them spoke during or after. There was no time for horror, no time for processing, just survival. They sealed themselves in Sector A at 2:12 a.m. The heavy steel door closed with a pneumatic hiss, magnetic locks engaging with solid clunks. Danny activated the security panel inside, watching the small monitor that showed the corridor outside. Figures were already appearing, drawn by the sound. They pressed against the door, hands slapping metal, but the barrier held firm. Sector A was 40 feet by 60 feet, packed with refrigerated storage units that hummed quietly. The temperature was kept at a constant 38 degrees Fahrenheit. There were no windows, just fluorescent lights overhead and the soft glow of temperature monitors. One corner held a small office with a desk, computer, and another security camera monitor. A bathroom in the back, luxury they'd need. Shelves along the walls held supplies, enough food and water for weeks if they rationed. Dale slumped against the wall, breathing hard. His face was spattered with blood that wasn't his. "What now?" he asked. "Now we wait," Danny said. "Figure out what's happening. Try to contact someone." He pulled out his phone. No signal. He tried anyway, calling 911, calling his ex-wife, calling anyone. Every attempt failed. Text messages wouldn't send. The warehouse's cell reception had always been spotty, but this felt different. Felt like the network was overloaded or down completely. The computer in the office had internet connection through the warehouse's Ethernet. Danny tried loading news sites, but everything was slow, timing out. Social media worked sporadically, loading fragments before crashing. What he did see painted a picture of total collapse. Portland was gone. Whatever had started at OHSU had spread through the city in hours, infection moving faster than anyone could respond. Videos showed downtown in flames, showed hospitals overrun, showed police barricades being swarmed. One video, only 12 seconds long, showed the Burnside Bridge. The person filming was in a car, stuck in what looked like gridlock. The camera panned across the bridge, showing hundreds of abandoned vehicles. Then it showed why. Masses of infected blocking both ends of the bridge, trapping everyone in the middle. The screaming started before the video cut off. Danny thought of his son in Beaverton, 15 miles west through a city that had become hell. He thought of his ex-wife, of her parents in Hillsborough. He tried calling again, knowing it wouldn't work. The silence where his son's voice should be felt like a physical wound. "My daughter lives in Vancouver," Dale said quietly. "Washington, across the river. She's got 2 kids. I should have..." He stopped, his throat working. "I should have called her earlier. Should have warned her." They sat in the refrigerated silence, 2 men who'd worked together for years, who'd shared coffee and complaints and the mundane rhythm of overnight security shifts. Now they shared something else, the knowledge that the world they'd known had ended while they'd been counting the minutes until dawn. At 3:30 a.m., the power flickered. The lights dimmed. The refrigeration unit stuttered. Then everything stabilized. But the message was clear. The grid was failing. When the power went completely, they'd lose climate control, lights, the ability to monitor cameras. They'd be in darkness with the infected somewhere outside that door. "Battery backup," Danny said. "Building's got emergency generators. Should kick in automatically if main power fails." "For how long?" "I don't know. Few hours, maybe days if we're lucky." They weren't lucky. At 4:47 a.m., the power died completely. Emergency lighting clicked on, dim red LEDs that turned Sector A into a cave. The refrigeration units went silent. The temperature immediately started to climb. On the small security monitor, the backup camera showed the corridor outside still packed with figures pressed against their door. Danny checked the supplies. They had enough food for maybe 2 weeks if they rationed carefully. Water for less, perhaps 10 days. Medical supplies in abundance, ironically, since they were in a pharmaceutical warehouse. Antibiotics, bandages, painkillers, everything except a way out. "We can't stay here forever," Dale said. "We'll suffocate or starve or—" He gestured vaguely, unable to articulate the other ways this could end. "I know." Danny was thinking about his son again, about the 15 miles that might as well be 1,500. "But we're alive." That's something. They took turns sleeping, though sleep was barely the word for it. Danny dozed in the office chair, his hand wrapped around the fire axe handle, jerking awake at every sound. The infected outside never left, never quieted. He could hear them through the heavy door, a constant shuffle and moan that became white noise. Dale sat against the wall, crowbar across his lap, staring at nothing. Dawn came without sun, without any indication except the time-stamp on Danny's watch reading 6:47 a.m. His shift had ended 45 minutes ago. He should be driving to Beaverton right now, should be meeting his ex-wife at the door, should be scooping up his son and asking about the volcano project. Instead, he was trapped in refrigerated storage that was slowly warming, waiting for either rescue or death. At 8 a.m., the noises outside began to thin. Danny checked the monitor, saw the figures in the corridor were wandering away, drawn elsewhere. Within an hour, the space outside their door was clear. "They're leaving," Dale said, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Why? Maybe attracted to sound somewhere else. Maybe they're just—" Danny didn't finish. He didn't understand the rules governing these things. He just knew the opportunity was there, possibly temporary. "We could make a run for it," Dale suggested. "Get to the vehicles." "Try to drive out." "To where?" Danny countered. "City's gone. Even if we make it to the cars, roads are probably blocked, infected everywhere. So we just wait here? Die, slowly?" Danny looked at his phone again. Still no signal. Battery at 43%. He thought about his son's voice on video chat 3 nights ago, excited about his science project. He thought about dying here without ever seeing his son again. He thought about the alternative, trying to reach Beaverton through hell, probably dying in the attempt. "I'm going," he decided. "You can stay if you want. Guard the supplies, but I'm going to find my son." Dale was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I'll come with you. If we're doing this, better to have 2. They prepared methodically. Danny found a backpack in the office and filled it with essentials: bottles of water, granola bars, first aid kit, antibiotics, flashlight, batteries. Dale did the same. They kept their weapons: fire axe for Danny, crowbar for Dale. Both wore their security uniforms still, name tags identifying them as employees of a company that probably no longer existed. At 9:15 a.m., they opened the door to Sector A. The corridor beyond was empty, silent except for the emergency lighting's faint electrical hum. They moved carefully, checking corners, weapons ready. The warehouse felt different now, transformed from workplace to battlefield. Bodies lay in corridors, some clearly dead, others unclear. Was that person with the crushed skull gone, or would they reanimate? Danny didn't know the rules. Nobody did. They found more of them in Sector B, wandering between shelves. A woman in nurse scrubs, her uniform torn and blood-stained. A man in a postal service jacket. A child, maybe 7 years old, face gray and eyes empty. Danny felt his heart break looking at the child, seeing what this infection did without discrimination. Dale killed the woman and the postal worker. Danny killed the child, each blow of the axe precise because he couldn't afford to think about it, couldn't afford to see the child as human. The loading docks were packed with them, dozens clustered near the open door. Danny and Dale retreated, found another route toward the employee entrance. They passed the security office where they'd worked together for years, saw it had been ransacked, monitors smashed. The logbook lay on the floor. Danny's neat handwriting documenting rounds and incidents from a world that no longer existed. The employee entrance was their best chance, a side door that opened onto the parking lot. Danny checked through the small window, saw maybe 15 of them scattered across the asphalt. His Honda was visible, apparently untouched. Dale's truck was further away, surrounded by 3 of them pawing at the doors. "We make for your car," Dale said, quick and quiet. They slipped outside into gray October morning. Rain had started, cold and steady, turning the parking lot into a landscape of puddles and reflections. The infected didn't react immediately, too focused on whatever had drawn them in their individual directions. Danny and Dale moved toward the Honda, stepping carefully, avoiding line of sight. An infected, a man in a bathrobe, turned toward them. His face was ruined, lower jaw missing completely. He made a gurgling sound and started forward. Dale intercepted him, crowbar crushing his skull before he could alert the others. They kept moving. Danny reached his car, fumbled for keys, unlocked it with the fob. The chirp of the unlocking mechanism was catastrophically loud in the morning quiet. Every infected in the parking lot turned toward the sound, and suddenly they were running, that unnatural jerky sprint that was too fast and too relentless. "Go, go, go!" Dale yanked open the passenger door while Danny started the engine. An infected woman slammed into the driver's side, hands beating against the window. Danny threw the car into reverse, hit the gas. The woman was dragged along for several feet before falling away. More of them poured around the Honda. Danny shifted to drive, floored it. The car lurched forward, clipped 2 of them, sent them spinning. The exit from the parking lot was blocked by abandoned vehicles. A delivery truck jackknifed across the entrance. A sedan crashed into the guard shack. Danny swerved, found space, bottomed out the suspension on the curb as he drove across decorative landscaping and onto the street. The street beyond the warehouse was chaos, frozen in time. Cars sat abandoned at strange angles, some with doors open, some crashed together. Bodies lay everywhere, some clearly dead, some moving with that telltale wrongness. Smoke rose from fires to the north toward downtown. The rain made everything slick and gray and hopeless. "Which way?" Dale asked, gripping the dashboard as Danny accelerated. "West, through downtown toward Beaverton." Danny knew it was insane even saying it. Downtown Portland was likely the epicenter of the outbreak, the most densely populated area. But it was also the most direct route. Going around would add miles, would take them through neighborhoods they didn't know. They made it 2 blocks before hitting their first major obstacle, a pileup of vehicles blocking the intersection. Danny tried to find a path around, mounting the sidewalk, but a delivery van had jumped the curb on the other side. Behind them, infected were following, drawn by the car's engine noise. "We need to go on foot," Danny said, hating the words as he spoke them. They grabbed their backpacks, abandoned the Honda, ran. The rain made everything harder, visibility limited, footing treacherous. Danny's knee screamed with every step. Dale was breathing hard, his years evident in every labored pace. Behind them, the infected followed, not fast but relentless, never tiring. They cut through an alley, came out on a side street Danny recognized. They were near the river now, near the bridges that connected East Portland to downtown. The Morrison Bridge was closest, but as they approached, they saw it was completely blocked, packed with abandoned vehicles. Figures moved between the cars, hundreds of infected wandering the span. "Burnside," Danny said, remembering the video he'd seen of that bridge. But that had been hours ago. Maybe it had cleared. Maybe they could get across. They ran north, legs burning, lungs aching. The city around them was a graveyard. Storefronts smashed, businesses looted or burned, bodies everywhere, some dead, some mobile. They saw a child hiding in a dumpster, eyes wide with terror. They saw a man trying to climb a fire escape while infected pulled at his legs. They saw horrors they couldn't stop to address, couldn't afford to help with. Survival meant moving forward. The Burnside Bridge approached, and Danny's heart sank. The video had been accurate. Hundreds of vehicles blocked the span, and between them, thousands of infected wandered. The entire bridge was a death trap, a killing floor where anyone trapped would have no escape. "We can't cross here," Dale said, stating the obvious. "Steel Bridge." Further north, Danny was gasping now, his knee giving out. "It's a train bridge. Maybe we can walk across the tracks." They kept running, but Danny felt it in every cell. They weren't going to make it. The city had swallowed them, and it would digest them like it had everyone else. His son's face floated in his mind, smiling over a baking soda volcano. He'd never see that smile again. The steel bridge was no better. Infected crowded both approaches, drawn by some unknowable stimulus. Danny and Dale stood at the edge of the bridge's access, surrounded by the dead city, and Danny felt the last of his hope drain away. "I'm sorry," he said to Dale. We should have stayed in Sector A." "We'd have died there too," Dale replied, "just slower." The infected were closing in from multiple directions now, dozens of them drawn by the two living men standing exposed. Danny raised the fire axe, preparing for the end. Dale stood beside him with the crowbar. "For what it's worth," Dale said, "you were a good partner." "You too." They fought because that's what living things did when cornered. Danny swung the axe with methodical precision, each blow a desperate prayer. Dale's crowbar rose and fell, rose and fell. They killed 5, 10, 15. But more kept coming, endless waves of former humanity now driven by mindless hunger. An infected grabbed Danny's arm, teeth snapping toward his wrist. He twisted away, losing his grip on the axe. Another one hit him from behind, driving him to his knees. Dale was screaming, fighting, going down under a pile of bodies. Danny felt teeth tear into his shoulder, felt fingers digging into his skin. Pain was surprisingly distant, overshadowed by a strange calm. He thought of his son one last time, hoped the boy would survive this somehow, would grow up in whatever world emerged from the ashes. He tried to believe that was possible. More teeth, more tearing, blood in his mouth that might have been his own or someone else's. The rain fell cold on his face. The city groaned around him, dying. Danny Reeves died on a Portland street near the steel bridge, surrounded by the infected, his wallet in his back pocket holding a photo of his son, 9 years old, smiling, holding a model volcano. The infection took him quickly. His body cooled, then animated again with new, terrible purpose. He stood and joined the masses, wandering toward sounds and movement with no memory of who he'd been, no knowledge that somewhere in Beaverton, a child still waited for his father to come home. The rain continued falling on Portland, washing blood into gutters, dissolving the last evidence that Danny Reeves had fought to survive, had tried to reach his son, had died still hoping. Dale's body rose nearby, joined the horde. The two former co-workers stood among the infected, indistinguishable from the rest. Their 7 years of shared overnight shifts and coffee and casual conversation erased completely. They were part of the plague now, part of the end. The city burned and shambled and slowly died. By evening, the fires had spread to the warehouse where Danny and Dale had worked, where they'd barricaded themselves and made their desperate stand. The building burned through the night, flames consuming Sector A and all its preserved supplies, consuming the security office with its shattered monitors, consuming every trace of the work they'd done, the lives they'd lived. In Beaverton, Danny's son waited by the window, watching for headlights that would never come. His mother had barricaded the doors, turned off the lights, kept the boy quiet and hidden. They'd heard the screaming in the streets, heard their neighbors being torn apart, heard the world ending around them. The boy clutched his volcano project, asked when his father would arrive, asked why everything had gone wrong. His mother had no answers. She held him close and lied, told him his father would come soon, told him they'd be safe. She didn't know that Danny was already dead, already risen, already wandering Portland's ruined streets with empty eyes. She didn't know that the photo in his wallet, her son's smiling face, was the last connection between the man Danny had been and the thing he'd become. The infection spread through the suburbs, a slower burn than the urban center, but just as inevitable. Beaverton's defenses crumbled. Hillsborough fell. The entire metropolitan area descended into the same nightmare that had claimed Portland, and with it any hope of rescue or escape. By the end of the first week, Oregon was lost. The infection spread along highways and rail lines, moving faster than anyone could contain. Within a month, the West Coast was gone. By winter, most of North America had fallen. The world ended not with nuclear fire or environmental collapse, but with a virus that turned the dead into shambling nightmares that dissolved civilization in a matter of weeks. Danny's son survived longer than most, protected by his mother's desperation and love. They hid in basements and attics, scavenged when they could, ran when they had to. The boys' volcano project was abandoned in that first house, left behind when they fled. Cardboard and baking soda and a child's dream of impressing his father destroyed by footsteps of the pursuing infected. He died 3 months after his father, cornered in a convenience store while searching for food. He died calling for Danny, believing somehow his father would come, would save him. He died never knowing that Danny had tried, had fought through hell to reach him, had failed. His mother survived him by 2 days, then chose to end it herself rather than risk reanimation. She left no note because there was no one to read it, no structure remaining that could make meaning from final words. She simply chose the time and method of her death, the last act of autonomy in a world where autonomy had become meaningless. Danny wandered the ruins of Portland for months, his body slowly decaying but never stopping. He walked past the warehouse where he'd worked, past the security office where he'd watched monitors and documented rounds. He walked across the Burnside Bridge where the traffic jam of the dead had finally cleared, bodies rotted enough to become immobile. He walked through neighborhoods he'd once driven through on his way to see his son, places now empty of all life. Sometimes he encountered other survivors, small groups still fighting, still hoping. They killed him multiple times. Bullets, fire, blunt trauma. But each time his body found its feet again, reanimated, continued its aimless journey. The infection was thorough, was relentless, was patient. By the second winter, Portland was silent. The infected had either decayed to immobility or wandered elsewhere, following sounds that echoed across the empty landscape. Buildings collapsed slowly, weakened by fire and weather and time. The river kept flowing, indifferent to the catastrophe playing out along its banks. Rain fell on ruins and bones, washing everything clean. Danny's body eventually stopped moving, joints frozen by decay, muscles too deteriorated to respond to whatever neural signals still fired. He collapsed in a street near the warehouse district, not far from where he'd started that final terrible shift. His wallet was still in his pocket, the photo of his son protected by leather and plastic. The ink ran eventually, rain seeping through fabric, dissolving the image until nothing recognizable remained. Years passed. The city became forest again, nature reclaiming what humanity had briefly held. Saplings pushed through cracked pavement, vines covered buildings. Rain and wind eroded everything until Portland was just geography again, a place where rivers met, where land rose toward mountains, where the cycle of life continued without human participation. Dale's body lay somewhere nearby, equally decayed, equally forgotten. The 2 men who'd worked overnight security together, who'd shared coffee and complaints and the sudden terrible knowledge that the world was ending, returned to the earth together. Their bones mixed with countless others, former co-workers and strangers and family, all equal in death and dissolution. The warehouse where they'd worked eventually collapsed completely, walls falling inward, roof caving under accumulated snow and vegetation. Sector A, where they'd made their stand, became a tomb filled with medical supplies that nobody would ever use, preserved in darkness until the building's final surrender to gravity. The security monitors stopped displaying anything long before the structure failed, their circuits corroded, their purpose obsolete. Somewhere in Beaverton, in a house slowly being consumed by blackberry vines, a science project sat on a kitchen table. The cardboard volcano had collapsed, paper softened by rain coming through broken windows. The baking soda and vinegar had mixed and dried countless times as seasons changed, leaving crystalline deposits that looked like tiny bones. A child's fingerprints were still visible on the construction paper, preserved by some chance of chemistry and environment. Those prints lasted years after the child who made them had become bones, lasted as mute testimony that someone had existed, had hoped, had believed in volcanoes and fathers and tomorrow. Eventually, those too faded, dissolved, became indistinguishable from the general decay. The house fell gradually, season by season, until it was just a rectangular depression in the ground, filled with vegetation and forgetfulness. The neighborhood around it returned to the forest that had existed before development, before Portland, before any of this mattered. The infection burned itself out as infections do, running out of hosts, becoming irrelevant in a world empty of life. The dead stopped rising because there were no more dead to rise. The virus persisted in isolated pockets, waiting for new hosts that never came, until it too degraded and dispersed and became part of the soil. Danny Reeves, who had worked overnight security at a Portland warehouse, who had tried desperately to reach his son, who had died fighting, ceased to exist in any meaningful way. His bones became calcium in earth. His memories dissolved into nothing. The man he'd been, with his bad knee and his weekend custody arrangement and his knowledge of warehouse layouts, vanished as completely as if he'd never existed. His son, who had built a volcano for science class, who had waited by a window for headlights that never came, who had called for his father while dying, achieved the same perfect erasure. The love between them, the connection that had driven Danny into hell, meant nothing to the universe. It had happened and then stopped happening, and the universe continued in its indifferent progress. The photo in Danny's wallet, which had survived so many horrors before finally dissolving, never reached its intended audience. The image of a 9-year-old boy smiling had been meant to remind Danny why he worked overnight shifts, why he endured the divorce, why he kept trying. It had failed its purpose. The boy died anyway. Danny died anyway. The photo became pulp, became nothing. In the decades that followed, the Pacific Northwest recovered its equilibrium. Trees grew tall in Portland's ruins. The river carried silt and salmon, oblivious to the human dramas that had played out along its banks. Rain continued falling, winter and summer cycling in their eternal pattern. Life persisted in forms that had never needed humanity, that had existed before and would exist after. Occasionally, scavengers from distant survivor communities would explore the ruins of Portland, searching for artifacts from the before times. They found rusted vehicles and collapsed buildings and bones that could have been anyone. They found no indication of what had happened, no records preserved well enough to read. The city had become a mystery, a cautionary tale told without details. No one found Danny's body specifically because there was nothing specific to find. No one found his son's remains because they were indistinguishable from any other child's bones. The warehouse where Danny had worked his last shift was just rubble, notable only for the large quantity of skeletal remains. People who'd sought shelter there and found only death. The story that began with terrorist attacks on research facilities, that escalated into citywide plague, that consumed civilization in weeks, ended without witness or record. The few survivors who remembered those first terrible days eventually died themselves, taking their memories into the same oblivion that had claimed everyone else. Danny Reeves, overnight security guard, father, ex-husband, ordinary man, thrust into extraordinary horror, became a statistic without record. His courage in trying to reach his son meant nothing because courage requires witness to have meaning. His death on Portland streets was neither heroic nor meaningless. It simply was, and then was not. The fire axe he'd wielded rusted into fragments indistinguishable from any other metal. The security badge he'd worn dissolved in weather. His name, printed on that badge, faded to illegibility long before anyone might have read it. He existed in memory for maybe hours after his death, recalled by his son in those final terrified moments. Then even that trace vanished. Dale, who had worked beside Danny for 7 years, who had made coffee and complained about sleep apnea and tried to survive the impossible, achieved identical erasure. His daughter in Vancouver and her 2 children all died in the same collapse, meaning no one remained to remember he'd existed. His name vanished with his body, his life's accumulated meaning dissolving like snow in rain. The warehouse company that had employed them both went bankrupt before it could matter, its executives dead or fled, its assets abandoned, its purpose obsolete. The security protocols Danny had followed so carefully were meaningless in a world without civilization to protect. The logbook where he documented rounds moldered in the collapsed security office, paper degrading until the ink's meaning was lost. By the century's end, nothing remained of that night in October when Danny Reeves had worked his last shift, when he'd encountered his first infected, when he'd made the desperate choice to try reaching his son. The warehouse was dust. The city was forest. The people were bones or less than bones. The story existed nowhere except in the fundamental record of the universe, in quantum states that cared nothing for human meaning. The infection itself, which had seemed so apocalyptic, so unprecedented, proved to be merely another extinction event in Earth's long catalog of extinctions. Life adapted and continued. Fungi and bacteria broke down the infected corpses, recycling their matter into forms useful for new growth. Insects and scavengers consumed what remained. Trees grew from soil enriched by human remains. Danny's atoms dispersed into multiple organisms, his physical substance achieving a kind of immortality through dispersal. Molecules that had once comprised his hands, his heart, his brain, became parts of trees and deer and rain clouds. He became the very landscape he'd tried to cross, became the forest that reclaimed the city, became everything and nothing. His son's atoms did the same, spreading through the ecosystem until father and child existed as trace elements in countless living things. The separation that had driven Danny's desperate journey was overcome through death and decay, their substances mixing in soil and water until any distinction between them became arbitrary. The love that had motivated Danny, fierce, protective, parental love that would risk anything, was not preserved in any way the universe recognized. It had existed as electrical patterns in his brain, as neurochemical responses, as behavior driven by evolution's blind programming. When his brain ceased functioning, that love ceased existing, and the universe did not mourn its passing. The photograph in his wallet, which had been his talisman, his reminder of purpose, dissolved into component materials, paper fibers, photographic emulsions, plastic coating, that served no purpose and retained no meaning. The image it had preserved was lost, and with it the visual record of what his son had looked like, how he'd smiled, what Danny had fought to protect. In the absolute end, Danny Reeves's story concluded as all stories conclude, in silence, in dissolution, in the universe's vast indifference. He had existed for 42 years. He had worked and loved and tried to survive. He had failed and died and decayed. These facts registered in the fundamental structure of reality as surely as the fall of a raindrop, and with equivalent significance. The night had been ordinary until it wasn't. The city had been safe until it wasn't. Life had been predictable until everything burned. Danny had been alive until he wasn't. These transitions happened with the sudden finality that characterizes all endings, transitions from state to state, with no liminal space for adjustment or preparation. His story began with him arriving for an overnight shift at a Portland warehouse, checking in with his partner, doing rounds through familiar corridors. It ended with him dying on streets near the steel bridge, surrounded by infected, his body soon to join their ranks. Between beginning and end, fear, violence, desperate hope, bitter failure. No one survived to tell it. No records preserved it. No meaning emerged from the pattern of his choices and actions. He tried to reach his son and failed. He tried to survive and failed. He tried to preserve something human in himself as the world ended and failed. These failures were complete and final. The warehouse where he'd worked his last shift became ruins, became forest. The guard shack where he'd shared coffee with Dale disappeared into accumulated time. The security monitors he'd watched, showing the infection spreading, showing his world ending in real time, corroded to unrecognizable fragments. The cameras stopped seeing. The recordings degraded to static, to nothing. Portland itself, the city he'd known and navigated and died in, achieved complete erasure. Future civilizations, if any emerged, would find no evidence that anything significant had occurred there. They might note an unusual concentration of human remains, might puzzle over the sudden abandonment, but would reconstruct no accurate narrative. Danny's desperation to reach his son in Beaverton would be unknowable to them. His fear as he fought the infected would leave no trace they could interpret. His death on streets near the bridges would be indistinguishable from any other death. The photo in his wallet would not survive to inform them what he'd valued, what he'd fought for. The science project his son had worked on, the volcano that had excited the boy so much, existed now only as trace minerals in soil. The pride Danny would have felt seeing the finished project, that potential emotional response, never manifested, never happened, existed only as unrealized possibility that became impossible, that became forgotten. Every person who might have remembered Danny, his ex-wife, his former co-workers, his son, acquaintances from his construction days, died in the collapse. His existence depended on memory, and memory required living minds, and living minds had become scarce, then absent, then extinct in the region where Danny's memory might have survived. He became less than forgotten. He became something that had never been remembered in the first place, because the minds that might have held his memory ceased existing before they could form lasting records. His son's memory of him lasted hours, maybe days. Then that too vanished, and with it the last confirmation that Danny Reeves had mattered to anyone. The universe continued its expansion, its entropy, its inexorable progress toward heat death. Stars formed and died. Galaxies collided. Black holes evaporated across timescales that made human civilization's entire existence look like less than a quantum fluctuation. Danny's story, his fear, his courage, his love, his failure, meant nothing at these scales, registered nowhere except in the brief electrical patterns of conscious experience that flickered and died. That he had tried was notable only in the trying itself, in the subjective experience of choosing action despite hopelessness. That he had failed was inevitable, overdetermined by circumstances far beyond his control. That he had loved his son enough to risk everything was beautiful only to observers capable of valuing such beauty, and those observers were all dead. The overnight security guard who'd worked a Portland warehouse, who'd witnessed the beginning of the end, who'd fought infected with a fire axe, who'd died trying to reach his child, existed now only in this telling, and this telling existed nowhere, recorded by no one, preserved in no medium. It was a story that happened, that concluded, that vanished completely. The warehouse, the city, the man, the child, the desperate journey, the failure, the death, all of it returned to the same undifferentiated state from which it had briefly emerged. Matter organized into complex patterns that sustained consciousness and care and meaning, then disorganized back into simpler forms that sustained nothing but themselves. Danny Reeves worked overnight security at a Portland warehouse. His partner transformed in the guard shack. His son waited in Beaverton. He died on the Burnside Bridge, his son's photo in his wallet. These facts were true, and then ceased being true, existing in the narrow window between occurrence and absolute erasure. This is what survival cost, not just death, but complete dissolution of everything that made life meaningful. The zombie plague didn't just kill bodies, it killed memory, history, meaning itself. It reduced everything to base components, to matter continuing in new configurations, to the universe's relentless insistence that nothing persists, nothing matters, nothing survives the inevitable slide toward entropy. Danny learned this lesson without learning anything, his consciousness extinguished before understanding could form. His death taught nothing because there were no students left to learn from it. His story concluded without moral or meaning, just the simple fact of termination. The end came not with revelation or transformation, but with teeth and blood and infection, with his body falling and rising and falling again, with consciousness flickering out like a candle in wind, with the absolute cessation of everything Danny Reeves had been or might have become. His son's photo dissolved, the volcano collapsed, the warehouse burned, the city died. The story ended. Nothing remained. Now let's move on to the next story. The morning of October 3rd began like any other Tuesday in Rita Vasquez's life. Alarm at 4:30. Instant coffee burnt on the tongue. The weight of her Chicago Transit Authority uniform settling onto shoulders that had carried the same fabric for 16 years. She stood in her kitchen in Inglewood, the linoleum cracked beneath her feet, and watched the first gray light creep across the backyards through the window. Her son's bedroom door remained closed. He was 14 now, sleeping the heavy sleep of teenagers who stayed up too late on their phones. She wanted to wake him, to see his face before she left, but she'd learned to let him rest. School didn't start until 7:30. She'd be 3 hours into her route by then, ferrying commuters and students and the working poor through the arteries of the South Side. Her bus sat in the depot on 77th Street, number 4847, a 40-foot New Flyer she knew like her own body. Rita walked around it in the pre-dawn darkness, checking tire pressure by feel, running her hand along the panels for new dents or scratches. The diesel smell was familiar, almost comforting. She'd been driving buses since her son was 2 years old, since his father had left and she'd needed steady work with benefits. The route was hers now, the number 3 King Drive line, running from 95th Street all the way up to Michigan Avenue and the Loop. She knew every pothole, every stop, every face that waited in the cold. The radio crackled as she pulled out of the depot. Dispatch had their usual morning chaos, buses running late, mechanical issues, traffic snarls on the Dan Ryan. Rita half listened, guiding her bus through empty streets toward her first pickup. The sky was lightening, showing the familiar landscape of her neighborhood. Corner stores with metal gates, churches with hand-painted signs, houses packed tight together with chain-link fences dividing tiny yards. She'd grown up 6 blocks from where she lived now. Her mother had taken this same bus route to her housekeeping jobs downtown. The first passengers boarded at the 95th night shift workers heading home, CNAS and security guards with exhaustion in their faces. Rita greeted each one. She knew many by name, though some had ridden her bus for years without ever speaking. An older woman named Mrs. Patterson climbed aboard slowly, arthritis making each step a negotiation. "Morning, baby," she said to Rita, tapping her Ventricard. "Morning, Mrs. P. How was work?" "Long, always long." The woman settled into a seat near the front, closing her eyes immediately. Rita pulled back into traffic. The bus was perhaps a third full by the time she reached 87th Street. More passengers boarding, high school students with backpacks, a construction worker in paint-spattered jeans, a young mother with a sleeping toddler on her hip. The rhythm of stops and starts was automatic. Rita's hands knew the steering wheel, her feet the pedals. She could drive this route in her sleep. The radio news was background noise at first, something about a situation at O'Hare Airport. Rita's attention drifted. Airport problems were constant, nothing new. But as she drove north on King Drive, the radio voices became more urgent. A CDC transport vehicle had been involved in an incident. Possible hazardous materials. The word attack kept repeating. Terrorist attack. Rita felt a small flutter of unease. She glanced in her rearview mirror at her passengers. No one seemed to be paying attention. The students were on their phones, the construction worker reading a newspaper, Mrs. Patterson still sleeping. At 79th Street, a man in a business suit boarded. He was sweating despite the October chill, his face flushed. Rita noted it automatically. She'd learned to read passengers over the years, to spot trouble before it started. Drunks, drug users, people in mental health crises, she'd dealt with all of them. The man fumbled with his wallet, dropped his Ventricard twice before managing to tap it. His hands were shaking. "You all right?" Rita asked. The man nodded without meeting her eyes. He stumbled down the aisle, fell into a seat halfway back. Rita watched him in the mirror. Something was off. The man kept wiping his face, loosening his tie. She could see sweat soaking through his dress shirt. The radio continued. O'Hare Airport was being evacuated. Hazmat teams were responding to the CDC incident. Authorities were asking people to avoid the area. Rita changed lanes, navigating through morning traffic. The sun was fully up now, casting long shadows across the street. More passengers boarded at each stop. The bus was getting crowded, people standing in the aisle, holding the overhead rails. A normal Tuesday morning rush, except the man in the business suit was coughing. Rita heard it over the engine noise, over the chatter of passengers and the hiss of air brakes. A wet, tearing cough that made her glance in the mirror again. The man was doubled over, his whole body convulsing. Other passengers were giving him space, that instinctive recoil from sickness. A teenage girl sitting across from him moved to a different seat. "Sir?" Rita called back. "You need me to call someone?" The man didn't respond. He was making a sound now, a kind of wheezing rattle deep in his chest. Rita's unease crystallized into something sharper. She reached for her radio to call dispatch, to ask for medical assistance, but then the man coughed again, and this time there was blood. Rita saw it spray across the window next to him, bright red droplets catching the morning light. Passengers screamed. The man lurched to his feet, still coughing, blood running down his chin and soaking into his white shirt. His eyes were unfocused, rolling. Rita's hands tightened on the steering wheel. She was approaching 71st Street, traffic heavy around her. She couldn't just stop in the middle of the road. "Sir, sit down," she shouted. "I'm calling for help." But the man wasn't listening. He was staggering down the aisle, reaching out with blood-slicked hands. Passengers scrambled away from him. A woman shrieked. Someone pulled the stop request cord frantically. Rita's mind was racing. What the hell was happening? Was he having a seizure? A heart attack? Why was there so much blood? The radio crackled. Multiple reports coming in from across the city. Medical emergencies at O'Hare. People collapsing with severe respiratory symptoms. Possible chemical exposure. All CTA operators were advised to report any sick passengers immediately. Rita grabbed her radio. "Dispatch, this is bus 4847. I have a medical emergency." The man lunged. Rita saw it in the mirror, his jaw distended, opening wider than should have been possible. There was a wet popping sound as his jaw dislocated. He grabbed the teenage girl who had moved away from him earlier, his hands clamping on her shoulders, and then he bit into her neck. The girl's scream cut through everything. Blood fountained from the wound. The man, the thing that had been a man, tore at her throat with his teeth, making animal sounds. Passengers stampeded toward the front of the bus, shoving, climbing over seats. Rita could hear herself screaming too, her hands jerking the wheel hard to the right. The bus jumped the curb at 71st Street, smashed through a chain-link fence into a vacant lot. The impact threw everyone forward. Rita's seatbelt caught her hard across the chest, knocking the wind from her lungs. Her head bounced off the steering wheel. For a moment there was only ringing silence. Her vision starred with white spots. Then the screaming started again. Rita turned in her seat, her hands shaking so badly she could barely unbuckle her seatbelt. The bus had tilted at an angle, the front wheels in a ditch. Through her blurred vision, she could see chaos in the aisle. The businessman was on top of the teenage girl, his face buried in her torn throat. Another passenger, the construction worker, was trying to pull him off, but the man turned with inhuman speed and latched onto the worker's arm, teeth sinking deep into muscle. Blood was everywhere. The floor, the seats, splattered across the windows. Mrs. Patterson was still in her seat near the front, knocked unconscious by the crash, blood running from a gash on her forehead. Other passengers were fighting to get to the rear emergency exit, trampling each other. Rita could hear the hiss of the pneumatic doors, damaged in the crash, opening and closing repeatedly. She had to move, had to get out. Rita's training screamed at her to help her passengers, to maintain order, but her body was already moving on pure instinct. She grabbed her jacket from where it had fallen, her purse with her phone and keys. Her tire iron was under her seat. She kept it there, had used it before to break up fights or defend herself. She grabbed that too, the metal cold and solid in her hand. The businessman was on his feet again, the teenage girl lying still on the floor beneath him. Blood covered his face, his shirt. His eyes found Rita, and there was nothing human in them. No recognition, no awareness, only hunger. Rita hit the door release and threw herself out of the bus. She landed hard on cracked concrete, her knees screaming. Behind her she could hear passengers escaping through the rear exit, their cries fading as they scattered. She pushed herself up, started running. Her bus was 50 yards behind her now, tilted and smoking in the vacant lot. She could see figures moving inside it, shadows against the windows. Her phone was ringing. Rita fumbled it from her purse, still running, her breath burning in her chest, her son's name on the screen. She answered, nearly sobbing with relief at the connection. "Mom?" His voice was tight with fear. "Mom, something's happening at school." They locked us in the classrooms. "The teachers are saying there's an emergency." "Baby, where are you? What school?" She knew, but her mind was blank with panic. "Tilden High. Mom, what's happening? Someone said there was an attack at the airport." "Stay there. Stay locked in that classroom. Don't let anyone in, you hear me? I'm coming to get you." "Mom, one of the teachers is sick." She's coughing blood. "They took her to the nurse's office, but..." The line went dead. "Baby? Baby!" Rita was screaming into the phone, but there was only silence, no signal. She stared at the screen, no bars, no connection. She tried calling again, nothing. Tilden High School was at 47th and Union, miles from where she stood at 71st and King Drive. Rita tried to orient herself. She needed to get north, needed to get to her son. She started walking, then jogging, the tire iron still clutched in her hand. The street was chaos. Cars were crashed on the sidewalks, drivers abandoning them. People ran past her in both directions, some screaming, others eerily silent. A police car roared by, sirens wailing, heading south. Behind her, more screams. Rita risked a glance back and saw figures emerging from her bus. The businessman in his blood-soaked suit, the construction worker with his arm hanging in ribbons, others she didn't recognize. They moved wrong, jerky, uncoordinated, but fast when they spotted movement. A woman running past Rita stumbled, fell. One of the infected was on her in seconds, bearing her to the ground. Rita forced herself to look away, to keep moving. Her mind couldn't process what she was seeing. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. Terrorist attack, chemical weapon, something in the air from O'Hare, but people didn't just start eating each other. People didn't move like that, with their jaws dislocated and their eyes dead. She cut through an alley between apartment buildings, her work shoes slipping on trash and broken glass. A cat yowled and darted past her. She could hear gunshots now, distant pops that might have been firecrackers except for their regularity. Someone was shooting, police or citizens, she didn't know. The gunfire didn't stop. At 69th Street, Rita saw her first crowd of infected. They were surrounding a liquor store, pounding on the security gate. A man inside was screaming, trying to call 911 on his phone. The infected ignored the gate, ignored the barrier. They just kept hammering at it with their fists, bones breaking audibly, blood smearing the metal. One of them turned and saw Rita. Its face was a woman's face, or had been. Now the skin was gray, the lips pulled back from teeth stained red. It started toward her with that horrible jerking gait. Rita ran. Her lungs were burning, her legs cramping. She'd smoked for 20 years, quit only 2 years ago, and now her body was punishing her for every cigarette. She ducked into a convenience store with its door hanging open. The interior had been ransacked, shelves tipped over, merchandise scattered everywhere. A young man in a clerk's vest was cowering behind the counter, a baseball bat in his hands. "Please," he said when he saw Rita. "Please, do you know what's happening?" Rita shook her head. She was trying to catch her breath, trying to think. She needed a plan, needed to get to Tilden High. But the streets weren't safe. Nothing was safe. "The radio says it's a disease," the clerk continued. His voice was shaking, on the edge of hysteria. "From the airport. Something the CDC was transporting. It got released. Makes people sick and then... "How do I get to 47th Street?" Rita interrupted. "Is there a way that's not on the main roads?" The clerk stared at her like she was insane. "Lady, you can't go out there. They're eating people." "My son is at 47th and Union. I have to get to him." "You'll die." The clerk's voice cracked. "They're everywhere. I've been watching from the window. They're everywhere." Rita gripped her tire iron tighter. She moved to the store's front window, peering out through the gap in the security gate. The street was surreal. Cars were stopped in the middle of the road, doors hanging open, engines still running. Bodies lay on the sidewalk. She couldn't tell if they were dead or infected or just unconscious. A group of infected was wandering down the middle of 69th Street, 7 or 8 of them moving in a loose pack. They were all in different states of decay, though Rita didn't let herself think that word. The woman in the business casual clothes had chunks missing from her arms. A man in a postal worker uniform was dragging one leg behind him, the kneecap shattered and bone showing through. As Rita watched, a car came speeding down the street, a silver Toyota going at least 60 miles an hour. It clipped one of the infected, sending the body flying. The Toyota didn't slow down. It careened around a corner and was gone, tires squealing. The infected person the car had hit was getting up. Its leg was bent at an impossible angle, but it didn't seem to notice. It just kept walking, joining the others. "They don't die," the clerk whispered behind her. "I watched someone shoot one of them 6 times. It didn't die." Rita's phone buzzed in her pocket. For a wild moment, hope surged. Maybe her son, maybe the connection was back. But it was just an emergency alert. The screen showed a wall of text, most of it cut off, but she caught fragments. Shelter in place. Avoid contact with infected individuals. Do not attempt to travel. Military response authorized. The signal died again before she could read more. "I have to go," Rita said. She turned to face the clerk. He looked young, maybe 20. "You should stay here. Board up the windows if you can. Get upstairs if there's an upstairs." "Where are you going?" "To get my son." She didn't wait for his response. She slipped back out through the store's rear exit into an alley that ran behind the row of shops. The alley was littered with dumpsters and old furniture, discarded tires, the accumulated trash of urban neglect. Rita moved carefully, trying to stay quiet. Her shoes crunched on broken glass. A dog was barking frantically from somewhere nearby, the sound sharp and panicked. The alley opened onto 68th Street. Rita paused at the corner, scanning both directions. To her left, more infected. To her right, the street looked clearer. She made the decision and ran, keeping close to the buildings, trying to make herself small. A woman leaned out of a second-story window, yelling down at Rita in Spanish, warning her about something. Rita couldn't catch all the words, but the meaning was clear. Danger ahead. She altered course, cutting through a parking lot behind a church. The church doors were closed, but she could hear singing inside. Hymns, loud and desperate. People had taken shelter there. She almost stopped, almost knocked to be let in, but the thought of her son drove her forward. She had to keep moving. At 67th Street, she found a bicycle locked to a fence. Rita looked around. No one in sight. She swung her tire iron against the lock, again and again, until the metal gave way. She wasn't a thief, had never stolen anything in her life, but she needed this bike. She straddled it, her uniform skirt awkward, and started pedaling north. The bike gave her speed and distance. She could see over cars, could weave around obstacles. Her legs pumped, muscles screaming. She passed more scenes of chaos. A house on fire with no firefighters responding. A man dragging a crying child into an apartment building. An overturned ambulance with its lights still flashing. No bodies near the ambulance, but blood pooled on the pavement. A helicopter passed overhead, military green, flying low. Rita hoped it meant help was coming, that the government was responding, that this nightmare had an end. But the helicopter just kept going, disappearing behind the skyline. She made it to 63rd Street before the bike's front tire blew out. The sudden loss of control sent her sprawling onto the pavement. Her palms scraped raw, her knee banging hard enough to make her vision white out for a second. The tire iron clattered away. When her sight cleared, she saw that she'd hit a piece of rebar sticking up from a broken curb. The bike's tire was shredded. Rita abandoned it, grabbed her tire iron, kept walking. Her phone was cracked from the fall but still functional. Still no signal. She tried to orient herself using street signs. She was on King Drive, could see the Green Line L tracks overhead. If she followed the tracks north, they'd take her close to where she needed to go. The elevated trains were still, no movement on the tracks. The CTA had stopped running. A sound made her freeze. Footsteps behind her, uneven and dragging. Rita turned slowly. An infected woman was approaching, her CTA uniform covered in blood. Rita's stomach lurched. This was a colleague, someone she might have known. The woman's name tag was visible. Patricia. Rita didn't recognize the face, but the depot employed hundreds of drivers. Patricia lunged. Rita swung the tire iron, connecting with the woman's shoulder. The infected driver stumbled but didn't fall, didn't react to the pain. She reached for Rita with hands that had torn fingernails. Dried blood caked under what remained. Rita swung again, this time aiming for the head. The tire iron made a sound like a hammer on meat. Patricia went down, her skull caved in on one side, but her arms still scrabbled at the air, trying to grab Rita's legs. Rita backed away, bile rising in her throat. She had just killed someone. Patricia was dead, had been dead, had to have been dead. But Rita had just destroyed her skull, had felt the impact of metal on bone, had seen brain tissue and blood, and she vomited onto the sidewalk, her whole body shaking. The tire iron fell from her nerveless fingers. She couldn't do this, couldn't fight through miles of infected people to reach her son. She would die on these streets, and her son would die at his school, and this was how the world ended. But then her phone buzzed again. Another emergency alert, just fragments. CDC confirms viral pathogen, transmission through bodily fluids. Reanimation of deceased, avoid all contact. Reanimation of deceased. The words cut through her shock. These weren't sick people. They were dead people walking. And if they were already dead, then she wasn't killing anyone. She was just stopping bodies from moving. Rita picked up the tire iron. Patricia had stopped moving now, truly still. Rita stepped over the body and kept walking north. The day aged around her. The sun climbed higher, casting harsh October light across streets that should have been busy with traffic and life, but were instead scattered with the dead and the undead. Rita learned to move carefully, to avoid open spaces, to use parked cars and doorways as cover. She learned that the infected were drawn to noise and movement. When she was still and quiet, they sometimes passed within feet of her, their dead eyes scanning without seeing. She found others alive. A family barricaded in a house on 61st Street, faces pressed to windows. They gestured for her to come inside, but she shook her head, kept moving. A group of teenagers armed with baseball bats and kitchen knives, looting a corner store. They looked at Rita with wary, hungry eyes. She gripped her tire iron and walked past, not running but not stopping either. Running drew attention. She'd learned that. The infected chased runners. At 59th Street, she saw her first evidence of military response. A National Guard truck was parked sideways across the road, forming a barricade. Bodies in uniform lay around it. Some were clearly dead, shot in the head. Others were missing pieces, their armor torn open, their weapons scattered. Rita approached carefully. One of the soldiers was still moving, dragging himself across the pavement with his intestines trailing behind him. He didn't seem to notice Rita. She searched the truck bed, found bottled water and MRES. She drank half a bottle immediately, stuffed 2 more and several MRE packets into her purse. The weight was reassuring. She found a functioning radio in the truck's cab, tuned to a military frequency. A voice was repeating coordinates, something about fallback positions and containment zones. Rita listened for several minutes, trying to make sense of it, but the jargon was impenetrable. She caught one clear phrase: "Chicago is lost." Repeat: "Chicago is lost. All units evacuate to secondary positions." The radio went silent mid-transmission. Rita waited, but no more voices came. She continued north. The sun was past its zenith now, the afternoon wearing on. Rita had been walking for hours. Her feet were blistered in her work shoes, her legs trembling with exhaustion. She found herself in Washington Park, the green space eerily empty. Trees were turning fall colors, red and gold leaves drifting down. A playground sat abandoned, swings moving gently in the breeze. On any normal day, this park would be full of children, families, people walking dogs. Now there was only silence. No, not quite silence. Rita heard something, a low moaning sound. It was coming from multiple directions, converging. She turned in a slow circle, her tire iron raised. Infected were emerging from the trees, from behind buildings, from the street. Too many to count, a dozen, maybe more. They'd seen her. Rita ran. Her exhausted legs pumped, her lungs screaming. The infected gave chase, their moaning chorus rising behind her. She could hear their footsteps, uneven but relentless. They didn't tire, they didn't stop. She crashed through bushes, leaped over a low fence, kept running across open grass toward the far edge of the park. A church rose ahead, St. Elizabeth's, its stone facade imposing. The doors were closed. Rita hit them at full speed, hammering with her fists. "Let me in, please." No response. The infected were 50 yards away, closing fast. Rita ran around the side of the church looking for another entrance. A basement window was broken, glass scattered on the ground. She didn't think, just dove through it, landing hard on concrete floor 8 feet down. Pain exploded in her ankle. She'd twisted it, maybe broken it. Above her, the infected appeared at the window, reaching down. Their moaning echoed in the basement space. But they didn't climb down. They pawed at the window frame, some falling through to land on the concrete with wet thuds, bones breaking. The ones that fell began crawling toward her, undeterred by shattered limbs. Rita scrambled backward, dragging her injured ankle. The basement was dark, lit only by the pale light from the window. She could see shapes, boxes, old furniture, cobwebs thick as curtains. A door. There was a door at the far end of the basement. Rita pulled herself toward it, using her hands and one good leg. Behind her, more infected were dropping through the window. Their crawling forms left trails of dark fluid on the concrete. Rita reached the door, yanked it open, threw herself through, and slammed it behind her. There was no lock. She braced her back against the wood, feeling the impacts as infected bodies thudded into the other side. The door held. Barely. Rita could feel it shuddering with each impact. Her breath came in ragged gasps. Her ankle was swelling, the pain nauseating. She was trapped in what appeared to be a utility closet, maybe 6 feet square, full of cleaning supplies and tools. A small window near the ceiling let in gray light. Her phone. She pulled it out with shaking hands. Still no signal, but the battery was at 15%. She had maybe an hour of charge left. She tried her son's number anyway. Nothing. She tried 911. Nothing. The impacts on the door were getting weaker, more sporadic. Maybe the infected were losing interest. Maybe they were so damaged from the fall that they couldn't coordinate their attacks. Rita didn't know. She sat in the dark of the utility closet and tried not to pass out from the pain in her ankle. Time passed. She couldn't tell how much. The light from the window changed, darkening. Evening was coming. Rita's mouth was dry despite the water she'd drunk hours ago. She ate an MRE bar from her purse, the food tasteless but necessary. She had to keep her strength up. Had to survive until she could move again. When full darkness fell, the impacts on the door had stopped completely. Rita waited another hour, listening. Nothing. Carefully, moving as silently as possible, she opened the door a crack. The basement beyond was black and still. She could hear movement somewhere distant, that characteristic dragging shuffle of infected feet, but it sounded far away. Rita had a lighter in her purse. She still carried it from her smoking days, used it now for candles when the power went out. She flicked it on, the small flame casting wild shadows. The basement was a horror show. Bodies lay twisted on the floor, some still moving feebly. Their faces turned toward her light, mouths opening, but they couldn't reach her. Their backs were broken, their legs shattered from the fall. She felt nothing looking at them. No pity, no revulsion, just a cold calculation of threat. They couldn't chase her. She could move. Her ankle wouldn't bear her full weight. Rita found a broom in the utility closet, snapped off the bristle end, used the handle as a crutch. She limped through the basement to a set of stairs leading up. Each step was agony. At the top, a door led into the church proper. The church was empty. Pews sat in neat rows, hymnals tucked into their backs. Candles burned on the altar. Someone had been here recently. Rita called out, "Hello?" Her voice echoed in the vaulted space. No answer. She found a bathroom with running water. The electricity was out, but water still flowed. Rita drank from the tap, then wet paper towels and cleaned the scrapes on her hands and knees. Her ankle was a swollen mass, purple-black with bruising. She couldn't tell if it was broken or just badly sprained. She wrapped it as best she could with torn strips from her uniform shirt, using the broom handle to support her weight. The church office had a landline phone. Rita picked it up with shaking hands, nearly crying with relief when she heard a dial tone. She called her son's cell phone. It rang. It actually rang. But no one answered. After 6 rings, voicemail. His voice, young and slightly awkward. "Hey, leave a message." "Baby, it's Mom," Rita said, her voice breaking. "I'm coming for you. I'm at St. Elizabeth's Church at 65th and Michigan. I'm hurt, but I'm coming. Stay safe. Lock the door. Don't trust anyone. I love you. I'm coming." She didn't know if he would ever hear it. Rita tried 911 next. The line was busy. She tried the non-emergency police number. Busy. She tried her sister's number in Milwaukee. Busy. Every line was overwhelmed, everyone trying to call out at once. She hung up and stood in the dark office, the only light coming from windows that faced the street. Outside, she could see figures moving, infected, wandering aimlessly. Sometimes they stopped and raised their heads, as if scenting the air. Then they moved on. Rita found a map of Chicago on the church office wall. She traced the route with her finger. She was at 65th and Michigan. Tilden High was at 47th and Union, about 1.5 miles northwest. It might as well have been 100 miles. She couldn't run on her ankle, could barely walk, and night had fallen completely now. Moving after dark seemed like suicide. She would have to wait until morning. The thought made her want to scream. Her son had been trapped at his school for, 10 hours now? More? Was he still alive? Were the infected inside the building? She'd heard him say the teachers were getting sick. That meant the infection was inside. That meant she couldn't think about it. Wouldn't. He was alive. He had to be alive. Rita explored the church, moving carefully with her makeshift crutch. She found the priest's quarters on the 2nd floor, a small bedroom with a bed, a dresser, a desk. No sign of the priest. The bed was unmade, clothes scattered on the floor. Someone had left in a hurry. She barricaded the door with the dresser and collapsed onto the bed. Her body was shutting down, demanding rest. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw Patricia's skull caving in under her tire iron, saw the businessman's dislocated jaw, saw her passengers tearing each other apart. She saw her son's face, pale and terrified, calling for her. Sleep came anyway, pulling her under despite everything. Rita woke to gunfire. She lurched upright, her ankle screaming. Gray pre-dawn light filled the room. The gunfire was close, maybe a block away. She dragged herself to the window and peered out. The street below was full of infected, hundreds of them, all moving in the same direction, toward the sound of shots. As she watched, a police car came screaming around the corner, lights flashing. Infected threw themselves at the vehicle. It mowed them down, but there were too many. The car stopped, doors opening, officers firing into the mass. Rita saw muzzle flashes, saw bodies drop, but more kept coming. The officers got back in the car, tried to back up, but the infected were on top of them now, climbing over the hood, smashing the windshield. One officer managed to get out, running. He made it maybe 20 feet before the horde pulled him down. His screams cut off abruptly. Rita turned away from the window, her stomach roiling. It was day 3. Day 3 of this nightmare. How many people had died? How many were infected? The scope of it was incomprehensible. She ate another MRE, drank more water from her purse. Her phone battery was at 3%. She turned it off to conserve what little charge remained. She'd need it if, when, she found her son. The church had food. She found a pantry near the kitchen, stocked with canned goods and dried pasta. She stuffed her purse with cans, beans, soup, fruit in syrup. The weight made her purse drag, but she needed supplies. She found pain medication in a first aid kit, ibuprofen, and dry swallowed 4 pills. It wouldn't do much for her ankle, but it might take the edge off. By mid-morning, the horde outside had dispersed, drawn away by whatever stimuli guided them. Rita prepared to move. She'd found a baseball bat in the church basement, easier to swing than the tire iron with her injured ankle. She practiced a few swings, testing her balance. It would have to do. The front doors of the church opened silently. Rita stepped into a changed world. The morning sun showed her streets transformed into an abattoir. Bodies everywhere in pieces. Blood pooled in gutters. The smell hit her like a physical force. Rot and copper and human waste. She gagged, breathing through her mouth. Flies swarmed in black clouds. Rita moved northwest, using her broom handle crutch, the baseball bat strapped to her back. Every step was calculated. She stayed close to buildings, moved from cover to cover. When she saw infected, she froze and waited for them to pass. Her ankle was getting worse, the swelling spreading up her calf. She tried not to think about infection, about blood poisoning. One problem at a time. At 55th Street, she encountered other survivors. 3 men were loading supplies into a pickup truck, working quickly and quietly. They saw Rita and froze, hands moving to weapons. One had a shotgun, another a machete, the third a handgun. "I'm not infected," Rita called softly. "Just trying to get to my son." "Where's your son?" the man with the shotgun asked. He was older, maybe 60, with gray hair and a weathered face. "Tilden High, 47th and Union." The men exchanged glances. The one with the machete shook his head. "That's deep in the hot zone, lady. You're not going to make it." "I have to try. You'll die." The older man lowered his shotgun slightly. "Look, we're heading west, out of the city. You should come with us. There's supposed to be refugee camps in the suburbs, military evacuation points." Rita shook her head. "My son might already be dead," the man with the handgun interrupted. He was young, maybe mid-20s, with fear in his eyes. "Face it, the schools were overrun yesterday. We heard it on the radio. They're all dead." "Fuck you," Rita said quietly. "He's alive." The young man opened his mouth to argue, but the older man cut him off. "Help her load up some supplies at least." "What kind of men are we?" They gave her a gallon jug of water, several cans of food, a box of ammunition for a gun she didn't have. The older man tried to give her the handgun, but Rita refused. "I don't know how to use it," she admitted. "I'd probably shoot myself." "Then learn." "World's different now. World's ending," the young man muttered. They parted ways, the men driving west, Rita continuing north on foot. She didn't blame them for leaving. Everyone had their own survival to worry about. At least they'd shared supplies. The closer she got to the loop, the worse things became. This was the heart of the city, where the infection had spread fastest. Rita saw entire blocks on fire, buildings burning unchecked. She saw makeshift barriers that had been overrun, sandbag positions with dead National Guardsmen sprawled behind them. She saw things she would never be able to unsee. Bodies torn apart, children's toys scattered in blood, a wedding dress hanging in a shop window with red handprints smeared across white silk. At 51st Street, she had to detour around a massive horde. There were thousands of them, filling the street from sidewalk to sidewalk, a river of dead flesh flowing south. Rita hid in an abandoned barbershop, watching them pass. It took 2 hours. She counted in her head, trying to estimate numbers, but gave up after 1,000. This was the horde the radio had warned about. This was why Chicago was lost. When they finally passed, Rita emerged into eerie silence. The only sound was wind and distant fires, and somewhere far off, a dog barking hopelessly. She kept moving, her ankle a constant throb of agony. She'd stopped noticing the pain, just as she'd stopped noticing the smell. The human mind could only handle so much before it started shutting things out. She reached 47th Street as the sun was setting on day 3. Tilden High School was visible a few blocks away, a brick building with football field and parking lot. Rita's heart was pounding. She was so close to her son. The school looked intact from a distance, no fires, no obvious damage. But as Rita approached, she saw the bodies. They were scattered across the parking lot, concentrated near the main entrance. Students. Rita could tell by their size, their clothes. Her vision grayed at the edges. She forced herself to keep looking, to scan each face. None of them were her son. The main doors were barricaded from inside, desks and lockers piled against the glass. Rita pounded on them anyway. "Hello? Anyone inside?" Her voice cracked, hoarse from days of breathing smoke and dust. No response. She circled the building, looking for another way in. Most of the windows were high, unreachable. But at the back, near the gym, she found a ground floor window that had been smashed out. Blood stained the frame. Rita climbed through, her ankle shrieking protest. She was in a locker room, the air thick with the smell of rot. Bodies lay on the tile floor, adults, probably teachers who'd tried to make a stand here. Rita stepped over them carefully. Her baseball bat was slick with sweat in her hands. The hallways were dark, the school's power out. Emergency lighting cast everything in red. Rita's breathing sounded impossibly loud in the silence. She tried to remember the layout. She'd been to parent-teacher conferences here, had walked these halls. Her son's locker was in the B wing. His homeroom was, what, room B27? Something like that. She found the B wing, found the row of classrooms. Many doors were closed. Behind some, she could hear movement, that telltale shuffle of infected feet. Behind others, nothing. Rita moved down the hall, checking door numbers. B23, B25, B27. The door to B27 was barricaded with a teacher's desk. Rita put her ear to it, listening. Was that breathing? Someone alive? "Hello?" she called softly. "I'm looking for my son." "Anyone in there?" Silence. Then a scraping sound. Someone was moving the desk. The door opened a crack and Rita found herself looking into the barrel of a gun. A kid held it, maybe 16, his hands shaking so badly the gun was waving everywhere. His face was streaked with tears and grime. "Don't shoot," Rita said, raising her hands. "I'm just looking for my son." "He's a student here." "Who's your son?" A voice called from behind the kid with the gun. Female voice, young. Rita said his name. There was a pause. Then the door opened wider. 4 students sat in the classroom, surrounded by the wreckage of barricades and emergency supplies. They looked like children playing at being soldiers, their faces hollowed by horror. The girl who'd spoken was sitting against the far wall, her leg bandaged with a torn t-shirt. "He left," the girl said. "Yesterday. With Coach Williams and some other kids. They were trying to get to the police station." Rita's legs gave out. She sat down hard on the hallway floor, her injured ankle twisted beneath her. The baseball bat clattered away. "Where? Which police station? The one on 51st? Did he make it?" Rita didn't know. Didn't know anything except that her son had left this building, had been alive yesterday, was somewhere in this hell. How many went with him? Maybe 8 kids, the coach. They left through the gym emergency exit. That was around noon yesterday. We haven't seen them since. Were any of them infected? The girl hesitated. Coach Williams was sick. Coughing. But he seemed okay. Not okay. Definitely not okay. If the coach had been infected, everyone with him would be dead by now, or worse than dead. The kid with the gun was crying openly now. "You shouldn't have come here, lady. You should have stayed away. Everyone who comes here dies." Rita pushed herself to her feet. Her son had gone to 51st and Michigan, the police station. That was 6 blocks from here, 6 blocks through hell. But he might still be there, might still be alive. She had to check. "Come with me," she said to the students. "We'll go together." They shook their heads, all of them. "We're staying here," the girl with the bandaged leg said. "Someone's going to come rescue us. The military or someone. We're staying." Rita understood. They were children. They wanted adults to fix this. They wanted to be saved. She'd wanted that too 3 days ago, a lifetime ago. "Lock the door behind me," Rita said. She picked up her baseball bat, leaned on her broom handle crutch. Her ankle had gone numb now, which was somehow worse than the pain. Good luck. She limped back down the hallway, back through the dark school. The students didn't call after her. The door to B27 closed, furniture scraping as they re-barricaded themselves. Night had fully fallen by the time Rita emerged into the school parking lot. The sky was clear, stars visible even through the city's light pollution. Or what had been light pollution. Most of the city was dark now, power grids failed. Only fires provided light, scattered across the skyline like fallen stars. The police station at 51st and Michigan. Rita oriented herself, northeast from here. 3/4 of a mile, maybe less. She could make it. Had to make it. The streets after dark were different. The infected seemed more active, more aggressive. Rita moved in near complete darkness, feeling her way along building walls. Her eyes adjusted slowly, but not enough. She walked into debris twice, stumbling over bodies. Once, her hand came down on something soft and wet. She jerked away, gagging, but there was no time for revulsion. Somewhere ahead, a scream cut the night. Human scream. Alive. Rita froze, listening. It came again, then cut off abruptly. She wanted to help, wanted to run toward it, but she knew better now. You couldn't save everyone. Sometimes you couldn't save anyone. She was on 49th Street when the horde found her. Rita didn't know what she'd done to attract them. Maybe they'd been tracking her for blocks, following her scent, or the sound of her uneven footsteps. All she knew was that one moment she was alone, and the next, they were pouring out of buildings and alleys on all sides. Too many to fight, too many to avoid. Rita ran. Her ankle gave out completely on the 3rd step, sending her crashing to the pavement. Her broom handle crutch skittered away into darkness. She tried to crawl, but the infected were on her in seconds. Hands grabbed her legs, her arms. She swung the baseball bat wildly, felt it connect with flesh and bone, but there were too many. They were pulling her down, pulling her apart. A gunshot split the night. Then another, the hands holding Rita released. She scrambled forward, not understanding, just moving on instinct. More gunshots. Someone was shooting the infected, dropping them with precise headshots. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, and then hands were lifting Rita, human hands, strong and sure. "Can you walk?" a man's voice asked. "My ankle? I've got you." The man threw Rita's arm over his shoulder, supporting her weight. He was moving fast, dragging her toward a building. More gunshots behind them. Another person covering their retreat. They crashed through a door into darkness. Hands pushed Rita down behind a counter. She lay there, gasping, her heart hammering. The man who'd saved her was at the door, his gun aimed into the night. He fired twice more, then slammed the door and locked it. Something heavy scraped across the floor, a cabinet or shelf, pushed against the door as a barricade. "They're going to surround the building," a woman's voice said. "We need to get to the 2nd floor. She can't walk. Her ankle's fucked." "Then carry her." The man sighed, but didn't argue. He picked Rita up like she weighed nothing, threw her over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Rita's injured ankle dangled uselessly. The pain was back, worse than ever, bright and sharp enough to make her vision white out. They went upstairs in darkness, guided only by flashlight. At the top, they entered a room and barricaded another door. The woman busied herself with something in the corner. A lantern flickered to life. casting warm light across what appeared to be an office building's conference room. Motivational posters still hung on the walls. A whiteboard showed the remnants of a meeting that would never be finished. The man set Rita down in a chair. He was black, maybe 40, with a shaved head and the compact build of someone who stayed in shape. The woman was white, younger, with blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. Both wore civilian clothes but moved with military precision. "Thank you," Rita managed. "Don't thank us yet," the man said. "We just trapped ourselves, buildings surrounded." "Better than being dead," the woman replied. She was looking at Rita's ankle. "That's bad. Probably broken. You need a hospital." Rita laughed. The sound edged with hysteria. "Yeah, I'll get right on that." The woman smiled tightly. "I'm Keisha. This is Marcus." She caught Rita's expression. "What?" "Nothing. Just..." Rita didn't finish. She was thinking about instructions not to use certain names, but that was insane. Her mind was breaking down. 3 days of hell would do that. Marcus was at the window, peering out through blinds. 30, 40 of them down there, maybe more. They know we're in here. They're just waiting. "They do that," Rita said. "Wait. Like they know you'll have to come out eventually." "How long have you been out there?" Keisha asked. "Since Tuesday. My bus..." Rita stopped. Tuesday felt like a year ago. "I was driving my bus when it started. I crashed. Been trying to reach my son ever since." "Where's your son?" "I don't know. He was at Tilden High. He left yesterday, heading for a police station. I'm trying to find him." Marcus turned from the window. "The police station at 51st? That's overrun. We came from there. It fell yesterday afternoon. Hundreds of infected broke through the barricades. Anyone there is dead." Rita felt something inside her break. It was like a physical sensation, something vital snapping. She'd held on for 3 days, pushed through pain and horror and exhaustion, all for this moment. And now this stranger was telling her it had been for nothing. Her son was dead. Was one of those things shambling in the streets below? "No," she heard herself say. "No, he got out. He's alive." "Ma'am," Keisha's voice was gentle. "He's alive. He's smart. He knows how to survive. I taught him." Rita was babbling, knew she was babbling, but couldn't stop. "When he was little, I taught him. Don't talk to strangers. Stay away from drugs. Lock the doors. He knows. He's alive." Keisha and Marcus exchanged glances. They thought she was in shock. Maybe she was. Rita didn't care. She pulled her phone from her purse with shaking hands. 2% battery left. She powered it on, waited for it to boot up. No signal, but she had voicemail notifications. Hope surged painfully in her chest. She entered her passcode, accessed voicemail, raised the phone to her ear. 3 messages. The first was from her sister in Milwaukee, frantic, asking if Rita was okay, begging her to call. The second was from her boss at CTA, some automated system message about reporting for work. The third was her son's voice. Mom, if you get this, I'm alive, I'm okay. We made it out of the school. Coach Williams, he changed, Mom. Right in front of us. We had to..." His voice broke. "We had to stop him. I don't know where you are. I don't know if you're alive, but I'm going to the Navy Pier. I heard on the radio there's evacuation boats there. I'm going to get on a boat and I'll wait for you. I'll wait as long as I can. I love you, Mom." The message was time-stamped from yesterday evening, 24 hours ago. Her son had been alive, calling her, and she'd had no signal to receive it. Rita played the message 3 more times, listening to his voice, memorizing every word. Then her phone died, the screen going black. "Navy Pier," she said. She looked up at Marcus and Keisha. "That's north. How far?" 5-6 miles, Marcus said. "Might as well be 100. You can't walk, and the infected are everywhere. The whole downtown is crawling with them." "I don't care. My son is there. He's waiting for me. He was there yesterday. He's gone now. The boats would have left. He said he'd wait. Then he's dead. Marcus's voice was flat, not cruel, but factual. Those evacuation boats were overrun. We saw it happen from the police station. Thousands of infected swarmed the pier. Anyone there is dead. Rita felt tears on her face, but didn't remember starting to cry. I have to try. Keisha knelt beside Rita's chair. Listen to me. I know you want to find your son, but you're injured, you can barely walk, and it's suicide to go north. Come with us. We're heading west in the morning, trying to reach the suburbs. You need medical attention. We'll get you to a doctor, get that ankle treated, and then nothing. By the time my ankle heals, it'll be too late, if it's not already too late. Rita wiped her eyes roughly. I'm going to Navy Pier. You can help me or not. Marcus moved away from the window. He looked tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that came from days without sleep. You're going to die. We're all going to die, Rita said. At least I'll die trying to reach my son. They argued with her for another hour. Keisha brought out medical supplies, wrapped Rita's ankle in a proper brace, gave her stronger pain medication. Marcus showed her a map, traced the route north, pointed out places where hordes had been sighted. They weren't trying to be cruel. They were trying to save her life. But Rita had already made up her mind. At first light, she would leave. She would go north. She would find her son, or she would die trying. There were no other options. The night passed slowly. They took turns on watch, two sleeping while one kept guard at the window. Rita couldn't sleep. The pain medication helped her ankle, but her mind was racing, playing her son's voicemail message over and over. She wondered what he'd meant about Coach Williams changing, wondered how he'd escaped the police station, wondered if he'd made it to the boats before the horde arrived. Dawn broke cold and gray. Through the window, Rita could see the infected were still surrounding the building. They hadn't lost interest, hadn't wandered away. They knew humans were inside, and they were waiting with inhuman patience. There's a back exit, Marcus said. Fire escape. We can get to the roof of the next building, work our way west before they realize we've left. I'm going north, Rita said. You're insane. Yeah, probably. Rita struggled to her feet, testing her weight on the wrapped ankle. It held, barely. Keisha had given her a better crutch, a real aluminum one found somewhere in the building. It was better than a broom handle. Thank you for saving me. For the medical supplies, for everything. But I have to go. Keisha stood, grabbing Rita's arm. We can't let you do this. You can't stop me. They stared at each other. Finally, Keisha released her. Fuck. Okay, fine. She turned to Marcus. We're going with her. The hell we are, Marcus said. We can't let her go alone. She made her choice. We made ours. Marcus? No. His voice was firm. I'm not dying for some suicide mission. I'm sorry about her kid, I really am. But we have our own survival to worry about. Keisha looked like she wanted to argue more, but she didn't. She turned back to Rita. I'll go with you. Part of the way, at least. Get you clear of this building. Keisha, don't... I'm going. Keisha was already grabbing her backpack, checking her gun. She looked at Marcus. You coming or staying? Marcus closed his eyes for a long moment. Fuck, I'm coming. But only to the edge of the hot zone. After that, you're on your own. They left through the fire escape, moving slowly to accommodate Rita's injury. The infected below heard the metal clanging, surged toward the building's rear, but by then they were already across the gap to the next roof. Rita's ankle screamed with each movement, but she gritted her teeth and kept going. They worked their way across 3 more rooftops before finding a building with an intact stairwell leading down. The street below was clear, or as clear as any street got anymore. Bodies lay scattered, but none moved. Marcus led the way, his gun up, checking corners. Keisha stayed close to Rita, helping her over debris. They made it 4 blocks north before encountering the first infected. It was a lone woman in a hospital gown, wandering aimlessly. Marcus raised his gun, but Keisha stopped him. "Don't waste the bullet. She hasn't seen us." They gave the infected woman a wide berth, slipping through an alley. At Cermak Road, they saw the first signs of military activity. A checkpoint that had been overrun, concrete barriers and razor wire now useless. Bodies in uniform lay everywhere, soldiers who'd made their last stand here. Rita saw the bite marks, the torn throats, the missing chunks of flesh. She looked away. "This is as far as we go," Marcus said. They were at 22nd Street now, the city spreading north before them. Smoke rose from dozens of fires. In the distance, Rita could see Lake Michigan, gray water stretching to the horizon. Navy Pier was up there somewhere, maybe 3 miles away. Past this point, it's all hot zone. The infected are concentrated in the downtown area, thousands of them. "I know," Rita said. "You're going to die," Marcus repeated. "Then I die." Rita shifted her weight on the crutch. "Thank you. For everything, I mean it." Keisha pulled a handgun from her backpack. "Take this, please. I know you said you don't know how to shoot, but it's simple. Point and pull the trigger. Aim for the head." She showed Rita the safety, how to chamber a round, how to check if it was loaded. 8 bullets. Make them count. Rita took the gun. It was heavier than she expected. "I don't know what to say." "Don't say anything. Just survive." Keisha pulled Rita into a brief hug. "Find your son." They parted ways, Marcus and Keisha heading west, Rita turning north. She watched them disappear around a corner, 2 strangers who'd saved her life and asked for nothing in return. Then she turned and faced the city center, the heart of the infection, and started walking. The streets of downtown Chicago were apocalyptic. Rita moved through a graveyard city, buildings standing empty, cars abandoned in frozen traffic jams that would never clear. The Loop, which should have been packed with workers and tourists, was silent except for the wind and the distant moans of infected. She saw bodies hanging out of windows where they'd tried to escape the initial outbreak. She saw makeshift barricades that hadn't held. She saw evidence of panic in shattered glass and scattered belongings, people fleeing so fast they left behind everything they owned. Rita kept to the side streets, avoiding the main thoroughfares where she could see hordes of infected wandering. She moved slowly, her injured ankle protesting every step despite the pain medication. She was running on fumes now, 4 days without proper sleep, living on adrenaline and sheer determination. At State Street, she had to backtrack. A massive horde filled the road, hundreds of infected packed shoulder to shoulder. They weren't moving, just standing there, swaying slightly. Rita watched them from behind a parked delivery truck. Their behavior was strange. They seemed to be waiting for something, or listening. One would turn its head and the others would follow, moving in unsettling synchronization. Rita circled east, adding blocks to her journey. She was on Wabash now, in the shadow of the L tracks. The elevated platform above was packed with abandoned trains. She could see bodies inside the cars, passengers who'd been trapped when the system shut down. Some of the bodies were moving, pressing against the windows, trapped in metal boxes with no way out. A sound made her freeze. Footsteps, too regular to be infected. Someone alive was approaching. Rita ducked into a recessed doorway, gun in hand, safety off. 2 men came around the corner, both armed, both looking around, warily. They wore tactical gear, too much gear for civilian use. Military or ex-military, Rita guessed. They hadn't seen her. They were talking in low voices, and Rita caught fragments. Supplies near the river. Watch for infected. The boats tomorrow, at dawn. The boats. Rita's heart jumped. They were talking about boats. Maybe the evacuation was still happening. Maybe her son had been right to go to Navy Pier. The men moved on, disappearing north. Rita waited a few minutes, then followed at a distance. They seemed to know where they were going, moving with purpose. She lost sight of them twice, but picked up their trail again, following discarded items and fresh footprints in accumulated dust. They led her to Michigan Avenue, the Magnificent Mile, or what was left of it. The famous shopping district was destroyed, every window broken, every store looted. Bodies lay everywhere. The smell was overpowering, making Rita's eyes water even through the bandana she'd tied over her face. The men were ahead, moving toward the river. Rita followed, using abandoned cars as cover. Her ankle was beyond pain now, gone numb except for occasional sharp stabs when she put too much weight on it. She was close, so close. Navy Pier was just across the river, maybe half a mile north. The men stopped at the Michigan Avenue Bridge. Rita watched from behind a bus, her heart sinking. The bridge was blocked. Cars were piled across it in a deliberate barricade, and infected swarmed on both sides. The men pulled back, discussing something. One pointed east, toward another bridge. Rita considered her options. She could follow the men, try to find their alternate route. Or she could try to cross here somehow. The bridge's barricade was impassable on foot, but the river itself, the Chicago River, wasn't that wide. Maybe she could swim it. She looked at the water, murky brown-green, dotted with debris. Her ankle was useless. She'd sink like a stone trying to swim. And even if she made it across, she'd be soaked in October weather, with no way to dry off or warm up. Hypothermia would kill her as surely as the infected. Following the men was her only choice. Rita pushed away from the bus, starting east. She'd taken 3 steps when the gunshot split the air. The men at the bridge were firing. Rita spun, trying to see what they were shooting at, and saw the horde. It was massive, filling the street behind her, hundreds of infected drawn by the sound of voices and movement. They were pouring around corners, emerging from buildings, converging on the bridge. Rita ran. Her ankle gave out immediately, sending her crashing to the pavement. The gun skittered from her hand. She scrambled for it, her fingers closing on the grip just as the first infected reached her. It was a man in a torn security guard uniform, his face partially eaten away. He lunged, hands grasping, and Rita fired without aiming. The bullet caught him in the shoulder, spinning him but not dropping him. She fired again, this time hitting his head. He went down. More were coming. Rita pushed herself up, forgot about her crutch, just ran on pure adrenaline. Her ankle collapsed again. She went down hard, the gun flying. This time it landed too far away. She crawled toward it, but the infected were on her, pulling at her legs, her jacket. She screamed, kicking, feeling hands close around her ankle. The pain was blinding. Then gunfire erupted, close and deafening. The infected holding Rita jerked and fell, heads exploding. Someone was shooting them. Controlled bursts, 1, 2, 3. The hands released her. Rita looked up and saw one of the men from the bridge standing over her, his rifle trained on the approaching horde. "Can you move?" he shouted. Rita couldn't speak, just nodded. The man grabbed her arm, hauled her to her feet. His partner appeared, providing covering fire. They ran east, half carrying Rita between them. The horde gave chase, their moans rising to a crescendo. They made it 2 blocks before the men stopped, breathing hard. One of them pointed to a building, a hotel Rita saw, the lobby doors smashed, but the interior dark. "In there! Go!" They dragged Rita inside. The lobby was a scene of carnage, bodies everywhere, furniture overturned, but it was empty of infected. The men didn't stop, pulling Rita toward the stairs. "Elevators are dead. We're going up." Up they went, climbing floor after floor. Rita's lungs burned. Her ankle was a white-hot spike of agony. She wanted to tell them to leave her, to save themselves, but she didn't have breath for words. They reached the 10th floor and stopped, barricading the stairwell door with furniture. One of the men was on his radio, speaking in terse military jargon. The other was checking Rita's ankle, his hands surprisingly gentle. "This is bad. You need to stay off it completely." "My son," Rita managed to gasp out. "Navy Pier. He's waiting." The man shook his head. "Navy Pier was overrun 2 days ago. Anyone there is dead or evacuated. Then I need to find out which. I need to know." The man with the radio lowered it. "We're with the National Guard. What's left of it. We've got a position at Navy Pier, trying to hold it for one more evacuation. Last boats leave at dawn tomorrow, but it's bad. Thousands of infected. We're barely holding the perimeter." "Take me there," Rita said. "Please." "Lady, you can barely walk. Take me there or I'll crawl." The men exchanged glances. The one who'd checked Rita's ankle sighed. "Command is sending a vehicle for us. Extraction in 1 hour. We're supposed to bring any survivors we find. You qualify." He looked at his partner. "She's coming with us." That hour was the longest of Rita's life. She sat in a hotel room while the men kept watch, her mind replaying her son's voicemail message. He'd said he'd wait as long as he could. How long was that? A day? 2? It had been more than 24 hours since his message. Would he still be there? She couldn't let herself hope. Hope was dangerous. Hope would destroy her when she arrived and found only more bodies, more devastation. But she hoped anyway. Couldn't help it. The vehicle arrived, a military Humvee, armored and loud. It smashed through the hotel's loading dock entrance, horn blaring. The men got Rita downstairs, loaded her into the back. The driver was a woman in National Guard uniform, her face grim. "Secure yourselves. This is going to be rough." Rough was an understatement. The Humvee plowed through streets filled with infected, running them down without slowing. Bodies thudded against the armored plating. Rita held on to a ceiling strap, her injured ankle bouncing painfully despite being braced against the bench. Through the small window, she saw Chicago flash past, her city destroyed, transformed into something unrecognizable. They crossed the river on the DuSable Bridge, the only one not completely blocked. Infected swarmed the vehicle, clawing at windows, but the Humvee just pushed through. Rita saw the river below, dark and cold, and thought about how close she'd come to trying to swim it. She would have died. Navy Pier emerged ahead, jutting into Lake Michigan like a finger. The Humvee approached the entrance, and Rita's heart sank. Infected filled the area, thousands of them pressed against barriers and fences. The National Guard had established a perimeter, but it was failing. She could see soldiers firing into the mass, see muzzle flashes and bodies dropping, but there were too many. Always too many. The Humvee crashed through a gap in the barriers, pulling into the secure zone. Soldiers slammed gates behind them, reinforcing the barricade. Rita was pulled from the vehicle, handed off to medics. She tried to tell them she was fine. She needed to find her son, but they weren't listening. They carried her into a building, some kind of event space, now converted to a field hospital. Cots lined the walls, filled with wounded. People missing limbs, people with bites that were being monitored for infection, people dying from injuries or illness or exposure. Medics moved between them, doing what they could with limited supplies. A doctor appeared, examining Rita's ankle. "This needs surgery. Best I can do is stabilize it, give you antibiotics." "I don't need—" "You need everything," the doctor interrupted. "You're dehydrated, malnourished, and that ankle is infected. You're going to lose it if we don't get you proper medical care. You're on the next boat out." "No." Rita grabbed the doctor's arm. "My son. I need to find my son. He came here yesterday. 14 years old, brown hair, wearing— I don't know what he was wearing. Please, please, have you seen him?" The doctor's face softened. "There are a lot of kids here." "I'll ask around. What's his name?" Rita told him. The doctor wrote it down, promised to inquire. Then he was gone, pulled away by another emergency. Rita lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, willing herself not to cry. She was so close. After 4 days of hell, she was finally at Navy Pier, where her son had said he'd be. But the pier was huge, and there were hundreds of people here, and he might not even be alive. An hour passed, maybe more. Rita's sense of time had become unreliable. A nurse brought her water and MRE, made her drink and eat. The food sat like lead in her stomach. Gunfire from outside was constant now, a steady rhythm of shots and screams. The perimeter was collapsing. A soldier appeared, a lieutenant by his insignia. "We're loading the last boats now. Everyone who can walk needs to get to the dock. Those who can't will be carried. We leave in 30 minutes, not a second later." "My son," Rita started. "If he's here, he'll be on the boats. Come on." The lieutenant helped Rita to her feet, gave her a pair of crutches. "Can you move?" She could. Barely. The doctor had given her more pain medication, wrapped her ankle in a fresh brace. It would hold for a little while longer, long enough to get to the boats, long enough to find her son or confirm he was gone. They moved through Navy Pier in a mass of refugees, hundreds of people pushing toward the far end where the boats waited. Rita craned her neck, scanning faces. So many people, so many children. None of them were her son. She called his name, shouting until her voice was hoarse, but there was too much noise, too much chaos. No one responded. The boats came into view, Coast Guard cutters and civilian vessels, anything that floated and could carry people. Soldiers were loading them in organized groups, checking names against lists. Rita pushed forward, trying to reach the front. "My son?" she was saying to anyone who'd listen. "Have you seen my son?" A soldier stopped her. "You need to wait your turn, ma'am. My son is supposed to be here. I need to find him. Check with the manifest coordinator. Over there." The soldier pointed to a woman with a clipboard, surrounded by desperate refugees. Rita fought her way through the crowd. Her ankle was failing again, the brace loosening. She could feel bone grinding on bone. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered except finding her son. The manifest coordinator was overwhelmed, juggling lists and radio calls. Rita grabbed her arm. "My son, I need to know if he's on the manifest." "Name?" The woman didn't look up. Rita told her. The woman scanned her list, flipped pages, scanned more. "I have 3 boys with that first name. 2 already evacuated yesterday, 1 waiting at dock, 2. Waiting." Rita's vision blurred with tears. "Where's dock 2? "That way?" The woman pointed. "But you need to—" Rita was already moving, pushing through the crowd with a strength born of desperation. Her crutches caught on people, but she didn't care, just kept going. Dock 2. He was at dock 2. He was alive. The dock was packed with people waiting to board a large Coast Guard cutter. Rita scanned faces frantically, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. Then she saw him, standing near the boat, wearing his school jacket, his face pale and scared but alive. Her son, her boy. "Baby!" Rita screamed, her voice cut through the noise. He turned, saw her, and his face transformed. He was running toward her, shoving people out of the way. They met in the middle of the dock, and Rita dropped her crutches to wrap her arms around him. He was crying. She was crying. Both of them holding each other like they'd never let go. "Mom," he was saying, over and over. "Mom, I thought you were dead. I thought, I'm here, baby. I've got you." They stood there for a long moment, the world narrowing to just the 2 of them. Then a soldier was pulling at them, shouting that they needed to board. The boats were leaving. Rita and her son stumbled onto the cutter together, still holding each other. The boat was packed with refugees, people sitting and standing wherever they could find space. A woman gave up her seat for Rita, seeing her injured ankle. The boat's engines roared to life. Soldiers cast off the lines. They began moving away from Navy Pier, heading out into Lake Michigan. On shore, Rita could see the perimeter finally breaking. Infected poured through gaps in the barricades, overrunning the remaining soldiers. The sound of gunfire intensified, then began to fade as they moved farther from shore. Rita's son was pressed against her side, his head on her shoulder. "I was so scared," he said quietly. Coach Williams changed right in front of us. His face, Mom, his face. "I know, baby. I know." And at the police station, there were so many of them. We had to fight our way out. 2 kids didn't make it. They were right behind us, and then they weren't. And "You're alive. That's what matters. You survived. We had to kill them, Mom." The infected. "I hit one with a fire extinguisher. I killed him." Rita pulled him closer. "You did what you had to do. To survive. That's not wrong. It doesn't feel right? No, it doesn't. It won't. Not for a long time." Rita looked out at the water, at Chicago's skyline receding behind them. Smoke rose from dozens of fires across the city. Even from this distance, she could see the horde on Navy Pier, thousands of bodies packed onto the tourist attraction, drawn by the sound and movement of the boats. They stood at the edge of the pier, reaching toward the water, reaching toward the boats that were sailing away. "Where are we going?" her son asked. "I don't know. Somewhere safe," they said. "Military base, maybe, or refugee camp." "What about home?" Rita didn't answer. There was no home anymore. Their house in Englewood was part of the hot zone, deep in infected territory. Everything they'd owned, every memory, was gone. Lost like the rest of Chicago, like the rest of the world for all Rita knew. The radio reports had said the infection was spreading, not just Chicago, but other cities, other states. How far had it gone? How many were dead? The boat sailed north, following the coastline. Other boats flanked them, a small fleet of survivors fleeing the fallen city. On the far horizon, Rita could see what might have been Wisconsin. Land. Safety, maybe. Her son fell asleep against her shoulder, exhausted. Rita stayed awake, watching Chicago disappear behind them. She thought about her bus, crashed on 71st Street, about Patricia, the infected CTA driver whose skull she'd caved in, about Mrs. Patterson and the teenage girl and all her passengers, about Keisha and Marcus who'd saved her life and asked for nothing, about the students trapped in Tilden High waiting for rescue that would never come, about 4 days of hell, of learning that the world could end slowly, one infection at a time. Her ankle throbbed. The doctor had said she might lose it. Might. There was a chance, if they got her to proper medical care. But even if she did lose it, she'd gained something immeasurably more valuable. She'd found her son. After everything, against all odds, she'd kept her promise. She'd reached him. The cost had been incalculable. Rita had lost everything except the boy sleeping against her shoulder. Her home, her job, her city, maybe her leg. She'd killed people. Infected people, yes, but people nonetheless. She'd watched strangers die. She'd run when she should have helped. She'd done terrible things to survive. But she'd survived. They'd survived. Together. The sun was setting behind Chicago, casting the ruined city in orange and red light. It looked almost beautiful from this distance, like the city was burning gold instead of dying. Rita knew she'd never forget this sight, the last view of home, painted in fire and fading light. Her son stirred, opened his eyes. "Mom? I'm here. Are we going to be okay?" Rita wanted to lie, to tell him yes, everything would be fine, but she'd learned over the past 4 days that lies were useless. The world had changed. Truth was all they had left. "I don't know," she said honestly. "I don't know what happens next, but we're together. As long as we're together, we have a chance." He nodded, seeming to accept this. They sat in silence as the boat carried them north, away from the dead city, toward an uncertain future. Around them, other refugees did the same, holding their loved ones, mourning their losses, trying to process the unprocessable. The last light faded from the sky. Chicago disappeared into darkness behind them, marked only by scattered fires. The boat's engines throbbed steadily. carrying them into the night. Rita closed her eyes and let herself feel the exhaustion, the pain, the grief. She'd earned it. They all had. She thought about Michigan Avenue, where she'd nearly died before Keisha and Marcus found her. She thought about how close she'd come to never reaching this boat, never finding her son. The horde had nearly caught her there, on that famous street, and if it had, her last thought would have been her boy's face, just like the story prompt had described. She'd been seconds from that ending, from dying in the ruins of downtown Chicago. But she'd survived. Against every odd, through every trial, she'd survived. Not because she was special or skilled or heroic, just because she was a mother who refused to give up on her child, who kept moving forward even when forward seemed impossible. The boat sailed on through the darkness. Behind them, the dead city groaned and burned. Ahead lay only uncertainty, refugee camps, military zones, a world fundamentally changed. Nothing would ever be the same. The infection had seen to that. Chicago was lost, and probably other cities too. How many people were dead? Millions? More? Rita didn't let herself think about it. She couldn't process loss on that scale. She could only focus on what she had, her son, alive and breathing beside her. A boat carrying them to relative safety. Another day survived. It would have to be enough. The night deepened. Stars appeared overhead, indifferent to the horror below. The refugees on the boat began to settle, finding what comfort they could on the crowded deck. Someone started singing, a hymn, voice wavering. Others joined in. Rita didn't know the words but hummed along, the music a fragile thread of humanity in the darkness. Her son fell asleep again, his breathing steady and even. Rita held him and stared at the black water, at the foam churning in the boat's wake. She was alive. Her son was alive. In a world gone mad with infection and death, in a city that had eaten itself, they had found each other and escaped. The price of survival had been everything. Her home, her independence, her sense of safety, maybe even her leg. She'd killed people. She'd watched people die. She'd learned that the world was far more fragile than she'd ever imagined, that civilization was just a thin veneer over chaos, that everything could fall apart in a matter of days. But she'd learned something else too, that love could drive a person through hell, that a mother's determination was a force more powerful than fear, that humans could endure unimaginable horror and still keep going. Rita had been an ordinary person 4 days ago, a bus driver, a single mother, someone who worried about bills and work schedules and her son's grades, someone who thought she understood the world and her place in it. Now she was a survivor. She'd crossed a burning city on a broken ankle. She'd fought through hordes of the dead. She'd made impossible choices and lived with the consequences. She was someone different now, forged in the crucible of the apocalypse. She would carry these 4 days with her forever, the memories, the trauma, the guilt, the grief. But she would carry them with her son at her side. That made them bearable. That made them survivable. The boat sailed on into the uncertain future, carrying its cargo of broken, traumatized, but living people away from the dead city and toward whatever tomorrow might bring. Rita closed her eyes and let the exhaustion take her. She'd earned rest. They all had. For tonight at least they were safe. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new horrors, new tests of survival. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, Rita held her son and let the boat carry them into the darkness. She'd survived the impossible. She'd kept her promise. She'd found her boy in the ruins of the world. It had to be enough. It was all she had left. Now let's move on to the next story. The morning started like every other Tuesday in Jerome's 15 years driving delivery trucks through Atlanta. He woke at 4:30 in the darkness of their Decatur home, careful not to disturb his wife Keisha, as he dressed in the bathroom with the door nearly closed. The house settled around him with familiar creaks, the soft hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the distant sound of an early commuter on Candler Road. He pulled on his brown uniform pants, tucked in the matching shirt, and laced his work boots while sitting on the closed toilet lid. His lower back ached the way it always did before he stretched and moved around. 18 years of lifting boxes and climbing in and out of truck cabs, leaving their permanent signature on his body. In the kitchen, he made instant coffee because the pot would wake everyone. He ate 2 pieces of toast standing at the counter, scrolling through his phone. The news app showed a story about some disturbance at the CDC headquarters on Clifton Road, something about a containment protocol. He barely registered it. The CDC always had something going on, some disease from somewhere else in the world that scientists in Atlanta were studying. It was background noise in a city that had learned to live with the global health headquarters in its backyard. Jerome cleared his throat, felt the scratch there that meant he was fighting off whatever cold his youngest daughter Imani had brought home from elementary school last week. He washed down 2 ibuprofen with the last of his coffee. The garage smelled like motor oil and old cardboard boxes. His ancient Camry sat there with one hubcap missing, but he never drove it to work. The company depot was only 8 minutes away on Memorial Drive, and he'd catch the shuttle from there to wherever they'd parked his assigned truck for the day. He grabbed his lunch cooler from the shelf where Keisha always left it the night before, felt the weight of it. She packed too much food, always had, worrying he didn't eat enough during his 10-hour shifts. Today he could feel the solid weight of sandwich containers, an apple, probably those chips he liked, and the thermos of sweet tea. The November air bit at his face as he walked the 3 blocks to the bus stop. Not many people rode the early shuttle, just him and usually 2 or 3 warehouse workers from the industrial park. This morning it was just him and an older woman he'd seen before, but never spoken to. She clutched her purse tight and stared out the window. Jerome sat in his usual spot 4 rows back, rested his head against the cool glass, and watched the streetlights slide past in the pre-dawn dimness. The depot buzzed with activity when he arrived at 5:15. Forklifts beeped in reverse, loading dock doors clanged open and shut. Men shouted to each other across the warehouse floor. Jerome clocked in at the time station near the driver's lounge, grabbed his route sheet from the dispatch window, and found his truck number, Bay 17. He walked the long corridor between loading docks, the concrete floor stained with years of leaked fluids and ground-in dirt. Other drivers moved with the same practiced efficiency, checking tires, examining manifests, securing their loads. Andre was already at Bay 17, walking around the truck doing the pre-trip inspection. Jerome had been paired with Andre for the last 2 years, and they'd settled into a rhythm that made the long days manageable. Andre was younger, maybe 32 to Jerome's 48, and he never stopped talking, but he was reliable and strong and didn't complain about the heavy furniture deliveries that were the worst part of their route. "Morning, old man," Andre called out, grinning. "You look rough." "Feel rough," Jerome said. He set his lunch cooler in the cab and grabbed his clipboard. "What's the damage today?" 43 stops, residential mostly. Some office supplies to that law firm on Peachtree, and we got 6 mattresses going to that apartment complex in Buckhead. Andre bounced on his toes, full of energy Jerome no longer possessed. "Should be a light day if traffic don't kill us." They spent 20 minutes finishing the inspection, checking brake lines and lights, securing the load in the back. The truck was a 26-footer, old and beaten but mechanically sound. Jerome knew every rattle and shake, could diagnose problems by sound alone. He'd grown up helping his uncle fix cars in a backyard garage in Thomasville, learned to read engines and transmissions like some people read books. That knowledge had kept him employed even when the economy tanked, even when automated systems started replacing drivers. He could fix what he drove, and that made him valuable. They pulled out at 5:50, Jerome behind the wheel for the first shift. The sky was beginning to lighten, turning from black to deep blue. They merged onto Interstate 20, heading west into downtown. the traffic still manageable at this hour. The radio played quietly, some morning show hosts laughing about something Jerome wasn't paying attention to. Andre pulled out his phone, scrolling through social media. "You see this thing about the CDC?" Andre asked. "Saw something. What is it?" "Some kind of lockdown yesterday. They saying it was a drill, but people on Twitter saying they saw hazmat suits and ambulances." Andre kept scrolling. "Probably nothing. You know how people get." Jerome grunted, changed lanes to let a speeding BMW pass. The downtown skyline rose ahead of them, glass and steel reflecting the early morning light. He'd driven these streets thousands of times, knew every shortcut and bottleneck, could navigate from Midtown to East Point with his eyes closed. Atlanta was in his blood, the sprawling mess of it, the way it never stayed the same, always tearing down and building up, pushing outward into the suburbs and forest. Their first stop was a furniture delivery in Virginia Highland, a three-piece sectional going to a renovated bungalow on Amsterdam Avenue. Jerome backed the truck into the narrow driveway while Andre directed him, the familiar dance they'd perfected. They unloaded the pieces one at a time, carried them up the front steps where a young woman in yoga pants stood holding a coffee mug and looking stressed. "Just inside the living room," she said, stepping aside. "My husband was supposed to be here, but he had to go in early. Something at his office." Jerome and Andre positioned the sectional pieces, adjusted them according to the woman's pointing and gestures. She seemed distracted, kept checking her phone. Jerome noticed her hands trembling slightly as she signed the delivery confirmation on his tablet. "You okay, ma'am?" he asked. "What?" "Oh yes, just a weird morning. My husband works at Grady Hospital and he said they had some kind of emergency overnight. A bunch of people coming in with fever and violent behavior." She laughed nervously. "Probably just the flu or something. Thank you for the furniture." Back in the truck, Andre pulled out a cigarette as Jerome started the engine. "No smoking in the cab," Jerome reminded him, like he did every day. I know. Just holding it." Andre rolled down his window anyway. "That lady seemed jumpy." "Everyone's always jumpy these days," Jerome said. He checked his mirror and pulled out onto the street. Whole world's on edge. They made their way through 6 more stops over the next 2 hours, working steadily through the residential deliveries, office supplies to a real estate company on Piedmont, a desk and filing cabinets to a dentist's office in Brookhaven. The city woke up around them, traffic thickening, people emerging from their homes and apartments to face another day. The sun climbed higher, burning off the morning chill. Around 9:30, as they were loading up after a stop in Morningside, Andre's phone rang. He answered it while Jerome secured the truck's roll-up door, pulling the lever until it locked. Jerome heard Andre's voice change, going from casual to concerned. "Slow down, baby." "What?" "No, we ain't near there. We're up in Morningside." A pause. "I'm sure it's fine." "Did you call 911? Another pause. Okay. Just stay inside and lock the doors. I'll call you in a bit." Andre lowered the phone, staring at it. "That was my girlfriend. She said there's something happening at the elementary school near her place in East Atlanta. Police cars and ambulances." Jerome climbed into the driver's seat. "What kind of something?" She didn't know. Her neighbor called her, said there was screaming and that the school went into lockdown. Andre buckled his seatbelt, distracted. "Maybe a shooting?" They drove in silence for a few minutes, heading toward their next cluster of stops in Midtown. The radio news came on at the top of the hour. The announcer's voice carried an unusual tension. "Authorities are asking residents to remain calm as they investigate multiple incidents across the metro area this morning. Atlanta Police Department is responding to reports of violent disturbances in several neighborhoods. The CDC has issued a statement saying they are monitoring the situation and working with local health departments. We're getting reports of unusual activity at several hospitals. with emergency rooms reportedly overwhelmed. We'll continue to update you as we learn more. In the meantime, APD is asking people to avoid the downtown area if possible and to report any suspicious activity. Jerome felt something cold settle in his stomach. He thought about Keisha at home with the kids. His son Darius was probably still asleep. The teenager never woke before noon on his day off from his grocery store job. Imani would be getting ready for school. But Keisha would have heard the news by now, would be worrying. "I should call home," Jerome said. "Yeah, me too." Andre was already dialing. Jerome pulled into a loading zone on West Peachtree and put the truck in park. He pulled out his phone and called Keisha's number. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. He tried again. Same result. Not unusual. She might be in the shower or dealing with getting Imani ready for school. But the timing made him uneasy. Andre was having better luck. "Baby, you still inside?" "Good, stay there, I'm serious, don't go nowhere." He listened, nodding. "I don't know what it is. Just stay inside until we know more. Lock all the doors and windows. I'll call you back in an hour." Jerome tried Keisha again. Voicemail. He sent a text. "You okay? Call me when you see this. Love you." "Your people good?" Andre asked. "Can't reach them?" Probably nothing. But Jerome's hands were tight on the steering wheel. "Let's finish these midtown stops and then I'm heading back to the depot. I want to go home. Make sure everyone's okay." They climbed out and checked the next address, a law firm on the 14th floor of an office building on Peachtree. They loaded the hand truck with boxes of copy paper and file folders, wheeled it through the lobby where a security guard sat behind a desk watching a small television. The guard didn't look up, his attention fixed on the screen. The elevator took forever. Jerome watched the floor numbers light up slowly, his mind on Keisha and the kids. Imani was only 8. If something was happening, if schools were in lockdown, was she scared? Was someone with her? The law firm's reception area was empty when they arrived. Jerome rang the bell on the desk and waited. Somewhere deeper in the office he heard voices, sharp and worried. A woman in a business suit appeared from a hallway, moving quickly. "Just put those anywhere," she said, gesturing vaguely toward a corner. "I'll sign whatever you need, but please make it quick. We're trying to reach our families." Jerome set the boxes down and held out his tablet. The woman signed with a shaking hand, not even looking at the screen. Behind her, through the glass walls of a conference room, Jerome could see a group of people huddled around a television. He caught a glimpse of the screen, a news helicopter shot of a street somewhere, people running, something happening on the ground that the camera was too far away to make clear. "What's going on?" Andre asked. "I don't know," the woman said, "but it's getting worse. They're saying not to go outside unless you have to. Something about people attacking each other." She looked at them with wide eyes. "You should get off the streets." Back in the truck, Jerome pulled up the news on his phone while Andre drove. The headlines were chaotic, contradictory. Multiple violent incidents reported across Atlanta Metro. CDC issues health advisory. Police overwhelmed by emergency calls. Authorities investigating possible connection between incidents and CDC containment breach. His phone buzzed. A text from Keisha. "We're okay. Schools are closing, coming home with Imani. Where are you?" Relief flooded through him. He texted back, "Midtown. Finishing route, then coming home. Stay inside. I love you." "My girl says they're evacuating her office building," Andre said, his voice tight. "She's scared, man. She's saying people are acting crazy, attacking each other in the stairwell." "Where's she work?" "Downtown, near 5 Points." Jerome's stomach clenched. 5 Points was the heart of downtown, where all the train lines met. Thousands of people. "Tell her to stay put if she can. Find a room and lock the door." "That's what I told her." Andre's hands gripped the wheel hard enough that his knuckles showed pale against his dark skin. What the fuck is happening? They turned onto 10th Street, heading back toward the depot on the east side. Traffic was heavier than it should be for mid-morning, and Jerome realized people were leaving the city. Cars packed with luggage, families, frightened faces. A wreck blocked 2 lanes ahead, forcing them to detour through side streets. As they slowed, Jerome looked out at the sidewalks. A woman ran past, her jacket torn, blood on her face. She was screaming something he couldn't hear through the glass. "Jesus," Andre whispered. A man stumbled out from between 2 buildings chasing the woman. But something was wrong with the way he moved, jerky and uncoordinated, his arms reaching out with desperate hunger. His mouth hung open, and even from 50 feet away, Jerome could see blood on his chin and neck. The man caught the woman at the corner, pulled her down to the ground. Jerome looked away, but not before he saw the man bend over her, saw the woman's legs kick once, twice, then go still. "Drive," Jerome said. "Andre, drive." Andre accelerated, swerving around stopped cars. The radio crackled with emergency broadcasts. "This is not a test. The emergency alert system has been activated. Residents are advised to seek shelter immediately. Do not approach anyone displaying signs of aggression or illness. The National Guard has been mobilized. More information will be provided as soon as it becomes available." Jerome's phone rang. "Keisha," he answered immediately. "Baby, where are you?" "Jerome, something's wrong." Her voice was high and frightened. "I picked up Imani, but now they're saying we can't leave. The school, they're not letting us go. There's something happening outside. People are—" The line crackled with static. "Keisha? Keisha, hear me? Jerome? There's someone trying to get into the building. Oh God, they're breaking the windows. Get away from the doors," Jerome shouted. "Find a classroom and lock the door. I'm coming for you. Jerome, I'm scared." The line went dead. Jerome tried calling back, but the call wouldn't connect. He tried again, then again. Nothing. He looked at Andre, his heart hammering so hard he thought it might break through his ribs. "I have to get to them. Imani's school is on College Avenue in Decatur. We have to go there now." Andre nodded, his face gray. "My girl is still downtown. I have to get her too." They were on Ponce de Leon now, moving east. The traffic was stop and go, horns blaring everywhere. People abandoned their cars in the middle of the street and ran. Through the truck's high windows, Jerome saw chaos unfolding. A man smashed a store window with a trash can and climbed through. 2 people fought over a bicycle on the sidewalk. A woman sat on a curb holding a child, both of them covered in blood, and Jerome couldn't tell if they were injured or infected or just terrified. Something hit the passenger side of the truck. Andre jerked the wheel, overcorrected. A person, no, not a person anymore, had run straight into them from the sidewalk. It bounced off the truck's panel, fell to the ground, and immediately got back up. Its face was pale, eyes unfocused, mouth working soundlessly. Blood covered its shirt front. It turned toward the truck and started walking into the side of it again and again, like it couldn't process the obstacle between it and the living meat inside the cab. "What the fuck is that?" Andre's voice cracked. "What the fuck is wrong with it?" Jerome watched the infected person slam against the truck with mechanical repetition. No pain on its face, no recognition, just blind hunger. He'd seen enough movies to know what this looked like, but the reality was so much worse than any screen could capture. The smell, even through the closed windows, like rotting meat and human waste. The sounds it made, wet and gurgling. The way its broken fingers scrabbled uselessly against metal. "We need to keep moving," Jerome said. "Don't stop for anything." They pushed forward through the gridlock. Andre drove onto the sidewalk, scattering people who screamed and pounded on the truck as it passed. Some of those people were normal, terrified, fleeing. Others were infected, moving with that same mechanical hunger. Jerome was learning to tell the difference. The infected ones had a pallor to their skin, a slackness in their faces, and they only moved in one direction, toward the living. At the intersection of Ponce and Boulevard, they encountered their first real horde. Maybe 30 people, infected, clustered around an overturned MARTA bus. They were feeding. Jerome saw arms reaching into the bus's shattered windows, heard screaming from inside that cut off abruptly. Blood pooled on the pavement, running in rivulets toward the storm drain. "Go around," Jerome said. "Use the other lane." Andre steered into oncoming traffic. A Honda swerved to avoid them, clipped a parked car, and spun out. The driver got out, dazed, blood running from a cut on his forehead. Two infected people immediately changed direction and started running toward him. Not fast, but steady and relentless. The driver saw them, his eyes going wide. He scrambled back into his car, but the door wouldn't close, bent from the impact. The infected reached him before he could get it shut. Jerome forced himself to look away. He tried Keisha's number again. The call failed. He tried his son Darius. No connection. The networks were overloaded or failing. He sent texts to everyone, knowing they probably wouldn't go through. "I'm coming. Stay safe. I love you." They made it another mile before the truck's engine started making a sound Jerome recognized immediately, the transmission slipping. He'd been feeling it for the last few weeks, that hesitation when shifting from second to third. He'd reported it to the depot, but the repair kept getting postponed. Now, in the middle of an apocalypse, the truck decided to fail completely. "What's that noise?" Andre asked. "Transmission. We might not make it all the way." "Fuck that, we have to make it." The engine revved higher, struggling. They were near the Carter Center now, could see the building on the hill. Smoke rose from somewhere to the south, a thick black column against the morning sky. Helicopters circled overhead, news choppers or military, Jerome couldn't tell. The radio had gone silent except for the emergency broadcast signal, that familiar tone that used to mean a test but now meant the end of everything normal. The truck shuddered, lurched forward, then the engine died completely. Andre tried to restart it. The starter motor turned, but nothing caught. Jerome smelled something burning, clutch material, hot and acrid. "It's done," Jerome said. He felt strangely calm, like his body had moved beyond panic into some kind of operational mode where only decisions mattered. "We have to go on foot." "On foot? Out there?" Andre pointed at the windshield, at the chaos visible on every side. "My family is 3 miles that way." Jerome pointed east toward Decatur. "Your girl is 3 miles that way." He pointed west toward downtown. "We split up, we both got a better chance." Andre stared at him, then nodded slowly. Yeah, okay." He wiped his face with both hands. "You got anything to fight with?" Jerome opened his door and climbed down, looking back at the truck bed. The rear door was still locked. He pulled out his keys, found the one for the padlock. Inside the cargo area were the remains of their route, a few boxes of office supplies, some packing materials, and in the toolbox mounted to the side wall, his emergency kit. He'd built it himself years ago. Jumper cables, basic tools, first aid supplies, road flares, and a tire iron. He grabbed the tire iron, felt the weight of it. 2 feet long, solid steel, with the crossed wrench ends. It wasn't a weapon, but it would do. Andre found a pry bar in the cab, about the same length, but with a sharper end. "Stay off the main roads," Jerome said. "Move quiet, move smart. If you see a bunch of them together, go around. Don't be a hero." "You either, old man." Andre grabbed Jerome's shoulder, squeezed hard. "Your family needs you. Get to them." So they stood there for a moment in the middle of Ponce de Leon, surrounded by abandoned cars and distant screaming, 2 men who'd spent 2 years delivering furniture together and now might never see each other again. Then Andre turned west and started jogging, the pry bar held tight in his right hand. Jerome watched him disappear around a corner, then turned east and started walking toward his own family. The morning sun was high now, hot on his face despite the November date. Sweat already soaked through his uniform shirt. He stayed close to buildings, moving from doorway to doorway, watching everything. The infected were everywhere but spread out, individuals wandering or clustered in small groups around their victims. Jerome learned quickly how to read the danger, look for movement, listen for the sounds they made, that wet breathing and occasional moan. Stay downwind if possible because they seemed to smell blood and fear. He passed a pharmacy with its windows smashed. Inside, people were looting, shoving pills and supplies into bags. Some of them looked normal, desperate but human. Others had that infected pallor, moved with that terrible single-mindedness. One woman stood in the middle of the pharmacy aisle, swaying slightly, blood dripping from her mouth. She'd been infected recently, Jerome thought, because she still wore her work uniform and her name tag was still pinned to her chest. As he watched, she suddenly moved, lunging at a man carrying a bag of medicine. The man screamed and ran, dropping his bag. The infected woman followed him out onto the street. Jerome waited until they were gone, then moved past the pharmacy. He checked his phone. No signal. The battery was at 60%. He put it in airplane mode to conserve power, then kept moving. On Moreland Avenue, he saw his first large group of the infected. Maybe 50 of them clustered around what looked like a crashed ambulance. The paramedics were dead, their bodies torn apart, and the infected were still feeding or wandering nearby, waiting for more prey. Jerome detoured 2 blocks south, cutting through a residential neighborhood. The houses here were quiet, doors closed, curtains drawn. Some had cars in the driveways, meaning people were still inside. He wondered if they knew what was happening, if they were watching the news and boarding up their windows, or if they were already dead. A dog barked frantically from behind a fence, throwing itself against the wood. The sound drew attention. Jerome saw 3 infected people turn toward the noise, start walking in that direction. He hurried past before they noticed him. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out. A text from Darius had somehow gotten through. "Dad, where are you?" Mom won't stop crying. Something's wrong with the neighbors. Jerome typed back as he walked. "On my way. Lock all doors and windows. Don't let anyone in. Stay away from neighbors. I'll be there soon." The message showed as delivered but not read. Jerome put the phone away and picked up his pace. He was maybe 2 miles from home now. His legs burned, his back ached, but he didn't slow down. Couldn't slow down. Keisha and the kids were waiting. He cut through a parking lot behind a grocery store. The back delivery door was open, and he could hear sounds from inside, screaming, crashing, the wet sounds of violence. He gave it a wide berth, staying low behind a row of dumpsters. Something moved in the dumpster nearest to him, and Jerome raised the tire iron before he realized it was just a cat, scrawny and terrified. The cat hissed at him and disappeared deeper into the trash. On Glenwood Avenue, he encountered other survivors moving in groups. 3 men with baseball bats, moving fast and purposeful toward the south. A family, parents and 2 small children, trying to push a shopping cart full of supplies, the father constantly looking over his shoulder. An old woman walking with a cane, moving too slow, too vulnerable. Jerome wanted to help her, but didn't know how. He had nothing to offer and nowhere safe to take her. She made eye contact with him as he passed, and he saw in her face that she knew she was going to die. "God bless you, son," she said, her voice steady. "You too, ma'am." It was all he could manage. He kept walking, hating himself a little bit more. His uniform was soaked with sweat now. His throat burned with thirst. He hadn't drunk anything since the coffee that morning, hours ago. Time had become elastic and strange. It felt like days since he'd left the truck with Andre, but his phone said it had been 40 minutes. The sun told him it was almost noon. 6 hours since he'd kissed Keisha goodbye in the darkness of their bedroom. 6 hours since everything had been normal. He reached Candler Road and recognized his neighborhood. 2 more miles. He could see smoke rising from somewhere to the north, and the sound of sirens was constant now, an unending wail that seemed to come from every direction. No more individual emergency vehicles responding to calls. This was the sound of a city dying. Jerome heard shouting ahead and moved to the side of the road. A pickup truck came racing past, 3 people in the bed holding onto the cab for stability. They were being chased by maybe a dozen infected people, running full speed down the middle of the street. The infected couldn't keep up with the truck, but they didn't stop, didn't slow down. They just kept running in the direction the truck had gone, mindless and relentless. One of them noticed Jerome. It veered off from the group, changing direction with eerie focus. Jerome gripped the tire iron and waited. The infected person was a woman in a torn dress, one shoe missing. Her face was streaked with blood, and her eyes were clouded over, milky white. She opened her mouth and a sound came out, something between a moan and a growl. She came at him fast, faster than Jerome expected. He swung the tire iron and caught her in the shoulder, heard something crack. She didn't react to the pain, just kept coming, reaching for him with broken fingers. Jerome swung again, this time catching her in the head. She went down hard, skull fracturing against concrete. Her body twitched once, twice, then was still. Jerome stood over her, breathing hard, the tire iron slick with blood in his hands. He'd killed someone, a person. Except she wasn't a person anymore, he told himself. She was already dead. Whatever disease had taken her had killed the human part and left only this hunger-driven shell. But his hands shook anyway, and bile rose in his throat. He forced himself to move. No time to process, no time to feel. Keisha and the kids. That was all that mattered. The neighborhood got quieter as he moved closer to home. Some houses showed signs of violence, broken windows, blood on porches, doors hanging open. Others looked untouched, sealed tight, and Jerome wondered what horrors were unfolding behind those closed doors. He heard screaming from inside one house, saw curtains moving in the window, saw a shadow pass by the glass that moved wrong, too jerky. He kept walking. His street, Magnolia Drive, the small ranch houses where he'd lived for 12 years, where he'd watched his kids grow up, where he'd mowed the lawn every Saturday and waved to neighbors. It looked like a war zone. Mrs. Patterson's house at the corner had burned, the structure collapsed into smoking ruin. The Garcia family's minivan was crashed into a telephone pole, and there were bodies. Mr. Chen from 3 doors down, lying in his driveway in a pool of blood. The teenage boy who lived across the street, sprawled on his front lawn with his throat torn out. Jerome ran. His house was in the middle of the block, the blue one with the white trim. His Camry still sat in the driveway. The front door was closed. Please let them be inside. Please let them be safe. He ran up the front walk and tried the door. Locked. He fumbled for his keys, dropped them, picked them up. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He got the key in the lock and turned it, pushed the door open. Keisha! Darius, Imani? The living room was dark, curtains drawn. He heard movement from the back of the house, then Keisha's voice. Jerome? It's me! It's me, baby! She appeared from the hallway, Imani clutching her legs. Behind them came Darius, tall and gangly at 17, holding a kitchen knife. Keisha's face crumpled when she saw Jerome, and she ran to him, Imani still attached. Jerome wrapped his arms around both of them, felt Keisha sobbing against his chest. You came back, she whispered. You came back. Of course I came back. He held them tight, so tight. I told you I would. Darius stood apart, his face trying to be hard but crumbling at the edges. Dad, what's happening out there? Mom wouldn't let us look out the windows. Jerome met his son's eyes over Keisha's head. Bad things. Real bad things. We need to pack supplies and figure out what to do. Are those people really... Darius stopped, couldn't finish the question. Yeah, Jerome said quietly. They are. Imani pulled back and looked up at Jerome with her 8-year-old eyes. Too wise now, too frightened. "Daddy, I'm scared." "I know, baby girl. I know. But I'm here now, and I'm going to keep you safe. I promise." It was a promise he desperately wanted to keep, and one he was terrified he couldn't. But he said it anyway, because that's what fathers did. They made promises to their children, even when the world was ending. Jerome gently untangled himself from his family and went to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. The street looked empty for the moment, but he knew that wouldn't last. "We need to secure the house. Darius, help me check every window and door. Make sure they're locked." They moved through the house together, father and son checking each entry point. The windows were old, single-pane glass that wouldn't stop much. The back door had a deadbolt, but the frame was wood, easily kicked in. Jerome mentally cataloged their vulnerabilities, his truck driver's practical mind shifting into survival mode. In the garage, he found his toolbox and started gathering supplies: hammer, screwdriver set, duct tape, rope. Not much use as weapons, but tools he understood. He also grabbed the camping gear from the storage shelf: 2 flashlights, a battery-powered radio, water purification tablets left over from a hiking trip they'd taken 3 years ago. Keisha had moved to the kitchen and was pulling food from the pantry. Canned goods mostly. "We have maybe enough for a week," she said, her voice steady now, going into crisis management mode. She was a school administrator, used to solving problems, organizing chaos. "Water's going to be the problem. We only have 3 bottles and whatever's in the tap." "Fill everything," Jerome said. "Bathtubs, sinks, every pot and pitcher. If the water goes out, we'll need it." Darius turned on the television. The news channels showed chaos from multiple camera angles, footage from downtown Atlanta with buildings burning, streets packed with panicked people. The Chiron at the bottom read, "Nationwide emergency. Violent outbreak continues to spread." A news anchor sat at her desk, her makeup smeared, reading from notes with shaking hands. Confirmed reports from New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and dozens of other cities. The CDC is calling this a pandemic of unknown origin, spread through bodily fluids and extremely aggressive in its progression. Symptoms include fever, loss of consciousness, and upon reanimation, violent behavior toward uninfected individuals. The military has been deployed but is overwhelmed. Citizens are advised to shelter in place, avoid all contact with infected individuals, and await further instructions. "Reanimation?" Keisha said, the word coming out strangled. "You mean they're—" "Don't say it," Imani pleaded. She sat at the kitchen table, arms wrapped around herself. "Please don't say it." Jerome turned off the television. "We don't need to watch that. We know what's happening." His phone buzzed. He pulled it out, saw a text from Andre that must have been trying to send for the last hour. "Can't reach my girl. Downtown is hell. Heading to her building anyway. Good luck, brother." Jerome typed back, "Good luck. Stay alive." He didn't know if Andre would see it. The afternoon wore on. They worked together to fortify what they could, moving furniture in front of doors, checking supplies. Jerome found Keisha's sewing scissors and some old curtain rods, realized they could be lashed together to make crude spears. He showed Darius how to tape the knife to the end of a broomstick. Not much, but better than nothing. "Do you really think we'll have to fight?" Darius asked. His hands trembled as he wrapped the tape. "I don't know, son. But I'd rather have something and not need it than need it and not have it." Keisha had filled every container they owned with water. The bathtub held maybe 50 gallons. She'd also organized their food by expiration date, created a rationing plan. Always practical, always thinking ahead. Jerome loved that about her. Around 3 o'clock, they heard gunshots. Close, maybe 2 streets over. Then screaming. Then silence. They huddled together in the living room, lights off, curtains drawn, waiting. The screaming started again, closer. Someone ran past their house, feet pounding on pavement. More gunshots, then nothing. "I want to look," Darius whispered. "No," Jerome said firmly. "We stay away from the windows. We stay quiet. We stay hidden." But staying hidden meant not knowing what was happening outside. Jerome's curiosity and his need to assess their situation warred with his fear of drawing attention. Finally, he crept to the front window and eased the curtain aside just enough to see out. The street was filling with them. The infected. They must have been drawn by the gunshots and screaming. Jerome counted 15, 20, more appearing from between houses and around corners. They moved in that strange way, sometimes shuffling slowly, sometimes breaking into an uncoordinated run when they sensed prey. One of them stopped directly in front of Jerome's house, swaying slightly, its head turning back and forth like it was searching. Jerome held his breath. Could it smell them? Hear them? The infected person, a man in a shredded business suit, took a step toward their house. Then another. It reached the edge of their lawn. From somewhere down the street came a loud crash, like breaking glass. The infected man's head snapped toward the sound. All of them did, their attention shifting with uncanny synchronization. Then they moved as a group, shambling and running toward the new disturbance. Jerome let the curtain fall and stepped back from the window. His heart hammered. "They're attracted to sound," he said quietly. "Loud noises draw them. We need to stay absolutely silent." They spent the rest of the afternoon in near silence. No television, no music, speaking only in whispers. Imani fell asleep on the couch, exhausted by fear. Darius sat with his back against the wall, staring at nothing. Keisha organized and reorganized their supplies, needing to keep her hands busy. Jerome tried to think. They couldn't stay here long term. The house wasn't secure enough, and eventually their food would run out. But where could they go? The news had mentioned refugee centers, but those would be chaos. Too many people, too much noise, too many vectors for infection. Family? Keisha's parents lived in Augusta, 2 hours away. His brother was in Tennessee. Both might as well have been on the moon. When darkness fell, Jerome went around the house and covered the windows with blankets, making sure no light could escape. They couldn't risk using flashlights that might be seen from outside. They ate cold canned beans by the glow of Keisha's phone screen, rationing the food even though they were hungry. "What's the plan, Jerome?" Keisha asked. She sat close to him, their shoulders touching. "We can't stay here forever." "I know. I'm thinking maybe we try to get out of the city, find somewhere rural, less populated, somewhere we can grow food, get water from a well or stream." "That's a long way," Darius said. "How would we even get there?" "Car won't work," Jerome said. "Roads are blocked. We'd have to go on foot, move at night maybe, or find bikes." Even as he said it, he knew how impossible it sounded. 4 people, one of them a small child, trying to cross a city full of infected, then navigate into the countryside. They'd never make it. "Maybe we wait," Keisha suggested. "The government will fix this. They'll send the military, clear the streets, right?" Jerome wanted to believe that, but he'd seen enough that day to know it wasn't that simple. This wasn't a localized outbreak. The news had said nationwide, worldwide maybe. The scope was too large for any military to contain. "We'll wait a few days," he said, because Keisha needed hope. "See what happens. Maybe you're right." That night they slept in shifts. Jerome took the first watch, sitting in the dark living room with the tire iron across his lap. The house settled around him with familiar sounds. The refrigerator's hum, the water heater clicking on, the soft breathing of his sleeping family. Normal sounds in a world that was no longer normal. Around 2 in the morning, he heard scratching at the back door. Soft at first, then more insistent. Jerome stood slowly, moving toward the kitchen. Through the back door's small window, he could see a figure in the darkness. One of the infected, pressing against the glass. It hadn't broken through yet, but it was persistent, its fingers scrabbling at the frame. Jerome watched it for a long moment. This thing that had once been human. In the dim light, he could make out some features. A young man, maybe mid-20s, wearing a delivery uniform not unlike Jerome's own. Had he been making deliveries yesterday morning, just like Jerome? Had he gone home to a family? What had happened to him? The infected man's fingers found the edge of the doorframe and pulled. Wood creaked. Jerome realized the door wasn't going to hold. He moved quickly but quietly to the garage, found a box of long screws and the cordless drill. He went to each door in the house and ran screws through the frame into the wall studs, reinforcing them. The drill was loud but necessary. When he was done, the doors would be much harder to break through. The drilling woke Keisha. She appeared in the kitchen doorway, one of the makeshift spears in her hands. "What's wrong?" "One of them at the back door. I'm making sure it can't get in." She came and stood with him, watching the infected man through the window. "We knew a lot of people who are probably like that now," she said softly. "Our neighbors, your co-workers, my staff at the school. Don't think about it." "How can I not think about it?" Her voice broke. Mrs. Thompson, who taught first grade for 30 years, Carlos from the front office who always made everyone laugh, little Destiny Harris from Imani's class. Where are they? Are they... She couldn't finish. Jerome pulled her close. "I don't know, baby. I don't know." They stood there in the darkness, watching the infected man claw uselessly at their door, and grieved for the world they'd lost. Day 2 brought more clarity about their situation. None of it good. The water from the taps ran brown, then stopped completely. The electricity flickered on and off throughout the morning before dying permanently around noon. Without power, the refrigerator stopped working, and their frozen food began to thaw. Keisha moved everything perishable to coolers, but they both knew it would only last a day or two. Jerome tried his phone periodically. No signal. The battery was at 30%. He turned it off completely to save power, saving it for when they might really need it. Around midday, they heard vehicles. Jerome risked a look through the front window and saw 2 pickup trucks rolling slowly down the street. Men stood in the truck beds, all of them armed with rifles and shotguns. They weren't military, just regular people in regular clothes, but organized and purposeful. One of the trucks stopped in front of Jerome's house. A man jumped down from the cab, walked up to the front door, and knocked. Jerome froze. Keisha grabbed his arm, her fingernails digging in. "Hello in there," the man called. "We're from the Neighborhood Watch organizing survivors. Safe to come out. We're clearing the area of infected and gathering anyone who needs help." It sounded reasonable, but Jerome's instincts screamed danger. The man's face was hard, his eyes calculating. The other men in the trucks looked the same, armed, alert, predatory. These weren't rescuers. These were something else. "I know you're in there," the man said. "Saw your car in the driveway? Come on out. Strength in numbers, right?" Jerome caught Keisha's eye and shook his head slightly. She nodded, understanding. They stayed completely silent, not moving, barely breathing. The man waited a moment longer, then shrugged. "Suit yourself. We'll be back around tomorrow. You change your mind, we'll be setting up a community shelter at the high school." He walked back to the truck and climbed in. The convoy moved on. "Why didn't you talk to them?" Darius asked from his position by the hallway. "Because I've seen that look before," Jerome said. "Those men weren't here to help. They were here to see what people had, who was vulnerable. In a couple days when things get more desperate, they'll come back and take what they want." "How do you know?" "Because that's what people do when the rules go away. Some get better, most get worse." Jerome moved away from the window. "We need to leave, tonight." "Leave?" Keisha said. "Go where?" "I've been thinking about the warehouse where I work. It's on the industrial side, not many houses around. It's got high fences, loading docks we can secure, and there's food there, supplies meant for deliveries, vending machines, first aid kits in the offices. It's not perfect, but it's better than this house. How far? Darius asked. 5 miles. We'll have to move at night, stay off main roads, carry everything we can. They spent the afternoon preparing. Jerome found their old camping backpacks and started filling them with essentials. Water bottles, canned food, first aid supplies, batteries, the flashlights. Keisha packed clothes for everyone, focusing on practical items, sturdy shoes, jackets, extra socks. She also packed family photos and Imani's favorite stuffed animal, the small comforts that might matter later. Darius took inventory of their weapons: the tire iron, the kitchen knife on a broomstick, a baseball bat from the garage, and the scissors Keisha had been using to cut tape. Not much against a horde, but possibly enough to fight through a small group. Jerome found his old work gloves, heavy leather that would protect his hands. He gave Keisha a pair of gardening gloves and found some batting gloves for Darius from his baseball days. If they had to fight, they'd need protection from bites and scratches. As evening approached, they ate a cold meal of canned soup and crackers, rationing carefully. Imani barely touched her food. She'd been quiet all day, withdrawn into herself. Jerome sat next to her and put an arm around her small shoulders. "You doing okay, baby girl?" "No." Her voice was tiny. "I'm scared and I want things to be normal again." "I know, me too." "Will they be normal again?" Jerome thought about lying, about giving her false hope, but she deserved truth even if it hurt. "I don't know, probably not for a long time. But we're together, and that's what matters. Your mama, your brother, me, we're all together and we're going to take care of each other. Okay?" She nodded against his chest. "Okay, Daddy." They waited for full darkness. Jerome opened the back door carefully, the reinforced frame creaking slightly. The backyard was empty, the neighborhood silent except for distant sounds. Far-off screams, car alarms, something burning. The night sky glowed orange in places where fires burned unchecked. They moved out in a tight group, Jerome leading with the tire iron, Darius bringing up the rear with the bat. Keisha stayed in the middle with Imani pressed against her side. Their backpacks were heavy, pulling at their shoulders, but no one complained. The first 2 blocks went smoothly. They stuck to backyards, climbing fences and moving through the shadows. Jerome's body remembered the route to work, even in the darkness, his feet finding the path automatically. On the 3rd block, they encountered infected. Just 2 of them, standing in someone's driveway, swaying slightly. Jerome signaled everyone to stop. They waited, crouched behind a hedge, as the infected stood there. Minutes passed. The infected didn't move, didn't seem to notice them. Finally, Jerome made a decision. They couldn't wait forever. He picked up a rock and threw it hard into the yard across the street. It hit a metal fence with a loud clang. Both infected people's heads snapped toward the sound. They moved in that direction, shambling across the street. Jerome led his family quickly past while the infected investigated the noise. They climbed through another backyard and kept moving. They were maybe a mile from the house when they heard voices ahead. Jerome held up his hand and everyone stopped. Through a gap in a fence he could see a group of people, at least a dozen, gathered around a house with all its lights on. A generator hummed somewhere nearby. The people were loading supplies into a van, moving with purpose. "Got enough gas to make it to South Carolina," one man was saying. "My brother's got a farm there. He said we can stay as long as we need." "What about the roadblocks?" a woman asked. "We'll figure it out. Can't stay here. It's only going to get worse." They weren't infected, just survivors trying to escape like Jerome's family. But there were too many of them, and Jerome didn't want to risk an encounter. He led his family on a detour, adding another half-mile to their journey. Time became difficult to track in the darkness. They walked and climbed and crept for what felt like hours. Imani started to tire, her steps slowing. Jerome handed his backpack to Darius and lifted his daughter onto his back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face in his shoulder. They were crossing through a parking lot behind a closed restaurant when they heard it, a sound that made Jerome's blood freeze. Not just one or two infected, but many. The distinctive shuffling footsteps, the wet breathing, the moans, a lot of them. He looked around frantically for cover. The parking lot was open, nowhere to hide. The restaurant's back door was chained shut. Across the lot was a line of dumpsters, maybe 30 feet away. "Run," Jerome said. "To the dumpsters." Now. They ran. Jerome felt Imani bounce on his back, her grip tightening. Behind them, the sound of the horde grew louder. They'd been spotted. The infected were coming. They reached the dumpsters, and Jerome set Imani down, pushed her and Keisha into the narrow space between two of the massive containers. "Stay here. Stay quiet." He turned with the tire iron raised. Darius stood beside him with the bat. The infected emerged from around the corner of the restaurant. 10, 15, 20 of them. More than they could fight. "Dad," Darius said, his voice cracking. "I know, son. Stay behind me." The infected came on, relentless. Jerome could see their faces now in the dim light from distant fires. Men, women, old, young, all wearing that same blank expression of hunger. Their clothes were torn and bloody. Some of them were missing pieces, arms or chunks of flesh, but they kept moving anyway. Jerome swung at the first one, caught it in the head. It went down. Darius hit another with the bat, knocked it sideways. But there were too many, pressing in from all sides. "Get behind the dumpster," Jerome shouted. "Move!" They backed up, swinging at anything that got close. Jerome's arms burned with exertion. Sweat poured down his face. He hit one infected person, then another, then another. Bodies fell, but more kept coming. Something grabbed his backpack from behind, yanking him backward. He spun and found himself face to face with an infected woman, her teeth snapping inches from his throat. He shoved the tire iron against her chest, pushing her back, but her grip was strong. Her fingernails raked across his arm, drawing blood. Darius hit her with the bat, a solid blow to her shoulder that made something crack. She released Jerome and turned toward Darius instead. Jerome swung the tire iron in a wide arc and caught her in the side of the head. She collapsed. "Through here," Keisha called. She'd found a gap between the building and the dumpsters, narrow but passable. They squeezed through one at a time, Jerome going last, keeping the infected at bay. Some of them tried to follow but were too wide, getting stuck. They emerged on the other side into an alley. More infected were coming from both directions. Jerome grabbed Imani's hand and ran, Keisha and Darius right behind him. They ran blindly through the darkness, turning corners, jumping over obstacles, just trying to put distance between themselves and the horde. They ran until Jerome's lungs burned and his legs threatened to give out. Finally, they ducked into the recessed doorway of an abandoned storefront and pressed themselves into the shadows. The sounds of pursuit faded. They'd lost the horde, at least for now. Everyone was panting, shaking with adrenaline. Jerome checked them each over by touch in the darkness. No bites, no serious injuries. The scratches on his own arm burned but weren't deep. He'd have to clean them when they reached the warehouse. "Everyone okay?" he whispered. Nods all around. Imani was crying silently, tears running down her face. Keisha held her close, rocking slightly. "We're almost there," Jerome said. "Maybe another mile. We just need to keep moving." But he could hear in his own voice how hollow that sounded. Another mile through hell. Another mile of running and hiding and fighting. And at the end, a warehouse that might already be overrun, might not be safe at all. Still, it was the only plan they had. They rested for a few more minutes, then moved out again into the darkness. The warehouse district looked different at night. The industrial buildings hulked against the sky, dark and silent. No lights anywhere, no sounds except their own footsteps. Jerome led them through the familiar streets, past the depot where he'd started his route yesterday morning. Was it really just yesterday? It felt like a lifetime ago. The fence around the warehouse was 10 feet tall, chain-link topped with barbed wire. The main gate was closed and locked. Jerome had expected that. What he hadn't expected was the bodies. 3 of them, sprawled near the gate. 2 in security guard uniforms, 1 in civilian clothes, all dead for hours, going cold, not infected. "What happened here?" Keisha whispered. Jerome examined the scene without getting too close. The security guards had been shot, clean holes in their chests. The civilian looked like he'd died from a head wound. Someone attacked this place already, probably trying to get the supplies inside. So we can't stay here? We're already here. Might as well check it out. Jerome walked the perimeter until he found what he was looking for, a section of fence that had been cut, the chain link peeled back just enough for a person to squeeze through. Someone had already breached the perimeter. He went through first, the tire iron ready. The warehouse loading dock was ahead, 4 bays with their metal doors rolled down. But Bay 3 was open. The door stuck halfway up like someone had forced it, and it had jammed. Inside, the warehouse was a maze of shadows and scattered supplies. Someone had been here, torn through everything looking for valuables. Pallets were knocked over, boxes ripped open, contents scattered everywhere. Jerome's heart sank. There was still food here. He could see canned goods and bottled water among the debris, but not nearly as much as he'd hoped. And the place wasn't secure. Anyone could walk in through that open loading dock door. Still, it was better than nothing. They'd have shelter at least, and some supplies. They could work on securing it tomorrow. "Darius, help me see if we can get that bay door closed," Jerome said. They examined the door's mechanism. Someone had tried to force it open and broken the chain drive. Jerome looked at the parts, his mechanic's brain assessing the damage. He could probably rig something with the tools in the maintenance room, if he could find it, and if it hadn't been looted too. A sound from the darkness deep in the warehouse made them all freeze. A wet, shuffling sound. Then a moan. "They're in here," Keisha said, her voice tight with fear. Jerome strained to see into the darkness. Movement, maybe 50 feet away. 1 infected, 2 more. They'd been drawn by the noise of Jerome and his family moving around. "Upstairs," Jerome said. The warehouse had a 2nd level, offices and break rooms overlooking the main floor. "We can defend a smaller space better." They found the stairs and climbed quickly. The infected below started moving toward them, drawn by the sound of footsteps on metal. Jerome reached the top and looked around desperately. A hallway with several doors. He tried the nearest one. Locked. The next one. Locked. The 3rd one opened into what looked like a break room, with a refrigerator, microwave, and a table with chairs. They piled inside and Jerome shut the door. It had a lock, just a simple push-button lock on the handle, but something. He pushed the table against the door, then added chairs. Not much of a barricade, but it would slow anyone trying to get in. The room had a window overlooking the warehouse floor. Jerome peered down and counted 7 infected wandering around below. They'd lost interest now that the noise had stopped, drifting aimlessly between pallets. "We're trapped," Darius said, sinking into a corner. "No, we're safe for now," Jerome corrected. "We have a door we can secure. We're off the ground, and those things down there can't climb stairs very well from what I've seen." He hoped that was true. They settled in for what remained of the night. Keisha found some vending machines in the hallway and managed to break into them, retrieving candy bars and chips and bottles of soda. Not nutritious, but calories and liquid they needed. They ate mechanically, too exhausted to appreciate it. Jerome took first watch again, sitting by the window and watching the warehouse floor. His arm throbbed where the infected woman had scratched him. He'd cleaned it with a water bottle and wrapped it with a strip of cloth torn from his shirt, but it still hurt. He told himself it was fine. The wound wasn't deep, there was no infection. The word took on new meaning now. Infection didn't just mean bacteria and antibiotics anymore. It meant death and reanimation and losing everything that made you human. Keisha came and sat next to him, handing him a bottle of water. "How bad is it?" "My arm? It's fine." "Don't lie to me, Jerome." "I saw her claw you. It barely broke the skin." "I'm fine." He met her eyes. "I promise. If I start to feel sick, I'll tell you." "Will you? Or will you try to protect us by keeping it secret?" He didn't answer because they both knew the truth. If he got infected, he'd walk away into the darkness before he'd risk hurting his family. And she knew it too. "We're going to get through this," Keisha said, but she sounded like she was trying to convince herself. "Yeah," Jerome said. "We will." They sat together in the darkness, listening to the soft sounds of their children sleeping and the distant moans of the dead, and tried to believe their own lies. Day 3 began with pale sunlight filtering through the grimy break room window. Jerome woke to find everyone still asleep. His arm hurt worse, the scratches red and inflamed. He unwrapped the makeshift bandage and examined the wounds. Definitely infected. The regular kind, bacteria and pus, not the walking dead kind. He needed to clean it better, maybe find some antibiotics. He stood carefully and moved to the break room door, listened. No sounds from the hallway. He eased the table aside and opened the door a crack. The hallway was empty. He crept out, leaving the door ajar, and explored the second level. The office doors were locked but flimsy. Jerome used the tire iron to pop one open. Inside was a typical corporate space: desk, computer, filing cabinets, and, more importantly, a first aid kit on the wall. He grabbed it and checked the contents: bandages, gauze, antiseptic wipes, some basic over-the-counter medication. No antibiotics, but it was better than nothing. He was cleaning his wounds at the bathroom sink when Darius found him. "How's the arm?" his son asked. "Hurts, but it'll be okay." Jerome wrapped it with proper gauze from the kit, secured it with medical tape. "We need to search this building thoroughly, see what supplies we have to work with." They spent the morning going through the warehouse systematically. The first floor was too dangerous with the infected down there, but from the second level they could see what was available. Jerome counted maybe a dozen pallets of supplies that hadn't been looted, mostly non-perishable foods, paper goods, some cleaning supplies. If they could clear the infected and secure the building, they could last weeks here, maybe longer. But clearing the infected was the problem. 7 of them on the warehouse floor, and who knew how many more might be outside. Jerome didn't like the math. Around noon, they heard a vehicle outside. Jerome and Darius rushed to a window that overlooked the parking lot. A large truck was pulling up to the gate, the same kind of delivery truck Jerome had driven. 3 men got out and approached the cut fence. They were armed. 2 had rifles, 1 had a machete. "Told you this place would still have supplies," one of them said, his voice carrying in the still air. Everyone hit the stores and warehouses on the north side. Nobody thought about the industrial district. They squeezed through the fence and approached the warehouse. Jerome watched them carefully. They moved with confidence, knew what they were doing. One of them spotted the open loading dock door and pointed. They headed that way. "We should hide," Darius whispered. "Too late. If they're thorough, they'll check the whole building. If they find us, we need to not look like a threat." Jerome thought quickly. "We need to talk to them, maybe trade." "Trade what?" "We barely have anything. We have something they don't. We've been inside, we know what's here and where the infected are." Keisha appeared with Imani. "Someone's here?" 3 men. "They're coming inside. I'm going to try to talk to them." "Jerome, no. We don't have a choice, baby. If we hide and they find us, it looks suspicious. If I meet them openly, offer information, maybe we can negotiate. He picked up the tire iron but held it loose in his hand, not aggressive. Stay up here. If shooting starts, bar the door and don't come out no matter what you hear. He left before she could argue, moving down the stairs quickly. His heart hammered, but he kept his breathing steady. He could hear the men inside now, their voices echoing in the warehouse space. Watch it. Got some of those dead fucks in here, one said. Only 3 of them. We can handle it. Jerome reached the bottom of the stairs and stepped out where they could see him. Hey there. All 3 men spun toward him, weapons coming up. Jerome raised his empty hand, keeping the tire iron pointed at the floor. Easy, he said. I'm not infected, I'm not hostile. Just a guy trying to survive like you. The man with the machete, who seemed to be the leader, studied Jerome carefully. He was in his 40s, heavily built, with a scar across his cheek. You alone? Lying felt dangerous. These men would search the building. Got my family upstairs, wife and 2 kids. We're just trying to find somewhere safe. This your warehouse? No, I used to work here though. Drive deliveries. Thought there might be supplies left. There are? The man gestured at the pallets. And now they're ours. Fair enough, Jerome said carefully. But there's enough here for all of us. You want the food? Fine. We just need a safe place to stay for a few days. The leader looked at his companions, some silent communication passing between them, then back at Jerome. Here's how this works. We take what we want. You and your family stay out of our way. You don't get a vote and you don't get a share unless we decide to give you one. Try to interfere or take anything without permission and we'll put you down like the dead ones. Clear? It wasn't a partnership. It was subjugation. But Jerome was in no position to negotiate. Clear? Good. I'm Carter. That's Liam and Marcus. He pointed to the other 2 men. You got a name? Jerome. All right, Jerome. You said you know this place. Where's the best stuff? Jerome showed them the pallets that hadn't been looted, pointed out where the vending machines were, where the tools and equipment were stored. He made himself useful, hoping that would buy some goodwill. Carter's crew worked efficiently. They loaded boxes onto hand trucks and wheeled them out to their truck. Jerome helped, carrying loads and stacking them. His arm hurt with every lift, the infected scratches pulling and burning. He gritted his teeth and kept working. After an hour, Keisha appeared at the top of the stairs. Carter spotted her immediately. That your wife? Yeah. Bring her down here. Jerome's stomach clenched, but he nodded. He climbed the stairs and met Keisha halfway. He wants to see you. I don't like this, she whispered. Neither do I, but we have to play along for now. He led her down to where Carter stood. Carter looked Keisha over in a way that made Jerome's hands tighten into fists. Your woman? My wife, Jerome said firmly. Pretty. Carter smiled, showing yellow teeth. You're lucky, Jerome. You got something worth protecting. The threat was clear. Jerome felt rage boiling in his chest, but forced it down. Getting angry would get them killed or worse. We appreciate you letting us stay. Do you? Carter laughed. You appreciate being allowed to crouch in the corner while we take everything? That's what I like. Gratitude. He turned to his men. Load the next pallet. They worked for another 2 hours, stripping the warehouse of anything valuable. When they were done, Carter came back upstairs where Jerome and his family had retreated to the break room. We'll be back tomorrow, Carter said. Probably take another load? You still be here? Where else would we go? Jerome said. Good point. Carter pulled out a candy bar from his pocket and tossed it to Jerome. For the kids. See? I'm not completely heartless. After they left, Jerome sat with his back against the wall, the candy bar clutched in his hand. Keisha sat next to him. They took almost everything. I know. What are we going to do? I don't know. Jerome closed his eyes. I don't know. The rest of the day passed slowly. They had almost no food left, whatever had been in their backpacks and what little Carter had overlooked. No working utilities. 7 infected people on the floor below. And now the threat of Carter's crew coming back to take even more. As evening fell, Jerome went to the window and looked out at the city. Fires burned in multiple locations. The sky was hazy with smoke. No sirens anymore, no helicopters. Just silence and distant screams. His phone had died that morning, the battery finally giving out. He'd kept it off as long as possible, but it didn't matter now. No signal anyway, no one to call. The world had gone dark. That night, while the others slept, Jerome allowed himself to feel the full weight of their situation. They'd been lucky so far, survived when so many others hadn't. But their luck was running out. They were trapped in a warehouse with limited supplies, threatened by both the infected and by living people who were becoming just as dangerous. He thought about his old life. Getting up at 4:30, making coffee, driving to work. Simple problems like transmission slipping and traffic jams. Keisha worrying about school budgets and parent-teacher conferences. Darius stressing about college applications. Imani practicing her spelling words. Normal problems. Human problems. That life was gone, burned away like everything else. Now their problems were survival and death, and the line between them was getting thinner every day. Day 4 dawned gray and cold. Someone had to deal with the infected on the warehouse floor. They couldn't stay trapped upstairs forever. Jerome came up with a plan that was risky but possible. "We make noise up here," he explained to Darius. "Get them to cluster under this window. Then we drop things on them. Boxes, tools, whatever we can find. From this height, it might be enough to kill them, or at least knock them down so we can finish them off." "That's your plan? Drop boxes on them? You got a better idea?" Darius didn't. They spent an hour gathering heavy items from the offices, desk drawers full of supplies, old computer monitors, filing cabinets. They arranged everything by the window. Then Jerome started banging on the metal frame, creating noise. It worked. The infected below turned toward the sound and shambled over, clustering beneath the window. 7 of them, all looking up with blank, hungry eyes. "Now," Jerome said. They started dropping things. A filing cabinet went first, tumbling end over end. It hit one infected person square on and drove them to the ground. Then the monitors exploding in showers of glass and plastic. Desk drawers raining down. A chair, everything heavy they could lift and push out the window. 3 of the infected went down and didn't get back up. 2 were injured but still mobile. 2 were untouched, too far from the window when the objects fell. "Come on," Jerome said, grabbing the tire iron. "We finish this now while they're disorganized." They raced down the stairs. Jerome went for the nearest injured infected, brought the tire iron down hard on its skull. It collapsed. Darius hit another with the baseball bat, again and again until it stopped moving. The 2 uninjured ones came at them. Jerome dodged around a pallet and caught one from behind, hooking the tire iron around its neck and pulling it off balance. It fell hard and Jerome finished it. The last one grabbed Darius, its teeth snapping near his face. Darius screamed and shoved it back. Jerome was there in seconds, hitting it from the side. Together they beat it until it stopped moving. They stood in the warehouse floor, breathing hard, surrounded by bodies. 7 infected dead for real this time, no longer a threat. Jerome's arm screamed with pain, the wounds seeping through the bandage. "We did it," Darius said, amazed. "We actually did it." "First step," Jerome agreed. "Now we secure this place properly." Over the next few hours, they worked to make the warehouse defensible. Jerome found tools in the maintenance room and fixed the bay door on loading dock 3, getting it to close and lock. He reinforced it with a metal beam wedged against the mechanism. He checked the other bay doors and made sure they were secure. Then he worked on the fence, using wire from a spool he found to repair the cut section. Keisha and Imani organized what little supplies remained, creating a better living space in the break room. They found blankets in a storage closet, probably from the warehouse workers who used to sleep on their breaks. They set up a makeshift bathroom in one of the offices, using a bucket and bottles of water. By evening, the warehouse felt marginally more secure. Not safe. Nowhere was safe anymore, but better than before. They had walls and locked doors and height advantage. It was something. They ate a sparse meal of crackers and warm soda. Imani fell asleep early, exhausted. Jerome sat with Keisha in the break room, their usual spot now, watching darkness fall. "How's your arm?" she asked. "Bad." No point in lying. The scratches were definitely infected, the skin around them red and hot. "I need antibiotics or it's going to get worse." "Where are we going to find antibiotics?" "There's a pharmacy maybe half a mile from here. I saw it when we were walking through the district. If it hasn't been completely looted, there might be something left." "You can't go out there alone." "Can't take anyone with me either." "Too dangerous." "Then we wait until you're stronger." "If I wait, I won't be strong enough to go at all." Jerome touched her face gently. "I need to do this tomorrow, while I still can." She started to cry silently, tears running down her cheeks. "I can't lose you. The kids can't lose you. You won't. I'm too stubborn to die." He tried to smile. "Survived 15 years of Atlanta traffic. A few infected people aren't going to take me out." But they both knew that was bravado. People were dying every minute. Good people, strong people. Survival was luck as much as anything, and their luck was running out. That night, Jerome dreamed of his uncle's garage in Thomasville. He was young again, maybe 12, watching his uncle's hands as they rebuilt a carburetor, the smell of motor oil and old coffee, his uncle's patient voice explaining how everything connected, how if one part failed, the whole system stopped working. "Nothing works alone, Jerome," his uncle said. "Everything depends on everything else." Jerome woke with tears on his face, grieving for his uncle who died 5 years ago, grateful he hadn't lived to see this world end. Day 5. Jerome prepared for the pharmacy run like he was planning a military operation. He studied the route from the second-floor windows, memorizing landmarks and potential dangers. He would go at dawn, when the infected were most sluggish, when the light was just good enough to see but still dim enough to hide in shadows. He told Darius his route, made him memorize it. "If I'm not back by noon, lock everything down and don't come looking for me." "Dad, I mean it. You're the man of the house if something happens to me. You take care of your mother and sister, understand?" Darius nodded, trying not to cry. Keisha refused to say goodbye. "You're coming back," she said firmly. "So I don't need to say goodbye." Jerome kissed Imani while she slept, then slipped out of the break room before his resolve could crumble. The warehouse district was quiet in the early dawn. Jerome moved along the fence line, staying low. He'd brought the tire iron and a backpack for supplies. His arm throbbed with every step, the infection spreading. He could feel fever starting, that familiar ache in his bones that meant his body was fighting something. The pharmacy was in a strip mall half a mile away, surrounded by parking lot. Jerome approached carefully from the back, moving between empty cars and overturned shopping carts. The pharmacy's windows were smashed, but that was expected. He just hoped there was something left inside. He climbed through the window frame, careful of broken glass. Inside, the pharmacy had been thoroughly ransacked. Shelves were stripped bare, displays knocked over, prescription bottles scattered everywhere. Jerome started going through them one by one, reading labels. Most were empty or useless. Heart medication, diabetes drugs, things he didn't need. But then he found it. A bottle of amoxicillin with maybe 20 pills inside. And another bottle with cephalexin, broad-spectrum antibiotics, enough to fight his infection if he took them quickly. He shoved the bottles in his pocket and kept searching. He found bandages, gauze, medical tape, antiseptic, filled his backpack with anything useful. In the back room, where the pharmacist's work area was, he found more supplies that the looters had missed. Syringes, IV bags, surgical gloves. He took everything. He was almost back to the broken window when he heard the sound, that distinctive shuffle and moan. He turned and saw 3 infected people entering through the window he'd come through. They'd followed his scent or heard the noise he made searching. Jerome backed away toward the rear of the pharmacy. There had to be another exit. He found a back door, but it was locked, deadbolted from the inside. He fumbled with the lock as the infected shuffled closer. The first one reached for him. Jerome swung the tire iron and connected, but not solidly. The infected person staggered but didn't fall. The other 2 were closing in. Jerome got the door open and burst through into an alley. He ran, the backpack bouncing against his spine. Behind him, the infected gave chase. They weren't fast, but they were relentless, and Jerome's fever made him slower than normal. His lungs burned, his arms screamed, but he kept running because stopping meant death. He turned a corner and nearly collided with more infected. 5 of them clustered around something on the ground. They looked up at his approach, blood dripping from their mouths. Jerome reversed direction, running back the way he'd come. The 3 chasing him were still there. He was trapped between 2 groups. A fire escape ladder hung from the side of a building to his right. Jerome jumped, caught the lowest rung, pulled himself up. The ladder rattled and swayed but held. He climbed quickly, not looking down. The infected gathered below, reaching up uselessly, moaning their frustration. From the fire escape, Jerome could see the warehouse a quarter-mile away. He could also see that the direct route was blocked by infected, dozens of them drawn together by some instinct or stimulus he couldn't identify. A horde. He'd have to take a longer route, go around. He climbed to the building's roof, crossed it, jumped to the next building. His arm nearly gave out with the impact. Pain lanced through him, white-hot and nauseating. He forced himself to keep moving. For the next hour, he navigated rooftops and fire escapes, staying above the infected masses below. The city looked different from up high. He could see how many buildings were damaged, how many fires still burned, how the streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles and bodies. The scale of the disaster was stunning from this vantage point. Atlanta was a dead city. 4 million people reduced to a few thousand living and hundreds of thousands of infected corpses wandering in search of flesh. He made it back to the warehouse around 9 a.m. Darius let him in through a second-floor window they'd rigged to open. Jerome collapsed inside, the backpack sliding from his shoulders. "You did it," Darius said, amazed. "Got antibiotics." Jerome pulled out the bottles with shaking hands. Water. Need water. Keisha was there, helping him sit up, holding a bottle to his lips. He swallowed 3 pills, knowing he should start with 1 or 2, but not caring. The infection needed to be hit hard and fast. "Your arm," Keisha said, unwrapping the bandage. The wounds looked terrible, the skin around them inflamed and weeping. "Oh, Jerome!" "It's going to be okay now. The antibiotics will work." He hoped that was true. They cleaned the wounds again, properly this time, using the supplies Jerome had brought back. Keisha worked carefully, her hands steady even though her face showed fear. She wrapped his arm in clean gauze, secured it perfectly. "You need to rest," she said. "Can't. Carter and his crew might come back. Then Darius and I will watch. You need to let the medicine work." She guided him to a corner where they'd made a sleeping area. "Just a few hours, please." Jerome didn't have the strength to argue. He lay down on the blankets and let himself drift, the fever pulling him down into darkness. He woke to shouting. Disoriented, he struggled to stand. How long had he been out? The light through the windows was different. Afternoon, maybe. The shouting came from downstairs. Multiple voices. One of them was Darius. Jerome grabbed the tire iron and ran for the stairs, his body protesting every movement. He reached the warehouse floor and saw Darius backed against a wall, the baseball bat in his hands. Facing him were Carter and his 2 crew members, all armed. "Dad!" Darius called out. Carter turned toward Jerome, his rifle coming up slightly. "There you are. We've been calling for you. Your boy here wouldn't tell us where you were." "What do you want?" Jerome asked. He moved slowly, positioning himself between Carter and his son. "What I want is to know where you got that backpack full of medical supplies. Your boy says you went on a run, found a pharmacy that still had stock." Carter smiled. "That's valuable information. We could use supplies like that. The pharmacy's picked clean now. I took everything worth taking. Even so, you didn't tell us you were leaving. Didn't tell us where you were going. That's not being a team player, Jerome." "We're not a team." "You made that clear." Carter's face hardened. "You're right. We're not a team. We're the people with guns, and you're the people who do what we say. I thought we understood each other." Keisha appeared at the top of the stairs with Imani. "Jerome?" Carter looked up at her, that same predatory assessment. "The whole family's here." "Good. Let's talk about your situation." Jerome felt his grip tighten on the tire iron. "Our situation is fine." "Is it?" "Because from where I stand, you're squatting in a warehouse with limited supplies and no means to defend yourselves. We've been thinking, we could use another person in our crew, someone who knows the area, knows where supplies might be, someone skilled. Liam tells me you fixed that bay door yesterday. That's useful. What are you offering?" "Protection, regular food rations, safety in numbers." Carter gestured around the warehouse. "You help us, we help you." It's simple. It sounded simple. It also sounded like slavery with extra steps. Jerome had seen how Carter operated, taking what he wanted, using threats to maintain control. Joining his crew meant becoming complicit in that. It meant watching him do to others what he'd done to Jerome's family. "I need to think about it," Jerome said. "Think fast. We leave tomorrow morning for a supply run. You're either with us or you're on your own." Carter shouldered his rifle. "And Jerome? If you decide against joining up, we're taking the rest of these supplies when we go. All of them. You and your family will be in this warehouse with nothing, just so we're clear." They left. Jerome stood in the empty warehouse, listening to their truck drive away. Darius came and stood next to him. "We can't join them," Darius said. "They're bad men." "I know. But we need supplies." "I know that too." Keisha came down with Imani. "What are we going to do?" Jerome looked at his family, his wife, his son, his daughter. They were looking at him to make the decision, to lead them through this impossible situation. He was a truck driver. He'd spent 15 years delivering furniture. He wasn't equipped for this, but he was all they had. "We leave," he said. "Tonight, before Carter comes back." "Leave and go where?" Keisha asked. "Somewhere else. Anywhere else. We can't stay here with those men." Jerome sat down on a pallet, his body exhausted. "We'll pack light, take only what we can carry. Move east toward Decatur, find a house to hole up in. Keep moving every few days until we find somewhere stable." "That's not a plan," Darius said. "That's just running." "You're right, but it's the only option we have." Jerome looked at them. "Unless someone has a better idea?" No one did. They spent the rest of the day preparing to leave. The antibiotics were working. Jerome could feel his fever breaking, his arm hurting less. Not cured, but better. Enough to travel. As night fell, they shouldered their backpacks and left the warehouse through a side door Jerome had unlocked earlier. The street was empty, dark, silent. Somewhere a dog barked. Somewhere a woman screamed. The sounds of the dying city. They moved into the darkness, 4 survivors among thousands, trying to find safety in a world that had none to give. Days 6 through 9 blurred together into a nightmare of constant movement. They slept in abandoned houses, never staying more than one night. They scrounged for food in stripped stores and empty pantries, finding less each day. Water was becoming critical. The taps were dry everywhere, and they were down to rationing half a bottle per person per day. Jerome's arm healed slowly. The antibiotics saved him but left him weakened. He pushed through it, had no choice. Every morning they woke up and he assessed their situation. Supplies, threats, options. Every evening they found shelter and barricaded themselves inside. The routine became automatic, driven by the simple need to survive one more day. They saw other survivors but avoided them. Trust was too dangerous. Jerome had learned that lesson with Carter. Anyone could turn predator when desperation hit. Better to stay hidden, stay moving, stay alive. On day 10, they were crossing through a residential area in East Atlanta when they heard engines. Multiple vehicles moving fast. Jerome pulled everyone behind a fence and they watched as a convoy of trucks and cars raced past. Military vehicles mixed with civilian ones. Armed soldiers in some, panicked people in others. The convoy was heading south, away from the city. "Where are they going?" Imani whispered. "Away," Jerome said. "Somewhere they think is safer." "Should we follow them?" "In what?" "We don't have a car, and even if they did, Jerome wasn't sure following was the right choice. Big groups of people meant big problems. Food shortages, conflict, more infected drawn by noise and activity. That night they sheltered in a church. The building was intact, doors locked, no signs of infected inside. They found canned food in the kitchen, probably meant for a food drive that never happened. They ate green beans and peaches straight from the cans, not even bothering to heat them. It was the best meal they'd had in days. Jerome stood at a window looking out at the dark city. Keisha came and stood next to him, took his hand. "Do you think we're going to make it?" she asked quietly. "I don't know," he admitted. "Probably not. The odds aren't good." "That's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, 'Yes, we'll make it. I'll keep us safe.'" "I can't lie to you anymore, baby. I'm tired, I'm scared, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making it up as I go." He turned to face her. "But I'm going to keep trying. Every day I wake up, I'm going to try to keep us alive one more day. That's the only promise I can make." She kissed him, soft and gentle. "That's enough." Day 11 brought new challenges. They were completely out of water. Jerome knew they needed to find a source soon, within 24 hours, or they'd start getting seriously dehydrated. He remembered passing a creek about a mile back, but returning meant backtracking through areas they'd already cleared. Still, they had no choice. The creek was barely more than a trickle, brown and slow-moving. Jerome filled bottles using his t-shirt as a filter, then dropped in purification tablets from their camping supplies. It took forever for the tablets to work. They waited on the creek bank, hidden in bushes, while the water slowly became safe to drink. That's when they heard the screaming, downstream, maybe a quarter mile, then gunshots, a lot of them rapid fire, then more screaming, cut off suddenly. "We need to go," Jerome said. "Now." They hurried away from the creek, the bottles of water heavy in their packs. Behind them, the shooting continued for several minutes before stopping abruptly. Jerome didn't look back. Whatever had happened wasn't their problem. They had their own survival to worry about. By day 13, they were running on empty. The food was gone except for a few cracker packets. The water was rationed to sips. Imani was listless, not complaining anymore, which scared Jerome more than anything. Kids complained. When they stopped complaining, it meant they were shutting down. They needed to find a real cache of supplies, a house that hadn't been looted, or a store, or something. Jerome made the decision to risk a larger building, A grocery store he'd spotted earlier, but avoided because it was too exposed. The grocery store's front windows were smashed, but the interior looked intact. They approached carefully at dawn, watching for movement. Nothing. They slipped inside. The store had been hit by looters, but not completely stripped. Most of the fresh food was rotted, the smell overwhelming. But deeper in the store, Jerome found shelves with canned goods still stocked. Not full, but enough. They loaded their backpacks with everything they could carry: soup, beans, vegetables, fruit cocktail. Darius found bottled water in the back room, cases of it. They each drank a full bottle immediately, the relief almost painful. They were loading the last of the supplies when they heard voices outside. Male voices, laughing. Jerome signaled everyone to get down. They crouched behind shelves and waited. 3 men entered the store. Young, maybe early 20s, all armed with pistols. They moved with the casual swagger of people who thought they were in control. "Told you this place would still have shit," one said. "Everyone hits the front. Nobody checks the back. Long as there's no dead fucks in here, I don't care." They started loading supplies into a shopping cart. Jerome watched them, calculating. 3 men with guns versus Jerome's family with a tire iron and baseball bat. No contest. But the men were standing between them and the exit. They were trapped. Minutes stretched into an hour. The men kept looting, taking their time. Jerome's legs cramped from crouching. Imani shifted and a bottle in her backpack clinked against another. The sound was soft, but in the quiet store it echoed. One of the men turned. "You hear that? Hear what?" "Something over there." He started walking toward their shelves. Jerome stood up, making the decision to face them directly rather than be discovered hiding. "Hey!" The 3 men spun, guns coming up. "Jesus! Who the fuck are you?" "Just trying to survive," Jerome said, hands raised. "Same as you." The men looked at each other, then at Jerome's family emerging from behind the shelves. One of them laughed. "You got a whole family with you? Man, that's rough. Hard enough keeping yourself alive." "We're doing okay," Jerome said carefully. "Yeah? You got any weapons?" "No." The lie came easily. "Then you ain't doing okay. You're just lucky you ain't dead yet." The man who seemed to be the leader lowered his gun slightly. "We're taking everything from this store." "You already load that stuff?" He pointed at their backpacks. "Yeah." "Cool. Leave it and go." "That's our food," Darius said. "We need it. And we want it. How about you give us the packs and we don't shoot you? That's a fair trade." Jerome felt Keisha's hand grip his arm. He wanted to fight. Wanted to use the tire iron and the bat and rush these men and take them down. But they had guns. He'd seen too many times what happened when you brought a club to a gunfight. People died. "Okay," Jerome said. He shrugged off his backpack and set it down. "Take it." Keisha stared at him in disbelief but followed his lead. Darius refused for a moment until Jerome gave him a hard look. One by one, they set down their backpacks full of supplies they'd spent an hour gathering. "Smart man," the leader said. "You and your family can go." They walked out of the grocery store with nothing except the weapons they'd hidden and the clothes on their backs. Outside, Jerome kept walking until they were 2 blocks away. Then he stopped and leaned against a wall, shaking with rage and exhaustion. "Why didn't we fight?" Darius demanded. We could have died," Jerome said harshly. "They had guns, Darius. Guns! We would have lost." "So we just let them take everything. Now we have nothing. Now we're alive." That's something. But even as he said it, Jerome wondered if being alive with nothing was better than being dead with dignity. How many times would they have to bow down, give up, run away? How many times could they do it before they lost themselves completely? They spent that night in an abandoned gas station, hungry and cold. Jerome lay awake staring at the ceiling and thinking about the past 2 weeks. thinking about how they'd gone from ordinary people with normal problems to scavengers fighting for survival, thinking about how thin the line was between civilization and chaos. It had taken less than 2 weeks for everything to collapse completely. Day 15. They were hungry enough that Jerome was having trouble thinking clearly. Keisha was moving slowly, conserving energy. Darius had stopped talking. Imani barely moved at all. They needed food desperately. Jerome made a decision that would haunt him. There was a small mom and pop restaurant a few streets over. They'd passed it 3 days ago but avoided it because there were infected inside. Now, desperation overrode caution. "Stay here," Jerome told Keisha. "I'll get food and come back." "Jerome, I have to." He left before she could stop him. The restaurant had 2 infected inside. Jerome could see them through the windows, shambling around between tables. He gripped the tire iron and kicked open the door. The infected turned toward him immediately. He let them come, waited until they were in the doorway, then swung hard. The first one's skull caved in. The second grabbed his jacket. Jerome twisted away, swung again, connected, both of them down. Inside, the restaurant's kitchen still had food, dried goods in the pantry. Jerome stuffed his pockets with packages of pasta, crackers, sugar packets, anything he could carry. There was also a case of canned soda under the counter. He grabbed it. When he returned to the gas station, his family fell on the food like starving animals. They were starving animals. They ate dry pasta and crackers and drank warm soda, and it was the best meal of their lives. "We need to find somewhere more permanent," Keisha said between bites. "We can't keep moving like this. We're going to die of exhaustion even if the infected don't get us." "I know." Jerome had been thinking the same thing. "Tomorrow we'll look for a house on the outskirts. Somewhere with a yard, maybe a well. We can fortify it, stay put for a while." It was a good plan. They never got to try it. That night they heard something that had been absent for days. An engine. A vehicle approaching. Jerome looked out the gas station window and saw headlights. A van moving slowly down the street, searchlight scanning the buildings. "Hide," Jerome whispered urgently. "Get behind the counter." They crouched in the darkness as the van passed. The searchlight swept across the gas station's windows. For a moment Jerome thought they'd been spotted, but the van kept moving. It continued down the street, the engine noise fading. "Who was that?" Darius whispered. "I don't know, but anyone with gas and working vehicles is someone we want to avoid." Jerome had learned that the people who came through now, the ones still organized and mobile, weren't rescuers. They were predators, taking advantage of the collapse to grab power and resources. But the van had been moving systematically, searching methodically. Whoever they were, they'd be back. This area wasn't safe anymore. Day 16. They packed their meager supplies and prepared to move. Jerome's plan was to head toward the suburbs, find a quiet neighborhood where they could disappear into a random house. But as they prepared to leave the gas station, they heard shouting outside, then gunshots. Jerome peered through the window. A group of people were running down the street, maybe 10 of them, fleeing from something. Behind them came a massive horde of infected. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, moving like a wave of rotting flesh. "Oh, God," Keisha breathed. "Where did they all come from?" Jerome had no answer. The horde must have been drawn together by noise or pheromones or whatever mechanism they used. Now they filled the street from side to side, an unstoppable mass of hunger and decay. The fleeing survivors scattered, some running into buildings, others trying to fight. The horde overwhelmed them in seconds. Jerome watched people disappear under the mass of infected bodies, their screams cutting off abruptly. "We have to go," Jerome said. "Out the back. Now." They ran. Behind them, the horde continued its slow advance, consuming everything in its path. Jerome led his family through alleys and backyards, always moving perpendicular to the horde's direction. But the infected were everywhere now, drawn by the chaos. They encountered small groups constantly, had to fight or run or hide. By mid-afternoon, They were exhausted and lost. The city looked different after 16 days of collapse. Fires had destroyed entire blocks. Collapsed buildings blocked familiar streets. Jerome couldn't orient himself. They were somewhere in East Atlanta, maybe near Memorial Drive, but he wasn't certain. Keisha stumbled and nearly fell. Jerome caught her. "You okay?" "Just tired." So tired. Imani was riding on Darius's back now, too weak to walk on her own. They all looked like refugees, dirty, thin, hollow-eyed. They looked like the end of the world. "There," Darius said, pointing. "A school." It was an elementary school, 2 stories of brick with a fenced playground. The fence would keep out the regular infected, at least for a while. The building might have supplies. Schools always had emergency supplies. They approached carefully. The main doors were locked, but Jerome found a window that was broken. They climbed inside into a classroom. Children's artwork still hung on the walls. Tiny desks arranged in neat rows, everything normal except for the blood smeared across one wall and the way the air smelled of death. "Search carefully," Jerome said. "Don't split up." They moved through the school together. Most classrooms were empty or showed signs of violence. In the cafeteria, they found what they were looking for: industrial-sized cans of food in the kitchen, applesauce, corn, beans, fruit cocktail, enough to feed an army of children, now available to feed one desperate family. They also found water in the kitchen, big bottles for the coolers, and in the nurse's office, more first aid supplies. They loaded everything they could carry, knowing they'd found a temporary reprieve from starvation. As they were preparing to leave, they heard a sound from upstairs. Crying. A child crying. Everyone froze. "Did you hear that?" Keisha whispered. Jerome nodded. The sound came again, muffled, from somewhere on the second floor. A child's voice, scared and alone. "We have to check," Keisha said. "It might be a trap." "It's a child, Jerome." He knew she was right. They couldn't leave a child alone in this nightmare. Even though every instinct screamed that it was dangerous, that they shouldn't investigate, that they should just take their supplies and leave. They climbed the stairs carefully. The crying was coming from a classroom at the end of the hall. Jerome approached the door and peered through the window. Inside, he saw a little boy, maybe 6 years old, huddled under a desk, alive and alone. Jerome opened the door slowly. "Hey there. We're not going to hurt you." The boy looked up with terrified eyes. "Stay away," my teacher said. "Don't go with strangers." "Smart teacher. But we're here to help. I'm Jerome. This is my wife Keisha, my son Darius, and my daughter Imani." He gestured to each family member. "What's your name?" The boy hesitated. "Christopher." "Okay, Christopher." "How long have you been here?" "I don't know." "A long time. Days. My teacher told us to hide when those people started coming to school. She went to find help and never came back." "Are you alone? Any other kids here?" Christopher's face crumpled. "There were other kids, but they got hungry and went looking for food. They didn't come back either." Jerome's heart broke for this child, alone for days in an infected school. "Christopher, we're going to take you with us, okay? Get you somewhere safe. I want my mom." "I know, buddy. We'll look for her." Another lie told to spare a child pain. Christopher's mother was almost certainly dead. "But right now, we need to get you out of this school." It took several minutes to coax Christopher out from under the desk. He was dehydrated and weak, but able to walk. Keisha gave him water and crackers, which he ate ravenously. They added a 5th person to their group, another mouth to feed, another life to protect. As they prepared to leave the school, Jerome heard something that made his blood run cold. Footsteps in the hallway below. Not the shuffling of infected, but the purposeful stride of living people, multiple someones. "Who else is here?" a male voice called out. "Saw your footprints in the dust." Jerome recognized that voice. Carter. Of course it was Carter. In a city of thousands of survivors, somehow they'd crossed paths again with the one group they needed to avoid. "Come on out," Carter called. "We ain't gonna hurt you. Just want to talk." Jerome looked at Keisha. They were trapped on the second floor with one way down. They could try the windows, but it was a 15-foot drop to concrete. With Imani and Christopher, they'd never make it. "Jerome," Carter's voice again. "I know you're up there. Your boy's got that stupid bat with him. I'd recognize it anywhere. Come on down, let's talk. No choice." Jerome led his family to the stairs. Carter stood at the bottom with Liam and Marcus, all three armed. But Carter was smiling, which was somehow worse than if he'd been angry. "Small world," Carter said. "You're looking rough, Jerome. Guess survival isn't as easy as you thought." "What do you want?" Jerome asked flatly. "Same thing as you, supplies. Saw you loading up in that kitchen. That's a lot of food, more than 5 people need. We're keeping it." "Are you?" "Because I count 3 guns down here and what? A tire iron and a bat up there? Plus you got kids to protect? You think you're in a position to refuse me?" Jerome didn't answer. They weren't in a position to refuse anything. Carter walked up the stairs slowly. "Tell you what, I'm in a generous mood. You give us half the supplies and we'll call it even. That's fair, right? You still get plenty, we get plenty. Everybody's happy. Half their supplies, half the food they'd risked their lives to find. But alive with half was better than dead with nothing." Jerome had learned that lesson already. "Fine," Jerome said. "Half." They carried the supplies down and divided them. Carter's crew took slightly more than half, of course they did, but left enough that Jerome's family wouldn't starve immediately. Carter also took most of the water bottles. "Nice doing business with you," Carter said as they prepared to leave. Then he spotted Christopher. "Who's the kid?" "Found him hiding here," Jerome said. "He's alone." Carter studied Christopher for a long moment. "Cute kid. Would be a shame if something happened to him. You remember that, Jerome, next time you think about holding out on me. I know this area now. I'll find you again. And when I do, I'll expect cooperation. Understand? The threat was clear. Cooperate or the child dies." Jerome forced himself to nod. "Understood." After Carter left, they sat in the school cafeteria and ate canned corn straight from the can. Christopher sat close to Keisha, having attached himself to her maternal presence. 5 people now instead of 4. 5 lives depending on Jerome to somehow keep them alive. Day 17. They spent another night at the school, then prepared to move again. Staying too long anywhere was dangerous. They headed south, away from the city center, looking for the suburbs. Around midday, they reached a residential area that looked untouched. Nice houses with fenced yards, no signs of infected or looters. Jerome picked a house at random, a blue 2-story with a big oak tree in the front yard. He forced the back door open and they went inside. The house was empty of people but full of supplies. The previous occupants had fled quickly, leaving almost everything behind. Jerome found canned goods in the pantry, bottled water in the garage, even some batteries that still had charge. They'd hit the jackpot. "We could stay here," Keisha said, looking around the living room. "It's secure, it's got supplies." "We could make it work." Jerome wanted to agree. The house was everything they needed, but something felt wrong. If this house was untouched, why? Why hadn't looters found it already? What was keeping people away? He got his answer that night. Around midnight, he heard vehicles. The sound grew louder, multiple engines. He looked out the upstairs window and saw trucks approaching, a convoy of at least 6 vehicles, including 2 that looked military. The convoy stopped in the middle of the street. Armed people jumped out and started clearing houses one by one. Jerome watched them kick in doors, go inside, emerge minutes later with supplies. They were stripping the neighborhood systematically. "We have to go," Jerome whispered. "Right now." "Where?" Keisha asked. Out the back, into the woods behind the house. Move quietly. They gathered their things and slipped out the back door. Behind the house was a stretch of overgrown woods, probably a drainage easement. They pushed into the undergrowth just as the looters reached their street. From the darkness of the trees, Jerome watched them kick in the door of the blue house and swarm inside. They spent the night in the woods, cold and miserable, listening to the sounds of the neighborhood being stripped clean. By morning, the convoy was gone and the street was silent. Jerome led his family back to the house to assess the damage. The looters had taken everything of value: food, water, medicine, batteries, all gone. They'd even taken the furniture, loading couches and TVs into their trucks. The house was a gutted shell. Jerome stood in the empty living room and felt something inside him crack. Every time they found supplies, someone took them. Every time they found shelter, they had to run. Every single step forward was met with 2 steps back. They were losing ground, losing strength, losing hope. Dad? Darius stood in the doorway. What do we do now? Jerome didn't have an answer. For the first time since this nightmare began, he didn't have a plan. They had nothing left to trade, nowhere safe to go, and no energy to keep running. They were at the end. I don't know, son, Jerome said quietly. I don't know. Day 18. They left the stripped house and wandered aimlessly through the neighborhood. Jerome's mind was foggy with exhaustion and hunger. The antibiotics had saved his arm but left him weak. Or maybe that was starvation. Hard to tell anymore where one problem ended and another began. They found a house that still had some food, a forgotten box of crackers in the back of a pantry. They split it 5 ways. Each person got maybe 10 crackers. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. Christopher had stopped talking. He followed Keisha like a shadow, but didn't speak, didn't cry, just stared with those hollow eyes. Imani was the same. Both children had retreated inside themselves, conserving energy, shutting down everything non-essential. Jerome recognized it from nature documentaries he'd watched, when prey animals gave up, when they stopped fighting and just waited for death. He couldn't let that happen, wouldn't let that happen, but he didn't know how to stop it. That afternoon, they heard it. A sound Jerome hadn't heard in days, a voice on a loudspeaker. Official sounding, amplified, echoing across the neighborhood. Attention survivors, this is the National Guard. We are establishing a safe zone at Turner Field. Food, water, and medical attention available. Follow the markers to the stadium. This message will repeat. Hope flared in Jerome's chest. The National Guard, military, order and organization. Maybe they could actually survive this. Is it real? Keisha asked. Only one way to find out? Jerome tried to remember where Turner Field was from here. South, maybe 5 miles. A long walk, but manageable. They had to try. They followed the sound of the message, which repeated every 10 minutes. Along the way, they saw markers. Yellow spray paint on walls and street signs, arrows pointing the direction. Other survivors emerged from hiding places, also following the markers. A family of 3, an old man alone, a woman with a baby. All of them looked like Jerome's family, hollow-eyed, desperate, clinging to hope. The crowd grew as they got closer to the stadium. Dozens of people, then hundreds, all converging on the safe zone. Jerome held Imani's hand tightly and kept Keisha close. In crowds like this, it was easy to get separated, trampled, lost. Turner Field came into view, the massive stadium rising above the neighborhood. But something was wrong. Jerome could see it even from a distance. The gates were closed. The National Guard troops were there, but they were on the outside of the barriers, not inside, and they were pointing their weapons at the crowd. "Stop!" a voice on the loudspeaker commanded. "Do not approach the perimeter!" The crowd slowed, confused. A man near the front shouted, "You said there was food! You said safe zone!" "The facility has reached capacity," the loudspeaker voice said. "We cannot accept any more refugees at this time. Return to your homes and wait for further instructions." The crowd erupted, people screaming, crying, pushing forward. The guard troops raised their weapons higher. "Disperse immediately or we will open fire!" Jerome started backing away, pulling his family with him. This was bad. This was about to become very bad. The shooting started seconds later. Jerome never saw who fired first, the crowd or the guard, but suddenly everyone was running and screaming and dying. Jerome shoved Keisha and the kids toward an alley, away from the chaos. Behind them, the gunfire continued. People fell. The crowd stampeded. They ran until they couldn't hear the shooting anymore. Ended up in an alley behind a warehouse, gasping for breath. Everyone was there. Everyone was okay. But Turner Field, their last hope for rescue, was gone. "They lied," Darius said. "The military lied. They ran out of space," Jerome said, but even he didn't believe it. More likely the safe zone had fallen days ago and the message was still broadcasting on a loop, drawing desperate people to their deaths. Or maybe the guard was there, but the situation was so bad they couldn't take anyone else. Either way, the result was the same. No rescue, no safe zone, no hope. Day 19. Jerome made a hard decision. They couldn't keep all 5 people alive. The math didn't work. They needed more supplies than they could find, more protection than he could provide. So he decided to try one last desperate gamble. "We're going back to my old work depot," he told Keisha, "the trucking company on Memorial Drive." "Why?" That place was stripped clean. Not the trucks. Some of them might still have gas. "If we can get one running, we can drive out of the city. Get somewhere rural, somewhere with less people and more resources." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. Action instead of waiting to die. They walked through the night, avoiding the infected hordes that seemed to be growing larger every day. The depot appeared ahead of them in the pre-dawn light, familiar and strange at once. The trucks sat in their bays like sleeping giants. The gates were open, the security booth abandoned. Jerome approached his old bay, number 17. The truck was there, the same 26-footer he'd driven for years. He climbed into the cab and tried the ignition. Nothing. Battery dead. He tried 2 other trucks with the same result. Weeks without running had drained them all. But trucks had diesel, and diesel could be siphoned. Jerome found a hose in the maintenance bay and started transferring fuel from multiple trucks into one. It took hours. Darius helped, the 2 of them working in the morning heat. Keisha kept watch with the kids, alert for infected or living threats. Finally, they had 1 truck with a full tank. Jerome tried the ignition. The engine turned over, coughed, died. He tried again. This time it caught, running rough, but running. The sound was impossibly loud in the silent depot. "Everyone in!" Jerome called. "Now!" They piled into the cab, 5 people crammed into a space meant for 2, uncomfortable but alive. Jerome shifted into gear and the truck lurched forward. He drove out of the depot, onto Memorial Drive, heading east toward Decatur. The roads were a nightmare. Abandoned cars everywhere, some burned out, some with infected inside trying to claw through the windows. Jerome navigated around obstacles, sometimes driving on sidewalks to get through. The truck was slow and unwieldy, but powerful. Nothing could stop a 26-foot delivery truck when momentum was on its side. They made it maybe 3 miles before they hit the real problem. Memorial Drive was completely blocked ahead, a massive pileup of vehicles and bodies, no way through. Jerome tried side streets, but they were all blocked too. The city was locked down, every route clogged with the debris of civilization's collapse. "What now?" Keisha asked. Jerome looked at the fuel gauge. Quarter tank left, maybe 50 miles worth. But they couldn't drive 50 miles when they couldn't get out of the city. He made a decision. We use the truck as a mobile base. Drive to different areas, scavenge, move when we need to. We can sleep in the back. It's secure. We have mobility now. That's something. It worked for a while. They spent day 20 driving through neighborhoods, Jerome using his knowledge of Atlanta to find routes the bigger hordes hadn't blocked. They scavenged houses and stores, found enough food to fill their stomachs for the first time in days. The truck's cargo area became their home, cramped and uncomfortable but safer than being on the ground. But fuel was finite. By day 21, they were down to fumes. The truck sputtered and died on Ponce de Leon, not far from where this had all started for Jerome 3 weeks ago. They were stranded. Jerome sat behind the wheel, staring at nothing. 21 days, 3 weeks, an eternity and no time at all. He thought about that first morning, making coffee in the dark kitchen, thinking about transmission problems and delivery schedules, normal problems, human problems. That Jerome was gone now, burned away by everything that had come after. "We keep walking," he said finally. "It's all we can do." Day 22. They were deep in downtown now, having nowhere else to go. The skyscrapers rose around them like tombstones. The streets were filled with infected, not a horde but everywhere, clustered in groups, wandering individually. Jerome led his family through them like threading a needle, moving when the infected looked away, freezing when they turned toward him. They were on Peachtree Street, trying to find a way through to the east side, when Christopher stumbled. The boy was weak, barely conscious, kept upright only by Keisha's supporting arm. His foot caught on debris and he fell, hitting the ground hard. The sound echoed down the street. Every infected head within 100 yards turned toward them. "Run!" Jerome shouted. They ran, but Christopher couldn't keep up. Keisha tried to carry him, but she was too weak. Darius took the boy, but the weight slowed him down. The infected were closing in from all sides, drawn by the noise and movement. Jerome saw it unfolding like a nightmare in slow motion. His family running ahead of him, the infected converging, too many coming too fast. They weren't going to make it, not all of them. He made the choice without thinking, stopped running and turned back, putting himself between his family and the infected horde. He swung the tire iron, hitting the nearest one. It went down. Another came at him. He hit it too. He kept hitting them, kept fighting, kept drawing their attention to himself and away from his family. "Jerome!" Keisha screamed. "What are you doing?" "Get them out of here!" Jerome shouted back. "Take the kids and run!" "I'll catch up." Another lie, the last lie. They both knew it. Darius was there suddenly, fighting beside him with the baseball bat. "I'm not leaving you, Dad." "Yes, you are. You're getting your mother and the kids to safety. That's an order." Jerome shoved him hard, sending him stumbling backward. "Go!" "Now!" Darius went, tears streaming down his face, looking back at his father one last time. Jerome saw Keisha's face, saw her understanding what he was doing, saw her break. But she went too, pulling the kids with her, running down Peachtree Street towards some possible safety. Jerome fought on alone. He'd killed maybe a dozen of them when his strength gave out. The tire iron fell from his numb hands. The infected surrounded him, dozens of them, too many to count. He thought about fighting with his bare hands, but what was the point? He'd bought his family time. That was enough. The first bite came from behind, teeth sinking into his shoulder. He barely felt it. The second came from his arm, then his leg. They pulled him down to the pavement. He felt his head hit concrete, saw the sky above through the press of bodies. Blue sky, beautiful day. His last thoughts were of Keisha and the kids. He hoped they made it, hoped they found somewhere safe, hoped they remembered him not as this, torn apart on a dirty street, but as the man who'd tried to protect them, the man who'd loved them enough to die for them. The pain faded. Everything faded. Jerome closed his eyes and let go. His wallet fell from his pocket during the struggle. The infected tore through his clothes looking for more flesh. Family photos scattered across the blood-soaked pavement. Keisha on their wedding day, Darius at his high school graduation, Imani's school picture with her gap-toothed smile. The photos mixed with the blood and gore until nothing was recognizable anymore. By the time the infected had consumed everything they could, Jerome's body was unrecognizable too. Just another corpse on Peachtree Street. Just another casualty of the collapse. Just another father who'd tried to save his family and failed. The afternoon sun beat down on the empty street. The infected wandered away, drawn by some other sound, some other prey. Somewhere in the distance, sirens still wailed from buildings on fire. Somewhere, people were still dying. Somewhere, the world was still ending, one infection at a time. And on Peachtree Street, a delivery driver named Jerome, who'd only wanted to protect his family, lay dead among the ruins of everything he'd known. His story over, his sacrifice complete. Just another ordinary man who'd fought and suffered and died in the impossible horror of the end times. The city burned on, the infected roamed on, and the survivors, those few who remained, kept moving, kept fighting, kept dying one by one in the long, slow collapse of civilization. No heroes, no miracles, just the grinding, terrible mathematics of extinction playing out in Atlanta and everywhere else, until all the lights went out and humanity's chapter finally closed.